We're here to win. Let the best win.
from Abu Dhabi. This is Games of the Future 2025, the group stages for MLBB. This is a massive $900,000 tournament featuring some of the biggest names in global Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to everyone watching all over the world. I'm Renmar Santa Cruz to cast today's matches with Rockhart. How you feeling today, bro?
I am feeling great, Renmar. We're in for another group or another batch of major MLBB tournaments internationally, and I am always such a fan of seeing countries from different MLBB regions duke out against each other, and this is going to be very, very fun for all of our players for sure.
Yeah, 100%. We have two groups for Mobile Legends Bang Bang here at Games of the Future 2025. We're going to be featuring matches from Group B and D for today. But this is for the overall schedule of the tournament. We're going to be having 2 days of group stages. That is going to be today and tomorrow, December 19th, until we get into the play-in stages on December 20, and then all the way up until December 23rd for the grand finals. All of the time zones presented on your screen right now are based off of GST. That's GMT +4. So wherever you are watching all over the world, then make sure you adjust your time so that you can catch up on all the actions. As we mentioned earlier, Group B and D, we have a lot of very familiar names, some maybe a little bit newer to the scene, but definitely there's going to be a lot of players today that a lot of our viewers are going to be very familiar with.
That's right. And for me and yourself personally, we are going to be dealing with Group B and Group D. And definitely one of the reigning champions of MLBB are in our presence. And I am very happy to see are actually first on the docket for us today.
Yep, it's going to be ADNOC versus Homeboys to open up our day, followed by Aurora Gaming and Mythic Seal, Yanfeng Yao Guai and Influence Rage for the third match, and Team Max versus Zeta Division. So when we say global, we aren't kidding. It's actually featuring teams not just from Southeast Asia, but also from the EECA, even Latin America in there as well. And of course, the returning region to the global stage in Japan. That's Zeta Division later on. But our first match of the day here for this stream is ADNOC versus Homeboys. And for those wondering, yes, we also have Stream A where Wolf and Naisu are accompanying you. So if you want to be able to catch both matches on your screens, feel free to also watch Stream A alongside Stream B. But if you're an ADNOC fan and a Homeboys fan, this is the stream where you need to be in right now. It's an Indonesian team against a Malaysian team, and this Indonesian team is 100% going to be one of the teams to look out for, because it seems like they're going to be going for a bit of a switch up, and I'm not sure how accurate this 100% is, because we're used to seeing Kyrie in the jungle, Sans in mid, but it seems like for this matchup, Rockhard, for this tournament, we're going to be getting mid lane Kyrie. We may be getting jungler Skylar. We are going to confirm once we head into the draft and once we head into the game. But what are the repercussions of this if this is actually the lineup of ADNOC that we're going to be getting?
I actually think that Kyrie has had experience in so many lanes, so a lot of fans will probably regard Kyrie as a god of MLBB already. So I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be accurate, but if it does happen in that way, I would not be surprised if ADNOC still kind of comes out on top. Because honestly, ADNOC Indonesia, they have been on fire since their really scary or really dominating performance in their own grand finals.
Yeah, not just in MPL ID Season 16. They are the back-to-back champions of Indonesia and one of the top teams to really look forward to for the upcoming M7 World Championship. And just when we thought that we wouldn't end 2025 without a big global tournament to close out the year, as our World Championship did get moved to January of next year, well, of course, here we are now at GOF. So it seems like, based on the lineup, Sans is there. So we might not be getting the crazy shuffle that we saw on the screen. I still see Sans there. I still see Kyrie. I believe this is Skylar right in front of the camera. So they are going at it full force. It really looks like we're going to be getting the full actual 5-man lineup of Onyx that we are used to seeing. But now, let's look on over to Homeboys, where we see Amal, Izanami, Malcuti, Daniel, and Kaden, a name that I'm not so familiar with. Maybe one of the team members of the team that they want to get a little bit more playing time.
That's true. Obviously, a lot of these are very much, people that you were used to seeing. Sometimes, for Homeboys, though, obviously, they're definitely reeling from their own playoffs in MPLMY. I've had a lot of fun watching and following that. Despite, all of us know SRG did kind of dominate that playoffs that they had. But Homeboys, there were no slack. I mean, I really love how they actually caught up around halfway through the season. And I loved watching Homeboys play, regardless of, the results of their own playoffs.
Yeah, of course, Homeboys of early to mid 2025 definitely had a much better performance overall compared to Homeboys of the second half of 2025. However, it has not changed that they are still one of the more exciting teams to watch in MPL Malaysia. Got a few words in with the caster there, Husky, where he did mention Homeboys, especially playing around the roamer Daniel, who is, by the way, an import from RRQ Hoshi. Very tempo-based, in-your-face, and he really doesn't hesitate to full send. Something that actually aligns very well with the playstyle of his laning counterpart in Kiboy, the roamer for Onyx Indonesia. So usually for Homeboys, the lineup that we're used to seeing is Daniel in the roam, Izanami in mid lane, Reza in EXP, Melcuti in gold, and Amal in jungle. Maybe, again, we'll confirm once we head into the game itself. We'll see if the shift actually happened in the EXP lane where it is Reza coming out. And I'm interested to see if that happens, because I was told that Reza is like the father figure of the team. He's the guy regulating emotions and telling everyone to, yo, chill out, guys. You don't need to get overhyped just yet.
Which is very interesting, right? He's like one of the more recent acquisitions as well, if I'm correct. Daniel definitely came in around September for Homeboys, where again, it's starting to become Indonesian imports is becoming the meta in some regions in Southeast Asia. And I love to see that, because RRQ's playstyle definitely differs a lot from how some MY teams would start to play. So I love what I'm seeing here. Obviously, excited to see this iteration of Homeboys, where, you know what, I can kind of expect a lot of stuff. I kind of expect higher from Homeboys right now, for some reason. But yeah, definitely fun to see this evolution. But man, what do you think about them facing off against Onyx Indonesia on their first run? That's I don't know. That's a pretty high mountain to climb,
Yeah, to say that going up against Indonesia is going to be a tough test is already an understatement. I mean, globally, the mid trio of Onyx and Onyx as a whole, but I really want to focus on the mid trio here of Kiboy, Sans, and Kyrie. They're touted as one of the world's best. We know superhero franchises always have a trio of heroes to really look at. On one hand, you got like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, or Thor, Iron Man, Captain America. Those three, Rome, Kiboy, and Kiboy, Sans, and Kyrie, they're like the superhero trio for Onyx. But of course, it doesn't mean to say that we're undermining the performances of Lutpi and Skylar as well. As the entry of Skylar in Onyx Indonesia Rockhard has really changed the team. Just when we thought that they couldn't get any better, they got even better with Skylar coming in.
Which is funny, because CW is already such a strong player on that lane. And then despite, sometimes missing out on some clutch moments, we've all seen it. He's definitely one of the more stable, or one of the most spicy gold laners in Indonesia. And again, I really was surprised to see Skylar, but it was a pleasant surprise, and it feels like it does match up to the tempo of Kyrie, alongside one of the most aggressive roamers probably in the world, Kiboy, where famously gets his chose ban out in some tournaments. It feels like such a great mix, and that's why they're just a scary representation for Indonesia so far.
Yeah, great mix. A great way to put how Skylar has seamlessly blended in with Onyx this year and just seems like he's been part of the team for multiple years, even though this was really his first main full year with the team. Of course, also, you mentioned CW, who seems like, based on the player cams, and of course, his participation with the team in MPL Indonesia Season 16, is that he's sort of gone backseat. Maybe he's at this point an unofficial part of the coaching staff. He's usually taking up the position of a analyst. It seems like you see Coach Adi there, of course, being the head coach of the team, but it seems like the longtime gold laner of Onyx, CW, is really now just more of like the sort of like if our viewers are familiar with Pandor, what he once was for Brennan Falcons, that sixth man who also just seems like is part of the coaching staff. Very valuable to have in any team.
Actually, while you were saying that, I looked it up. He's actually listed as assistant coach.
Oh.
So I actually wasn't aware of that as well. I thought he was like a floating six man or something that could be slotted in at any moment. Because you're right, I do see him a lot there as well. So very, for me at least, is a very pleasant surprise.
Yeah. For Homeboys, on the other hand, again, we will still confirm once we're headed into the game. Right now, if people are wondering what's happening, you see our players right now just making sure yet again if everything's okay. We want to make sure that this is the best playing field for our players. You see them right now in a lobby, but we will be heading into the actual draft of the game itself in just a bit. Thank you all for your patience. If there's any tidbits that you want to share about our players, feel free to comment them in wherever you are watching from. So I think we've talked enough about Onyx again. Back-to-back champions of Indonesia. Let's go on over to Homeboys. We did touch on it a little bit earlier that after some shifts after MSC 2025, Homeboys still seem like they're looking for new ground again as their team has gone through a bit of a change, and that does affect the performance of any team that comes in. So no surprise that they were not able to reach the similar heights that they did in Season 15 of MPL Malaysia. However, they are still in a pretty competitive spot, 4th in the regular season of MPL MY Season 16. And not only that, the points actually were all very close in the 6th to 2nd spot. Maybe just a few matches here and there, and Homeboys could have gone into the playoffs to 2nd place.
Actually, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, everyone was so close except for SRG, right?
For sure.
It feels like anyone could have actually taken that spot, and I love that you brought that up. Just goes to show how much they are probably improving, because you guys have been following MPL MY, obviously, it's starting to become really one of the most competitive regions out there, especially with their previous play around the Southeast Asian games and all that. They just are a scary team to beat right now. Despite getting beaten out by the Philippines in one of those in the grand finals, it was like you saw a lot of potential, right? You saw so much potential, and it wasn't even their like full roster. But yeah, I'm talking about the region in general. But yeah, Homeboys, they're part of that culture. They're part of the culture that actually enabled their championship team, their probably, I would say, flagship team, to get to that level.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that word, culture. The culture in Malaysia certainly has changed. When we got to talk with Lafel, or I believe it was our friends Leo and Wolf who got a discussion in with Lafel, Midnight as well, excuse me, wherein Lafel did admit that since the introduction of more imports into the region, not only the Filipino imports, but of course the Indonesian imports as well, but he wanted to put a little bit more focus onto Cram and Innocent, members of SRG OG who are not in this tournament. The rest of the region really just has improved because they saw how these imports came to Malaysia and suddenly raised the bar and raised the standard of what it means to play for MPL MY and what you can achieve if you play a certain way. So Onyx definitely are going to be coming into this as the favorites, but I'm hoping to see Homeboys, this newer Homeboy squad, really show up and provide a challenge for this Onyx ID squad. So we've talked enough about the teams. I think it's time for us to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room, which is, yes, a patch did just drop earlier today. And no, sadly, we will not be able to see Sora, the newest hero in MLBB, just yet. He will be available for next year in the M7 World Championship. But in this new patch cycle, usually how do I say this? It takes time, right, for us to see the teams inject in those heroes that suddenly were changed up. But if you had one hero from all the heroes that were changed in the patch that dropped just earlier, just literally hours ago, who do you think could potentially show up here as a pocket pick?
I would love to see Leomord. I know people
of course
have
you
been,
would.
Obviously I would, right? Being Rockhard, I would love to see a Leomord. It's not the most, it's not the craziest thing to happen. A small adjustment on how the crits work happens on Oathkeeper stacks now. But it feels like it could be a possibility, or at least it can kind of expand the jungle pool. I haven't actually played it right away, given that we had to be on standby here. But I want to see how it works in terms of like speeding up the jungle process.
Yes.
Maybe so that we can get newer junglers, except so that it's not always Yi Sun-shin, it's not always Lancelot or Fredorins. I want to see that expansion. I love to see the additions as well. I don't know if you have like a favorite that might make an appearance here. I'm assuming maybe an XP laner. You want to see change?
No, well, when you mentioned Leomord, and he is up there in the patch notes, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, we did see Leomord pop up in the other regions, and even in our own region in MPLPH, courtesy of Twisted Minds. Shout out to MP the King for bringing out a Leomord jungle. So the fact that Leomord now, his skill 1 does deal 200% increased damage against jungle creeps could mean that teams might already be considering him as hey, can we try out Leomord? Because a lot of the times, yes, this is a big international event, of course, teams are a little bit more braver to try out heroes that we're not used to seeing in these environments. So I'm really excited to see if we're actually going to get to see that. It seems like Onyx ID has gotten back to place. Homeboys looks ready in just a bit. Again, folks, thank you so much for your patience and for waiting. That the draft will be starting soon. There's a lot more changes brought on by the patch. We will be discussing the hero-specific ones as it goes on, or if those heroes appear. And of course, there were some changes as well to the roam blessings, which we need to touch on. Mainly just readjusting a little bit, and maybe even some buffs as well for the roaming blessings in terms of getting more gold and EXP from vision, trying to adjust it a little bit better in the late game for roamers as well, because as we all know, come the late game, it's a little bit riskier to constantly get vision, because you're slowing down the pace of the game to make sure that you really just get vision and not risk yourself getting taken out. So the developers have increased the EXP and gold gain. It now scales through hero level as it goes on. There are some item changes as well, but again, we will touch on that a little bit more as we see the games in action. So as we head now into the draft, do you think, after just quickly skimming through the patch notes, so we were able to see, are we going to see a big shift early on, or do you think, based on all the tournaments that we saw, from the ones happening in ECA to the recently concluded Southeast Asian Games, is it just still going to be the same old for the start, where there's a lot of trades for Lancelot, Hayabusa, YSS, Juicin, and the like?
It does feel like that's the way that it's going to go, right? I mean, as much as you're absolutely right, I feel like teams are braver when it comes to the big leagues. They had zero time to practice, honestly. The newest changes. There's even changes to items that we actually haven't even talked about yet. Small but subtle but really major impacting changes, in my opinion. Like in the roam boots, where Dire Hit, I believe, and Conceal kind of encourages you to hit your opponent more so that you can get bonus XP and gold. So stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
It feels like it's gonna become more apparent later on, for sure. But yes, since you have zero time to play, or for example, if you're like, I'm expecting Kyrie in this game, if there was any player that was gonna play Leomord in jungle, I expect Kyrie to do it. But does he know the Oathkeeper thing, right? Like the stacking thing. I don't know if they'll have that, but some heroes like Rafaela or Estes feels like it's more easier. It's easier to integrate in your lineup. So maybe Homeboys can try to experiment with that one. I don't know if Daniel's up to date with these heroes, you know?
Yeah. Based on the playstyle of Daniel, though, I don't think the Estes or the Rafaela is going to be up to his speed.
Support ones.
I mean, if anyone's going to play Estes, out of everyone here, it's actually Kiboy, who we saw Estes play last in MSC 2025. He had that one game, He had that one game as Estes in MSC 2025. So if anyone's going to try it, maybe it might be Onyx and Homeboys. But it'll be wild to see if we're going to see two roamers who seem like they're cut from the same cloth in Daniel and Kiboy, wherein they both just want to play aggressive, and for both of them to end up playing SS would be quite a surprise for me. Again, we're still waiting for the draft to start up, folks. Again, thank you all for your patience, but there's still a lot to talk about, still a lot to consider, of course, with the US patch that was dropped. You mentioned the Kyrie and his jungle picks, and I think universally, for all junglers across the world, the jungle pool, in terms of like the best ones you could potentially pick, has really just been narrowed down to Yi Sun-shin, Lancelot, Hayabusa, Fredrin. It always just seems to be that the biggest trades revolve around those four. And Hayabusa did get a change in the newest patch, wherein they really just nerfed his second skill. So the shadow and the phantoms that he gets to bring out, the travel distance of that has been reduced by 20%. So it's not as easy anymore to reach the backline. But that also has implications for your escape, meaning that if you're trying to get away using your shadows, that it's not going to go as far as you would want it to compared to before. But you do get a faster cooldown with it. Now going from 20 to 16 seconds, it now goes from 16 to 14 seconds. So more widely available for you. And his ultimate cooldown was also reduced by 10 seconds now to 40, which, despite the shadow thing, I'm pretty sure Hayabusa is still gonna be a pick that you're gonna want to get.
Oh yeah, for sure. Those jungler picks are absolutely correct. The Hayabusa, Kyrie is still like globally one of the most renowned Hayabusas, right? So I would not be surprised if it still does get picked up here. Sometimes even would surpass some of the junglers that we have in the Philippines, right? So let's have a look at the bracket here, and we have obviously there's also a different stream that's happening right now, right? This is in Group A and Group C.
Yes,
they're doing that right now, of course, with Naisu and Wolf. The richest casters in the roster are actually on the other side.
Aurora Gaming Philippines and Team Vamos versus time in E7. Those are the round 1 matches for Group A. And I believe they are going to be opening up Stream A right now with Aurora Gaming versus a Team Vamos, while Team Spirit from ECA and RQ Hoshi. That is a terrific matchup over there in the Group C stream. That is going to be in Stream A. And then Team Falcons versus the Mongols is there as well. We just got word that the draft is ready, so we're gonna hop in just a little bit to see the picks and the bans. So it seems like we're on the same boat here, that we're probably most likely just gonna be seeing a lot of the similar picks that we've been seeing. However, if there is maybe 2 heroes that could potentially get slotted in, as they have still shown up from time to time this past 6 months, the Lucas and the Paquito also got changes to them in the latest patch, and that could mean if a team is looking for a little bit of a surprise pick to catch their opponent off guard, it might be those two that might show up.
Yeah, I really love the spice on the Lucas. The Paquito has already been making a little bit of an appearance, like very small guestings, right, in their draft here and there locally for the Philippines. So this time around, it feels like the buffs might just be enough to push them over the top. I don't know. Again, it's a wide open map. The season just reset, and we are on the draft.
Yeah, but it seems like we're right on the money though, Rock Hard, that a lot of the similar bans that we've been seeing the past few weeks still pretty much there. An Esmeralda ban right away in the first phase for Homeboys against Onyx. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, honestly, these bans are very standard, at least for what we saw in SEA Games. The Eve has already been highly prioritized, even sometimes first pick, right? So I would say that this is very much warranted. A lot of really fun stuff are removed already, sadly. Lancelot is... I would have loved to see a Lancelot here. But, you know, they don't want to take that risk.
Yeah, instead of going for the first pick, seems like a different first pick that we're going to be getting here. However, the YSS, the Yisun Shin, and the Juicin also still available for homeboys for picking. The Esmeralda
That's
makes
huge,
sense in the way that, I mean, it's flex. It can go gold. It can go EXP. If they're crazy enough, it could go jungle. However, that is super rare. But it is a two-lane, two-role pick right now. Fanny getting taken away as well as a respect for Kyrie, and it seems like the trade for the jungle might be Hayabusa and Yisun Shin mainly. However, that means Fredrin and Akai are also going to be on the table now.
Yeah, honestly. Fredrin and Akai highly prioritized. Although personally, I really don't like seeing the Fredrin on Kyrie. In my opinion, is a big waste of micro mechanics. So I know a lot of people will agree with that on me. Everyone wants to see Assassin Kyrie, but obviously that's up to the team, right? It all depends on what the team needs.
Yeah. Okay, Kimmy gets taken away here from Homeboys. I think Onyx are not looking at that as a two-pick swing on the red side. Hovering of Vexana right now, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a hover. In terms of Onyx first two picks, you still have Hayabusa, Granger, YSS if it doesn't go to Homeboys. Lapu Lapu available as the priority picks in the first two for Onyx later on. The first pick here, I still think it should be somewhere along the lines of a Juicin or a Yisun Shin.
Zushin, yeah, 100%. They both float. So, whoa, okay.
All right.
Not I guess you were right on the money there, Renmar. It's a very aggressive setter roam. That's gonna come in for Daniel.
Yeah, it's a very Daniel pick, and confirming now, of course, we are going to be getting the full lineup of Homeboys here. That is going to be Daniel holding that Kalea pick off. And of course, since they don't take the YSS, the YSS goes to Onyx. And let's see if that means the Granger. But nope, they're going to be going for the Gatot Kacha instead. So when you have the Kalea on the other side, you're going to want to get either the High Loss or, in this case, mainly the Gatot Kacha, because those are only the two roamers that can pack a Revitalize.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
I'm not sure about this Angela Hover, obviously. But the Hilda is definitely... Wow, really? Yeah, if you guys have been reading the patch notes, 20 seconds to 60 seconds cooldown on the Angela Heart card is very significant. I guess that can be remedied by, what do you call that? Fleeting time. But again, it kind of just slows down your Angela compared to before. And this Hilda, honestly, is a very high priority. So, I don't mind this. But that's just so much support right now for Homeboys.
Yeah. Might be a little bit too much sustain, considering they already see a Yisun Shin on the other side. It's fine. He does deal the continuous damage anyway. He doesn't deal it in bursts. Makes sense to pick up the Lapu Lapu here. You get EXP lane Prio. Not a lot of EXP laners can match that. Some of the best that you can just go for right now are either the CC. Yu Zhong is most likely going to get banned here by Onyx.
Actually, they can go for a CC and Yu Zhong ban, and I would be happy.
Yeah, just think like both, right? Like, they're gonna end up with what? A glue, and then the glue is just significantly slower compared to the Lapu Lapu in the map.
True, that is true. So, again, you're gonna get outpaced. You're already considering the jungle. I love that from Onyx. Honestly, I love the Onyx lineup right now. It just matches everyone. I do see the Gatot Kacha, very minor nerf to the distance of Unbreakable. So it's just like a 20% distance nerf. Some people would say it's pretty big. They say it's too easy to use Gatot Kacha, but I don't know if that's going to affect it. It feels like such a strong lineup still for Onyx. And now you're talking about the Granger. I just want to pick your brain a little before we go into this. The Granger doesn't deal bonus damage anymore with Rhapsody. Do you think that's going to affect the clear speed or farm speed of a Granger? I actually want to talk to you about that earlier.
It should. Since it no longer deals the additional damage mainly to the minions in creeps, I think they really just wanted to slow down the early to mid-game scaling of the Granger, if that's what they're going to be going for, which makes sense. We did see Soriano, aka KL1, aka Oheb, spent almost an entire series playing the Granger, just completely dominating with it. I think that was
4 games straight.
enough to just go, hey, yeah, maybe we should just readjust and nerf the Granger a little bit. They even also nerfed Harith. A little bit on that later on if it does show up. But now, Uranus also getting taken out, of course. Almost forgot about the Uranus. Hey!
Spicy.
We were talking about the Leomord, and Onyx decided to ban it out, which, hey, Rockhart, as a Leomord main here, makes sense, right? It would have been good with the Angela and the Kalea.
Yeah, it's perfect, honestly. Despite, obviously, the changes. Again, despite there's just no time to practice, I love that they already preempted this, that maybe they practiced on the advanced server. It's just how advanced Onyx is, because it literally dropped like an hour ago. The patch dropped like an hour and a half ago. There's that CC ban. I'm honestly very surprised they did.
Yeah.
Why did they... Okay.
Well, I mean, there is a YSS.
Gold lane.
Yeah. It could have gone gold lane. It could have gone for Skylar. If they want even more continuous damage, one of the favorite picks of Skylar is actually the Claude. And right now, yes, we do see the Kalea and Hilda, and that might actually be enough targeted crowd control to stop Claude entry when it does decide to go in, or even force out the Purify early on. But that's something you always have to keep at the back of your head if you're thinking about Onyx and what they could potentially go for the gold lane here. The Ruby is also still open if they want to go for that, and teams are still willing to pick it. This might be good
spicy.
though, but this is probably most likely going to be going into the mid lane. But if Homeboys shows a Harith here, then that Lunox most likely actually might end up in the gold lane as a great matchup there.
That is true. It feels like a really good gold lane Lunox. Although I would not be surprised if this went mid and they pick up the Harith, just as a great power pick still. And you're talking about Harith changes. I think they shifted him more on the tanky side, right? So more sustain on that Harith. Possibly for Onyx, they might just lack on range, but look at that.
There we go.
Very aggressive. I love the Freya coming in here. And the Benedetta as well. Double treat from Homeboys.
All dive. And now, I think you just put in the Ruby. You do not want to play a main carry Lunox here. Can you wait, can you pick it now? Can we pick it now? Because wait, to be fair, I know we don't have the restrictions anymore. Or do we? Is it only just like a week now? If that shows up, then I guess Sora is available for picking here in Games of the Future.
That changes a lot of things, bro.
Yeah, let's see. I don't want to zoom just yet. I want to hold the thoughts. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So we were asking for continuous damage. Carry. Ruby, again, one of the ones we floated, and exactly right on the money. There you go. Okay. I think it's just really because, not that I'm doubting the ability of a Freya to suddenly pop off here, especially with her changes, which we will get into once we get into the game. But I feel like the Onyx lineup is just a little bit more safer and a little bit more up to speed with what we're used to seeing. That the Homeboys lineup, I don't know if you agree with me here, Rockhart, might be a little bit too difficult to pull off.
I mean, the Homeboys lineup, I actually completely agree, because this is a lineup that looks very strong on dive. Like, all right, it's a Freya that has an Angela, but if it gets kited, it gets punished, it can fall apart so easy, this Homeboys lineup. So I don't know if chat agrees. Press 1 if you think Onyx is a better lineup. Press 2 if you're... Because I see the chat, they're crazy right now. Yeah. Press 2 if you think Homeboys has an advantage here, bro.
Yeah. Welcome to game number 1. It's Homeboys versus Onyx. And I think it's time for us real quickly to touch on the changes for Freya. It's mainly around her ultimate. Her cooldown now starts after the cast, 34 to 26 seconds now. So that's a very fast cooldown since the developers saw that she is quite ultimate dependent. And you also get 50% damage reduction while diving down, along with slightly increasing the speed of diving down with her ultimate.
Yeah, it just feels like it's gonna be smoother. Like, their focus right now is making Freya's gameplay smoother. And I love that for Moonton, honestly. That's definitely the right way to go. But look at this, very early on, we're already expecting aggression from the Homeboys here, and they are definitely giving that.
Yep, that is the playstyle that they're known for. Not going to be able to completely disrupt the jungling pattern of Kyrie in the early game. Already up to level 3, starting with a purple buff side rotation working upwards. Going to go down, probably hit level 4 by the Beetle or maybe his next buff, depending on what they're going to find. But very well protected right now. Amal playing the jungle Benedetta. So let's see how this Angela actually will fare with the changes on her. I mean, the good thing about Angela, Rockhard, is that the cooldown now starts after the classic. You don't have to wait long.
Oh yeah, and also, by the way, it doesn't the shield doesn't disappear as long as Angela's on the target. So that's major. You can stick there for like 20 seconds if I read the patch right. Yeah. So that's a major change. So you're absolutely right. It's not all bad for the Angela. I'm just worried about this Benedetta, like you mentioned.
Okay, both junglers level 4. Seems like Onyx is going to get priority here in the turtle, although Reza and Daniel have been able to hold around the EXP lane. Onyx will get their mid trio there first. Keyboy, the one stopping Amal and Izanami. Getting the vision there. Great spot here by Homeboys.
Oh, again, that's just the advantage you get with the extra bush, the beard around the turtle pit. Yeah. And they're going really hard here.
Okay, here comes the hard guard. Amal gets a turtle. Kyrie was not able to get close as the members of Homeboys were able to keep him at bay. Raging slashes coming in from the Lapu Lapu, but Kyrie takes down Melcutie's very greedy entry. Single-handedly trying to go to the back to try and take down Kyrie and Sans, but Skylar was there for the assist.
Yeah, they got punished really quickly, and that's just the power of the Onyx lineup. It's so stable. It's tried and tested through the past few years, honestly, this lineup. And yeah, the gold lane on the Ruby just means that they don't have to worry even on the late game. This lineup is very sustainable, and I think we saw that a little bit around that fight in the Turtle Pit.
Yeah. See, both gold laners are fighters, so no traditional marksman here. You know, essentially a little bit of a hybrid. Oh, here comes the Tsunami Slam coming in. But that is an easy out there for Sans. Keyboy forced to use the AOG to get on out of there. Reza gets killed. Onto Sans, finishing it off in the mid, but that becomes a trade. Keyboy taking Reza down.
That's a really good dive. I was expecting them to not fight that, but man, oh man, Homeboys are here to play. They are ready to, they're just roaring, right? To make something happen. They know that they can't play passive if you're fighting against Onyx Indonesia, and I completely agree. Onyx Indonesia is such a different beast when they get going, especially since Kyrie is on the YSS. They don't want this to scale too far off.
Yeah, Homeboys are making the right decisions right now in terms of just tempering the speed of Kyrie being able to get his farm. Lutpi picks up the War Axe. Melcutie, as we saw earlier, did get to build a golden staff already. So, seems like the first death that he suffered not hurtful to his progression for farming, but I think he's really going to need to minimize those deaths because it is an attack speed based item hero, and you're going to need all the time that you need to get the gold.
Yeah, 100%. That gold is so crucial. That's why I'm also looking at like the towers, like the outer turret energy shields. I'm looking if there was any major damage, but look at that. They're already eyeing that second turtle right away. They seem to be really want to go for the fight.
Oh, dive already. Here comes the Tsunami Slam entry as well. Kyrie forced to go on out of there, but here comes the Angela Benedetta combo to burst Kyrie down. That's a kill for Izanami, but two members of Homeboys fall to Onyx. Onyx still fighting into it. Izanami brought down low. Reza takes down Sans. Keyboy forced to use the conceal out. Both junglers are out of the game, and it's going to be looking for a reset.
It's very, I don't know, they feel so committed on the team fights. There are some times where I thought, you know what, they probably have had enough. They're both probably going to back out. But nope, no one wants to back out, Renmar. People just want to keep, you know, hitting each other in the face.
Yeah. One of the problems now for Onyx, Rockhard, we see that Freya has just straight up won the lane against a Ruby. Not much a Ruby can do in the lane. This Ruby pick is looking towards the mid to the late game when it's 4-man, 5-man team fights. We saw Skylar's worth in the first team fight where we saw Melcutie go down. But 1v1, that is a Freya taking the matchup all day long. Onyx now and Homeboys back for this turtle. They still do not want to let go.
Yeah, I really don't mind that they're doing this. Definitely, Kyrie is itching to get to that level 15 as soon as possible. Already a level ahead of Amal. Look at that.
Wow.
Stunning it out. AOG in.
Oh my goodness, Kiboy and Lutfi working together. Sans finds MelQT as well. That's another death for the Freya. Skylar takes down the tower in mid alongside Kyrie and Sans. Meanwhile, Reza will not be able to survive against Lutfi and Kiboy, but I might have spoken too soon. The thing is, he needed to burn his flicker to get out of there. So management of the waves and even getting vision at this point in the game, you need that flicker as a Hilda. Onyx take control with an almost 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, as much as the Hilda is 2-1 right now, definitely ahead. You are correct. They need that flicker so hard. And that's going to slow down Homeboys' aggression even further. They might have to rely so much more. Lutfi might be in trouble here. 1v3 on the bottom. Make that 4.
Okay. Lutfi buying so much time, not enough damage just yet for Homeboys. Lutfi, look at everything he's doing. 4v1. Here comes Kiboy for the assist. The Valkyrie descent already committed there by the Freya. Electro final blow as well. AOG by Kiboy lands on the mark. Lutfi finally taken down. The Homeboys are fighting back towards Onyx assist. MelQT locked in onto Kyrie, but Sans takes down Daniel. Sans taken down by Reza. MelQT takes down Kyrie. And just like that, 4 members of Onyx fall to the Homeboys.
Alright, I did not expect them to, again, just keep slapping each other in the face like that. Onyx, they were a little late to the party. You saw that Skylar just had to walk all the way from the top side after taking down the turret. And when he arrived, it was just bodies on the floor. I don't know if that was worth it for Onyx, but the gold lead does kind of lean towards them. 2,000 right now for the Indonesian squad.
Valiant effort by Lutfi to get a really good start there for Onyx, but in the end, of course, the sheer power of the team fight, when you do have the Electro Final Blow and the Valkyrie descent together, a lot of physical damage you're gonna need to avoid. This Ruby is also packing towards the damage items, which makes sense as a gold lane Ruby, but you're gonna start looking for the anti-Karasas to start coming in for Onyx. Maybe even some dominance ices. Definitely need significantly more anti-heal for the side of Onyx.
Yeah, 100%, because this heart card and shielding combination, especially on a Freya that already has like a very meaty shield, is just so potent. There's just no way that even the Lapu-Lapu is having a hard time keeping up with the spell vamp here.
All right, Lord 1, Onyx first on the spot. Mid lane being handled by Izanami. MelQT handling up top. Reza's 4-1-0 and now has a dominance ice. Should help also against the healing and the spell vamp, the regen that Onyx has. Kiboy, good spot. Spots out Amal, not gonna land the taunt. His concussive blast already used. Kiboy taking some damage, but it's gonna be a slow little dance between the two teams first. Hard guard not yet committed and still hovering it.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to just calmly go ahead here. Oh, Conceal already used up.
Is Onyx going to try to find an opening? They're not going to be able to find a member of Onyx, or excuse me, Homeboys, that could get caught out. Amal back in here again. Good spot by Reza. Homeboys really getting tested here by Onyx, but here comes the entry coming in from Daniel. Tsunami Slam already committed, but look at the regen and the damage that they have. But Skylar gets taken out there by Amal. That is advantage for Homeboys. A stun by Lutfi, massive. But can they actually deal enough damage to turn the tides of the battle? As Kyrie falls again to the Homeboys. 3 members of Onyx down, and the Sky Kings are scrambling. Homeboys have taken down Lutfi, and that's 4 members of Onyx down. The questions of whether or not Homeboys can make this lineup work have been answered. They are definitely making it work.
That sustain from so many sources is just blowing my mind, Reptar. It's crazy. Healing from the Surge of Life, healing from the Heart Guard, healing from the Love Waves. My brain is, and the Life Seal, obviously, of MelQT on the Freya is insane. So, Onyx is throwing everything they have.
Yeah.
But again, it's just getting healed up. I have to double check. I really want to do like an item check. Do they already have like anti-heal? Because if they do, this is way too much for Homeboys.
Yeah, there we have it on the screen. Yeah, they already have some Dominus Ice for the Gatot, a Glowing Wand for the Lunox. But I think right now one of the problems for Onyx is that Mel, Cutie, Reza, they're both just hell-bent on getting Kyrie. That no matter the formation that Onyx wants to play around, Kyrie always just looks like a sitting duck. Homeboys are just so locked in with getting the Yi Sun-Shin every time. Meanwhile, the center of the map, Skylar trying to survive the surprise. Look at the pull coming in. I'm offended. Ultimate by Skylar is massive. Daniel gets taken out, but Reza once again focused on the back. This time being able to take down Skylar while Mel, QT, and the Angela are able to hold down the front line, and Onyx slowly falling. Angela, Freya, Benedetta, the Hilda, and the healing as well coming in from the Kalea. It seems like it's all too much to handle for Onyx.
Yeah, Reza is a massive dub here for Homeboys. He has taken down targets that are necessary in the team fight so efficiently that Onyx are having a hard time answering. As much as Kyrie is, he's trying his very best to keep the DPS up. It's just not quite enough yet, and Sans isn't in a position where he can actually burst down any single target right away with one combo. And they're having a hard time winning out on a sustained team fight because of this.
Yeah. Even though the pace isn't as fast as it used to be with the Angela, definitely still going good because, again, the cooldown starts ticking once you've casted the Heart Guard, so it doesn't feel all too different. Just a very slight change in the tempo. Now with the Blade of Despair onto Kyrie here for Onyx, is it going to be enough?
I guess they need more DPS, right? That's what I'm looking for Onyx, because they are hitting targets, but the targets are just not falling quite early as they want. So that's why by the time they take out one target, I think they already lose two. So that's the big thing for me for Onyx. So maybe the BOD will help out, but it feels like he might just want to go see Halberd as well. Just go all out on the anti-heal because the heals are really so difficult to deal with here for Homeboys.
Yeah, Chastise Spaldron built up their Furka Boy. Should help with the attack speed base of the Freya somewhat. Divine Glaive for Sans. Now, that's one of the main conditional items you're looking for the mid laner if you are on a losing or quite even battle. Should be a big spike up in damage. And just you see, just from 1 second skill from the Lunox already brings down around 10% of the health of the Kalea, the main roam here for Homeboy. So maybe that Divine Glaive, and now with the BOD on that Yi Sun-Shin, might actually just be enough damage that we're looking for. But we'll see once the fight breaks out.
Let's see. We'll definitely want to use a Mountain Shocker soon in the next few minutes or next few seconds just to check where the Homeboys are.
For sure.
So far, it feels like they have no problem fighting out each other, and here they are.
Yeah, here comes the gank. Daniel immediately zoning out Kyrie, and since Kyrie was zoned out by the Kalea, Sans falls relatively quickly out of position yet again for Onyx, as Homeboys have penetrated their formation, but Kyrie is still fighting. He gets a double kill, and he's still alive. Malefic Roar for him as well. The counterplay by Onyx has become a reality as Reza and Amal fall. Suddenly, Onyx have advantage for the Lord.
Oh boy, and that is the advantage they have because Homeboys decided to fight inside Onyx jungle. This is our territory, says Onyx, and they really lost out. I mean, the DPS is suffering, and Melqd, they want to make something happen.
Mel, are you actually going to be able to pull this off? No, you will not. Questionable decision there by Mel to just go in. They did not have Amal to get that Lord. What were they fighting for? No way he would have gotten 4 kills right there.
I guess he was banking on them being super duper low after that Lord engage, but no. It does appear that Onyx has a really good sustain lineup on their own, especially if Kiboy is ready with the revitalizes, and he will be as well. So this is going to be a bit of an uphill defense for sure. 4,000 gold lead doesn't seem like a lot at 15 minutes, but look at that. Lutfi is actually surviving against 2 players here for Homeboys. It is a good sign.
Yeah, and now with the Malefic Roar and the Yi Sun-Shin, definitely enough items, enough damage already on Onyx. And the Divine Glaive pickup by Sans actually came in at the perfect time. Lord marching in. How much damage will they be able to do the base? Seems like
that's actually
little by little,
good.
Though, that's just one. See if they can get another one. They still have a lot of minion waves crashing in here for Onyx. Immortality for Kiboy. Might be able to make a risky play if he wants to. Look at all the items coming in here for Onyx now. hold a 7,000 gold lead. Endless battle entry. Here comes the pickoff attempt there onto Skylar, but Skylar will survive way too much. But here comes the Angela and Freya combination. They're not going to be able to take Kyrie down. Reza gets blasted by the Yisun Shin. Skylar takes down Daniel, and now 2 members of Homeboys fall. Make that 3. Mel QT out as well. Onyx still has minion waves. Izanami and Amal might not be enough to hold. Onyx holds on. Homeboys had the lead, but Onyx walk away from game number 1 with the win.
GG's Onyx Indonesia coming out on top despite losing out a little bit on the early game. And I think this is exactly what I was talking about, Renmore. As much as it feels like the Homeboys' lineup is so strong on paper, it topples so easily if like 1 or 2 members start to disappear from the map. They're really strong as a 5-man. It's a 5-man lineup. It's very heavy sustain. But if you lose the healing from the Surge of Life, if you lose the Heart Guard, once those go on cooldown, it's just a disaster waiting to happen. And I think we saw that happen here as well in this matchup.
Yeah, great understanding by Onyx, knowing the eventual timers that they're trying to hit. It was really mainly around the items coming in for the Yisun Shin and of the Lunox, the Divine Glaive and the BOD coming in roughly at around the same time. And in the big team fight that happened, Kyrie ended up getting the Malefic Roar, and that just meant Onyx got their condition sticked and they were ready to go. 9 kills, 3 deaths, and 6 assists for the Yisun Shin of Kyrie, who was tested very early on and for majority of this game by Homeboys. But the problem was Homeboys just could not get the definitive lead that they were looking for. A lot of questions heading into game number 1 with a new patch that we had just introduced in here, but it was straight up answered by these two, willing to try out new things. Freya and Angela to start things off. Onyx going for double fighters. Onyx held on. More Games of the Future action coming back after the break. It's Onyx versus Home.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
ADNOC currently holds the lead 1-0 against Homeboys in this best-of-3 matchup. It's Group B for Games of the Future 2025, and I love how immediately after a new patch, we get introduced or reintroduced maybe to some concepts that we're not used to seeing in this level of competition. If you told me heading into this day Rockhart that we would see Angela and Freya and Benedetta Jungle in the same team for the first game, I would not have believed you.
That's true. Not gonna lie, Ranmar, I really thought that I think that you can go crazy here. Just don't go, full on 0 to 100 crazy. Can you please, if you're gonna play Angela Freya, maybe just draft in not a Benedetta in the jungle. That's what I was thinking earlier while I was watching that thing.
Yeah.
And I have to say that most of these things are just on par or on DNA for what do you call that? On DNA for Malaysia. It's that's why they're so amusing to watch.
Yeah. Of course, because of that result, ADNOC does have the lead here, and I think it was crazy, but then at the same time, a lot of the win that ADNOC got in that game number 1 didn't come from mistakes or errors. It was just that they hit their power spike at the right time. They were able to manage their map. And most importantly, they were still able to find farm. Because usually when you have a lineup like this, you're looking for a major definitive lead as quickly as possible. That you are stopping the opposing jungler from getting farm. Yes, you got kills onto him, but then they were still just able to find farm somewhere or turn things around somewhere. But I guess that's where the thought of maybe the concept was a little bit too loco from Homeboys to open it up. That despite them having a big lead, I remember there was one team fight, right? Around the purple buff, Daniel got to zone out Kyrie. That's where they were able to turn things around. That could have been handled a little bit better. And maybe that's where the stability you were missing from something like a tankier jungler or maybe a tankier EXP laner was coming from. Because they needed a little bit more frontline hold to force out the resources of the main damage dealers in the Yi Sun-Shin and the Lunox a little bit more. They needed at least one more very tanky presence to hold the line.
That's why I was speaking of the Freddy boy, coming into play. Would have been great. Akai would have been maybe an option to disrupt the Lapu Lapu in the late game if they really wanted to, to focus on disrupting. Actually, Akai is really good. I feel like at this point, Renmar, Akai is super underused since we have so many fighters, so many melee heroes that you can just disrupt with a single heavy spin.
Thank you, man. I've been preaching that since late 2024. So I'm so happy that you're now on the boat on the Church of Akai. Very happy to hear that. So let's see if that hero is actually going to show up. And the good thing is, there is actually a good track record for Akai showing up for these two teams. Even ADNOC has a surprising Roam Akai pickup if they want to go into that. But I think that's, of course, definitely a later option. And the times we do get to see Akai do show up in the first phase red side, and then you play it as a flex, either putting it in the roam or jungle. But there have been teams brave enough to put in the EXP. But I think before heading into game number 2, we should talk a little bit more about the good things that went with the draft for Homeboys. Again, I don't want to make it seem like we're knocking on it too much. The concept was there. We saw it work from early to mid game.
That's true. But then again, we did mention, even before the game started, okay, it's really good on paper, but it can fall apart very easily, which we also, we also saw that happen. So we didn't say anything that was right off, just guessing, right? We saw it happen. It was so strong, but it fell apart after one piece of the block or one Lego bit from the bottom of the pile got removed.
Yeah.
So I would say absolutely, it was a very strong lineup. Maybe again, just if Freya Angela's good, just maybe have a solid jungler if you want to do a Freya Angela composition.
Yeah.
That can kind of just tank a little bit from those Lunox and make sure that the YSS doesn't, what do you call that? Doesn't run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, even if we keep thinking about like, okay, maybe the Hilda could have been different, but then Reza had an amazing game. He was the guy locking down Kyrie. Then you look at the Benedetta.
7-1.
Yes, he went 7-1. That is an impressive stat line, and majority of the deaths that Kyrie got actually came from the hands of the Hilda. If it wasn't the Hilda, it was the Benedetta. The more you think about the Benedetta, it was like, wait, but if they had a tank jungler or a fighter jungler, wouldn't they have been lacking damage? Because the Benedetta also provided a lot of that. If it was a tank jungler, then that would have been a lot of pressure for the Freya. So you could see like the good things, the bad things of both the reality and the possibilities that could have been in the draft of Homeboys. But at the end of the day, that's why we both leaned towards Onyx lineup more, right? We said it was more familiar, it was more stable, and it was definitely that.
Yeah, I mentioned that, right? This is the term I used was tried and tested.
Yes.
Throughout the years. It's just won so many games already. And again, I love that Homeboys are playing spicy. Who doesn't like spicy lineup? But the win rate is more 50-50 if you do that.
Yeah. Let's see if Homeboys is going to lean towards a little bit more of spice yet again for this game number 2 draft. But of course, as we know about our Indonesian friends, they definitely can handle the spice inside and outside of the game. I can't wait to get back to Indonesia and eat real spicy food. All right, before I start the daydreaming about food again here, Homeboys takes out the Fanny, and I think that this is for sure going to be an expected ban all throughout the series. You don't want Kyrie to get his hands on a Fanny.
Yeah, 100%. No Fanny for Kyrie. I think that is, what do you call that? That is priority number 1.
Yep.
There you go. For Malaysia. For the Malaysian squad, rather, for Homeboys. So, yeah, this looks like a very... Again, I would not be surprised if this just keeps happening all throughout the series.
Oh, similar bans so far. So what might change up here for Homeboys are their picks later, but Onyx... There we go. Decided to respect the Hilda. One of the biggest pains for them in game number 1. But this opens up a Kimmy trade available, as Kimmy was the hero banned out by Onyx as the last ban in game 1. Let's see if Homeboys will go for the Kalea yet again, or they're gonna switch things up. Juicin lost a lot of her control capabilities. When you lift someone up in the air, you can't apply new marks for another 4 seconds, but they did increase her damage as a trade-off. Homeboys, though, there we go. You know, if you're gonna go local, go local. You know, let's see it out. We mentioned Estes earlier, but okay, fine, it's an Angela.
Yeah, no scare. Don't be scared to go a little ham. Like, just don't go half-hearted or half-baked, right? If you're gonna go local, like you mentioned, do it with conviction. Do it with panache. I don't know if that's the right term, but yeah. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, man.
Yeah, let's go with that. I think we are in expanding rivers for this map, so expect gold laners to... Well, I mean, gold laners now, regardless whether it's expanding rivers or not, do just go through the river to join, but that opens up the avenue for the jungle a little bit more. And of course, paths to go in and out of the lane. So Onyx this time take out the Kalea. Maybe I'm really just not used to it, but I'm very iffy about the Angela rush pick here. Unless they're gonna go this way. Unless they're gonna go for double sustain, or I'm not thinking about the Estes. Unless they go Angela Balmond as the combo.
Oh, whoa! That sounds like a very fun combo, bro. Not gonna lie. Oh my goodness. All right. I was excited, and for a bad reason. But look at that. The Leomord is actually a really good lock-in. I can get behind this. I can get behind this, Renmore. Maybe I'm just a little biased with that one, but yeah, that's a Leomord.
I get you, bro. It's fine. You know how I get every time a guy gets picked in the game. But the Leomord, don't you think it's a little bit too greedy, though? Leomord, Freya, and Angela in the first phase, they're showing way too much.
I'm gonna just go ahead and say 100% super greedy, bro. But again, I don't think Homeboys would practice this or run this without practice. That's just how much trust I have the Homeboys. Even if they lost that last game, I have a lot of trust they can pull off stuff like this. So, but again, might be too spicy. Might be a little bit too spicy.
Yeah, and great pickup too. Yisun, Shin, and Kimmy are not the easiest to catch in the game, and if ever Amal is gonna be looking at Sans and Kiboy, and he's gonna be on duty to really be the one to chase them down, it might not be as easy as you'd want it to be. Kimmy is the perfect pick for the first 3 picks that Homeboy showed up here. Although there is a chance Sans might get run over, there's also the equally and maybe even slightly higher chance that the Kimmy's just gonna be maybe just 1 or 2 deaths at most, and then Homeboy starts to realize, wait, why can't we get this Kimmy? Why does it seem like it's so difficult to take down and chase?
Yeah, this Kimmy obviously, it feels like if it's crucial to have someone like what do you call this, a Kalea there, because yes, it will definitely get dove by the Freya and the Leomord. So both of them, in the case of Leomord, you will literally get run over. So it's crucial for them to get that. But yes, you're absolutely right. I feel like the Kimmy is going to be so powerful if it can pull off the kite properly.
Let's see if it can. I think they're going to need another piece for really good kiting if they want to. And since they do have Kimmy and YSS already in the center, Onyx can most definitely still go double fighter, and Homeboys are thinking the same way. They can honestly just close it up with the same pick. They can just go Lapu Lapu Ruby again. Would be really good. Maybe if they want to, they can pick up the Ruby first, although that already does show the gold lane. And then they just play around the EXP, or they'll pick their gold laner last. I'm really heavily leaning towards this being a fighter, because if they go marksman, then this time Onyx is going to be too greedy. If that's going to be a traditional carry gold laner, you'll have 3
Triple
carries
marksman.
that are farm dependent. Exactly. Triple marksman, that's way too much.
Yeah, it might be way too much. I think it won recently in like a different tournament in the SEA Games, just 1 game. But then again, it was very conditional on who you're fighting off against. You saw how crazy, you saw how chaotic the Homeboys lineup can be, and you saw how willing they are to actually give the fight to your face. So yeah, triple marksman is definitely too greedy here. I think marksman might want to go to the side of Homeboys too. Because I think you might want to throw this Freya on XP instead. It just feels like it's just too much as well. Too many people have to farm. Fighter gold lane is also a possibility.
Yeah, exactly. Hilda's gone, Gatat's gone, Grak is gone. The best roam right now, maybe that could be left for Daniel, is either the High Loss or the Cho. Oh, and Onyx take it away. Great call, and this is going to be a Cho gold lane for Skylar.
Yeah, that's huge. It feels like a great deny pick, right? I think Onyx right away said, you know what? We can pick it up. No need to give him any comfort. And right on the dot here. Very aggressive lineup for Onyx as well. High Loss.
Yeah, they're stuck with that. Again, the only other roamer right now that can pack a Revitalize up against that Kalea. Lots of routes here for Homeboys. But Lapu, I don't know. Is it too crazy to think that maybe a glue might work with this? I'm kind of iffy on this Lapu.
If they'd go for a Lapu, it's pure physical damage burst. Pure fighter, triple fighter lineup. Is this gonna work? They cannot. They have no reach.
Yeah.
How are they gonna reach the Kimmy?
Exactly. This is not Homeboys versus Onyx. This is gonna be Homeboys versus Antique Harass and Dominance Ice.
Yes,
all
sir.
of that physical that they have. Oh, and now they're gonna be up against an Alice. This Alice would blend perfectly with the lineup of Onyx. This is gonna be a very tough game for Homeboys. And I don't know, what do you think? What's the condition here for Homeboys? Just look at their lineup, because again, we're looking at Onyx draft and going, this is looking really good. Homeboys, what do they need to do?
Man, as much as I want to be biased towards the lineup that has a Leomord, I can't see the win condition here, bro. They're literally all short-range heroes. No one has any long range. So they need to dive all the time if they want to win. They need to stick together as a 5-man or a 3-man, 4-man unit if they want to just not get kited to oblivion.
Yes.
So, my brain is just not braining on how this Homeboys lineup is gonna win, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I think I can see like the idea is slowly wrapping around. It seems like now it's all the more dependent for Homeboys to fight better because you laid down like a team fighting condition. Seems like that is going to be the main case.
The team fighting condition is stun someone, make sure that person goes down before they can run away.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Easier said than done. It's game number 2, ADNOC versus Homeboys, and just at the beginning, the aggression of the Clay and the Kimi together will be able to bring Izanami down low, but not able to take him out.
Yeah, look very closely at what Sans is doing. That's the whole game. He's gonna be doing that the whole game. And look at this. Just look at this, man. There's just no way they can fight back. Even with the Leo board there, good damage. Again, damage was a little bit improved on the Leo board. Yeah, you're gonna have to chase Sans non-stop. You're gonna chase a flying Kimi all across the map, and you're gonna have to go through a Kalea. You're gonna have to go through a Cho all game long.
Very difficult. Here comes an entry by Kiboy. Knock up, damage, continuous. Daniel almost brought down. Can he be finished off by ADNOC? And the answer is yes. Kiboy and Sans still going after Izanami, but Kiboy has to back off, taking a lot of damage from the turn, but the flicker!
Sheesh.
The entry! Gila Sans finishing it off, but Amal gets the clap back against Kiboy.
Very crazy non-stop action. I love what I'm seeing. Kyrie as well on the top side. Mel Cutie is gonna get taken out. What the heck is happening, man? They're falling apart.
Yeah, outplayed, overheated, and this is not the early game that Homeboys wants. Yes, you want them to be aggressive and try to find kills, but not like this. They've only gotten one and they're trying to find another. But Lutfi will be able to survive. First turtle, it's gonna be up. Homeboys starting it out, and this might be the silver lining. ADNOC decides to focus on the tower in mid. Homeboys will get this turtle.
Yes, you're right. Because this is where the Homeboys lineup is good, Ranmar. When you are around an objective and you're all tightly grouped up together, it's hard for ADNOC to actually go near it. Right? Because they need to keep their distance. The Kimi needs to keep distance. The YSS needs to keep the distance. And look at that. If they engage, it's going to be so hard if you don't have a flicker, if you don't have a Shinpo.
Exactly as you mentioned, when they're all together, they just look so strong. They decide to find 2 kills, and they actually get it. Melcuti barely able to escape, but will escape with his life. There's Homeboys with the clapback. So that's the condition that you exactly were looking for, Rockhart. Group up together, find kills. This is how you're going to stop the bleeding that ADNOC could potentially deliver.
Yeah, they're going to have to go choo-choo train and steamroll as a literal death ball, right? That's just become a literal death ball, and you're gonna be fine. That's Homeboys' lineup, and just make sure you don't die and you don't get kited in the process.
ADNOC, though, if ever it gets to the point where the score is relatively close or the gold is relatively close, the death ball might not be as easy to pull off in the latter stages of the game because, again, the problem that you pose for Homeboys is still going to be there. The problem of the Yi Sun-shin and the Kimi, and the question of whether or not you can actually reach them. But then the biggest thing that they have to watch out for is actually that Alice, that come the later stages is going to be difficult to take down, and the damage profile for Homeboys isn't really cut out for a mid to late game Alice. They're going to be relying on just surviving the fight way longer than ADNOC, which, again, it's an Alice. That's what she does. She thrives in the long team fight.
That's right. I'm actually just waiting for Lutfi to farm up a little bit, and I'm pretty sure later on, he's going to be happy to dive in with the Throne of Ruin anytime, especially after you lock in the, what do you call that? The red carpet. Yeah. I haven't used High Loss in a while. I forgot the name.
The
Glorious Pathway.
The
There you go.
Pathway, yes.
Once you see the Glorious Pathway, I think Lutfi will be going straight for the back line. Either the Freya or the Leomord.
Yeah, exactly. Lutfi right now, you see him. He's the one holding on. Here comes Kiboy. Entry with the slam. He gets the pick off. Amal falls. Daniel as well. ADNOC have broken the formation of Homeboys, but Homeboys still fighting back. Look at Mel QT, but this is going to be a massive trade. Kyrie survives. Kyrie did not fall with just a sliver of health. The killing spree keeps him alive. Izanami gets to take down Skylar, but Izanami eventually falls. ADNOC with a massive win.
Kyrie mechanics, man. I really thought he was gonna go down. He fought under the turret. he had so much experience that he knew he was gonna win, even though his HP was literally like 1%, 2%. Bro, this is just very good team fighting coming in from Onyx, despite, again, Homeboys technically having the beefier lineup.
And it all goes back to one of their biggest gripes with the draft here for Homeboys, the lack of range. Team fights for them are way too all in. Yes, they can deal damage, but finishing it off is a different story. Now, 5 minutes into the game, they have not yet crossed the 15,000 gold threshold. Onyx is getting closer to 20,000. It's an early 3K gold lead. And this is one big team fight loss away from Onyx completely taking control of the game. There's still one more big window Homeboys can find here in terms of a big team fight, but they have to set it up with a pick-off first.
Yeah, they might actually start losing out on ground the moment that Onyx gets richer, you know, the moment they get an item advantage.
Yeah.
So the window is closing faster and more.
Sky Piercer already built up for Sans, who has 4 kills. No stacks on it just yet. Here comes the glorious pathway. Daniel might be a little bit too greedy, but because the tower fall down, they decided to go for it. Sans takes so much damage. Here comes the clapback of Homeboys. They are working together as a hit squad. Sans is still the only one falling. Look at Lutby, hold on, boy, trying to keep him alive, but the Alice will eventually fall. That is the condition of Homeboys yet ticked again, and they have found their window. They've closed it. Onyx still has a little bit of a lead, but Homeboys are fighting back.
Yeah, they're definitely fighting back. The small consolation prize is Kyrie did get a lot of gold farming solo while all of that was happening, while Lutpi was buying a lot of time. So, very good advantage for Homeboys, but look at that!
Okay, boy, goes in right away with the pick-off. MelQT able to flicker on out of there. Homeboys needs to back off. They don't have their Freya anymore. Onyx dealing the damage. Daniel almost brought down low. Reza with the Raging Slash is not going to be able to deal enough, and Onyx, hold on. Reza is going to go down, and Homeboys get spotted out.
Yeah, again, you think you have an advantage in the Onyx, then they kind of just remind you why they are one of the strongest teams in the world. They find an opening right after, right after licking their wounds, which is very impressive. And again, because they are a world championship caliber team.
7.5 minutes Malefic Roar for Kyrie. He's level 12. That is an item rush, but he has a 3-level lead over his jungling counterpart now. And all our fears for the Homeboys lineup have come true. All of the issues that we had with it, Onyx are just making the most of the cards that they were dealt. And this is the expected result that we're seeing.
100%. That's why I said the consolation prize for Onyx earlier was super good, because as you mentioned, it's a level lead. It's a huge level lead if you give Kyrie so much more free farm time. And we're seeing that right now. We saw that earlier. And I think later on, we will also see it on the Retri battle. Level 13, level 14 versus level 10.
The comeback has to be glorious here, but here comes the glorious pathway from Daniel. The Throne of Ruin already committed. They get to avoid it. Lutpi will be able to get on out of there with a gleam. Onyx, though, fighting back little by little, slowly. The turnaround. Kiboy with an entry. Massive crowd control, massive damage. Onyx are taking control. Scholar will be coming in from the back, Rockhart.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. Onyx just know how to dismantle this, especially with Skylar just making the perfectly timed entry from the back. And Izanami all alone? You're not a mage. You can't clear these minion waves. And I think that's Onyx going straight for the jugular. And they will take him down. Izanami quite easily getting disposed of here. MelQT doing his best to clear these waves.
Onyx still has minion waves to work with if they want to push the issue. 23,000, the gold of Homeboys. Onyx with an almost 10,000 gold lead for that. They tried to make a play. Commendable, but Onyx just had too big a lead in the lineup, and the damage profile just works way too heavily towards their favor. Skylar split off from the rest of the group to get vision. He's going to be spotting out that Angela, trying to apply pressure. Skylar sees the Angela. Izanami in trouble. He gets kicked. Izanami brought down to 10%, and it looks like he's going to get taken out. Soloed by Skylar. And now it's a 5v4 across the map. Onyx, here comes Kyrie through the mid, but Lutfi with a throne of ruin, stopping the exit of Amal and Malcuti. But they'll be able to get away, not be able to get stunned by Skylar. But they get Daniel along the way. Only 3 members remain for Homeboys. An absolute massacre for Onyx.
Yep, they got separated, and now you see the weakness of the Homeboys lineup. We talked about this over and over. Yes, you are super strong as a 5-man death ball, but in separate components, it's quite easy to take you out. It's like taking apart sushi, bro. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I mean, call it an experience all you want, an experimental fusion or attempt to change sushi. Sushi is sushi for a reason. You don't need to change it. And Onyx understood that. They looked at their lineup. They looked at what Homeboys brought and said, okay, we will pick you apart, even though you don't want to. The Cho pick there near the end, the Alice as well in the last 2. Onyx, it looks like they're just going to be on their way to finishing it here with this push.
Yeah, and they're rushing this. By the way, we are at 11 minutes. We got Big Lord walking on the bottom side of the map, and I don't see Homeboys walking out here anytime soon. Look at Lutfi, he's just in front. He's showing it off with the recall, and they're just waiting for that Lord to arrive. Here comes that possible last clash.
Onyx, I set ending it here with a quick sweep to start off their campaign in Games of the Future. Homeboys doing their absolute damnedest to hold on. Reza, look at him trying to hold that Alice at bay. But the Alice we talked about earlier is one of the biggest problems. They don't have the damage, and it still rings true. Hard guard coming in for the Leomore. Can they actually find a turnaround here? Here comes Melqt, but he just gets blasted down. Throne of Ruin. Homeboys stuck together, and they fall together. 4 down. Reza, last one holding. It's a maniac for Gila Sans, and a sweep victory for Onyx.
Just like we predicted, Renmar, this crazy Kimmy is gonna just kite all day long. We saw that. We already said it before the match happened, and it did. So Onyx Indonesia are gonna win against the Homeboys in a 2-0 fashion, and I have to say, very impressively, very fast game as well.
Utter dominance. Although we did get to see Homeboy shine in the first half of game number 1, game number 2 was just a completely different story. Onyx knew they had the advantage, they had the better lineup in the end, and they were able to make the most out of it. It's hard to pick, but you have your most impressive player for Onyx, Rockhart.
Yeah, 100% Gila Sans just went loco in this one. 13-1, bro. He just died once. He just kited non-stop. He just pressed down on the attack key, and he just walked around, and no one can do anything about it.
Kimmy living its best life. We even said near the end of the draft that 1 or 2 deaths maximum for Sans in this game if Homeboys are not going to be able to apply the pressure on this Kimmy. And that's exactly what happened. An insane record, an insane way to end. It's going to be a maniac for GOF for Sans.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. And Sans, again, big props to the whole lineup of Onyx Indonesia. It wasn't just the Kyrie show here in this one. It was a very good and balanced lineup. And I love what I saw. Beautifully deserved 2-0.
That was only the first series of the day. We have 3 more coming up. It's Group B and Group D matches that we're going to be seeing here for Stream B for Games of the Future 2025. Live from Abu Dhabi, Renmar and Rockhart will be back after the break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
To call a team undefeated is usually reserved for those who maybe get through an entire season not dropping a single series. Well, for Aurora Gaming of Turkey, that also applies to not dropping a single game. They went perfect in MTC Season 6, and they are going to be fighting it out today against Mythic Seal from Myanmar. Welcome back to Games of the Future 2025. My name is Renmar, still here with Rockhard to cover the rest of the day, and we're going to be going on over to Group D against a very David and Goliath matchup, Rockhard.
Yeah, of all the matches that we will have today, it does feel like this is the biggest climb that some teams or any team will actually have to do. Maybe aside from like the ADNOC ID versus Homeboys matchup that we saw earlier. Man, Aurora Gaming, despite being coming from one of the, you could say, upcoming regions in the MLBB scene, feels like they're just so strong. You know, it's just so good. Again, it kind of boils down to the shared coaching staff that they actually do have, or not shared, mostly very good communication between the Philippine teams. Maybe it's that, and maybe it's just combined with just the raw talent that the players from Turkey have. Aurora Gaming, it just really feels like an unstoppable beast at this point.
Yeah, Mythic Seal are gonna really have to look at Aurora as a big boss here. It's Pagu, Sigiboom, Rosa, TNZ, and Lunar. For those who last saw Aurora Gaming maybe in MSC 2025 and you're wondering where is Apex 47, he usually fills the roam spot for Aurora. He is now listed as one of the coaches alongside Bad Gal Seth in that team. It's Pagu, the former roamer of S2G Esports, if you remember them from the M6 World Championship, now rejoining the Turkish Triggerman in TNZ in this squad. And yes, you heard me correctly. They went completely undefeated in games and series in the last season of MTC in the Turkey Championship. Meanwhile, for Mythic Seal, it's a different story. They are a team that started off this year great. They finally made it to a major international. But after a disappointing result in MSC, Ken already knew that that was going to be his last hurrah. He left the team, and Mythic Seal's picture has completely changed. Still some familiar names in Nico, Boye, Kun, but this time, I wonder if this is correct. Is Ruby DD, the Myanmar legend, actually going to be playing today?
That'll be interesting if it does. If Myanmar does field in Ruby DD, that might change everything. This is the confirmed lineup, like our producer mentioned. Wow, I'm gonna be honest, 100% surprised, because when I looked up the early Wikipedia, bro, he was a brand ambassador. He was listed as a brand ambassador, so I didn't expect him to be playing today. Literal legend in the halls of MOBB is gonna be coming into this game.
Yep, he's going to be fielding in for Juno in the gold spot, most likely, because he's the one not in this lineup. Usually it's Juno, and in the last season of MSL Season 2, that's the Myanmar Super League, he was the one fielded in that spot. King Flash took over from the spot left by Ken after he retired from competitive Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Ruby DD, are we going to see him play today? We most likely will. We will. I still can't believe it. That's why I'm going back and forth here with a thought. Ruby DD, if you may have forgotten, in the M5 World Championship, he was listed as one of the top 10 most iconic players in the M series ever. And he's the only guy so far in the history of the game that has one very iconic move named after him. An iconic Lunox combination. The Ruby DD combo, that is him.
That's literally known globally. Almost every single MLB player knows how powerful that move is, and that's the reason why I think that originated like literally half a decade ago, and even until now, it is still the talk of the town, and it'll be a treat, definitely, to see that happen here. So yeah, sorry if we're kind of we're kind of fixating on this one, but this is really the biggest news that we have for this game.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, no wonder, like both of us, I can't believe it. It'll be a treat to see Ruby DD back in action. Of course, they're going to need all his experience. He was part of the legendary Burmese Ghoul squad from the M2 World Championship that took eventual champions Bren Esports to their limit in 7 games. He's going to be playing today. Now on your screen, though, of course, we got to put some focus on Aurora. They had the season that Aurora PH wishes that they could have emulated with a championship win in the end. Aurora completely and utterly dominated with no backing out from the word. MTC Season 6 completely undefeated. And if their playstyle is quite similar to what Aurora PH showed in MPL Philippines Season 16, then no surprise as to why they dominated.
I mean, if you're a team like Aurora, it feels like the only way is up, right? And like I mentioned before, like the cooperation and the teamwork that has been going on inside the Aurora organization has only just elevated their performance. The last time they were in a major international tournament, like we mentioned, in MSC, I think they got to the point where they were like near the quarterfinals already. Mm-hmm. Am I right? Like it was really high up. They were considered the dark horse of that. Again, alongside the great names in all of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So there's only so much that Mythic Seal can do, maybe to counter that or to deal with that. But man, it feels like despite the changes in the Mythic Seal, it is still like a big David and Goliath matchup. I think we have to really stand by what we mentioned earlier. Unless there's a surprise that Mythic Seal has discovered during the pre-patch or like the advanced server testing that they had, which is, I think, exactly what Homeboys was doing earlier. Like, I feel like they were trying to bring out something spicy, something crazy that could maybe throw off Onyx Indonesia from the current metagame. It just feels like, it's still going to be an Aurora-sided match. So, yeah. Mythic Seal, please surprise us with something, because it feels like that's one of the only ways to actually net out a win against Aurora here.
Yeah, surprise if you could, but then one of the biggest reasons as to why the Aurora team from the Philippines was as feared and was as skilled as they were was because of just how great they are at punishing. Their stability and their foundation as a team, their DNA, how they play. Again, we link it a lot to the coach, master the basics. They have most definitely mastered the basics of the game. That if you mess up in any way that Aurora can punish you, the punish will be devastating. Not only because you'll lose bodies and you'll give away a lot of kills, you're going to be giving away objectives. Whether it's major objectives in the Lord and Turtle, or you're going to lose buffs, or you're going to lose creeps, or you're straight up just going to lose towers. That is the Aurora DNA. And let's see if that will be replicated here today at GOF up against a Mythic Seal. You have to accept this. If Mythic Seal win this, it will be one of the biggest upsets in MLBB esports history. As Turkey, Aurora, they are coming in here with a 7 series win streak, again completely undefeated in MTC. But that will also, again, show off one of the underlying qualities that has always thrived with teams from Myanmar. They can be so surprising that if you end up falling into their hands and playing the game that they want you to play, they are gonna find a way to take over and not let go.
That's true, especially on the laning phase. Like, that's one of the main strengths of the Myanmar region in general. Mm-hmm. It feels like they can just out micro you, despite I know macro feels like it's a bit of a generation away, or maybe like a few patches, or like it feels like most regions will be ahead in that. But in the micro, in the laning, usually Myanmar will definitely take you by surprise. So if there's like one way that they can win out, it's like consistently dominating every single lane. And I wonder if that's going to be possible here. Again, a lot of things are going to come into play here, like how prepared is Aurora to actually deal with the Myanmar aggression, that that like trademark Myanmar brawl style kind of gameplay, which I guess wouldn't be so trademarked, since that's definitely how Malaysia and Indonesia usually does play in their own their own regions. So, but yeah, it's basically very similar to how Myanmar is going to play here. So if you have no idea how a Myanmar team plays, looking at Indo teams, looking at Malaysian teams will actually kind of give you a very good idea.
Yeah, fantastic team fighting, great laning, as you mentioned. But if we're going to look at the laning, then let's look at what will be one of the biggest questions in this is how well will RubyDD be able to perform in the gold lane if he is going to be playing in the gold lane, because he's going to be going up against a very talented individual in Sigiboom, the gold laner of Aurora, who in the M6 World Championship, because of his performance with S2G, the surprises they pulled off, the plays he would make, would go on to be dubbed as the Turkish Trigger Man. Of course, shout out to the man from the Olympics that inspired that name. Sigiboom, ever since then, continues to impress in the tournaments that we get to see him internationally. And that will be a big question of whether or not RubyDD will be able to handle it. Because I think at this point, the experience can only amount to so much, right? Like, if you haven't played consistently in a while, if you haven't played in the top level in a while, no matter all the experience and the brains that you have the game, and I'm totally not doubting that RubyDD still has one of the biggest minds for the game in our sport, it's been a while since we play him. Since we got to see him play consistently in this level.
That's true. And in fairness, his signature hero from way back then is still pretty much making a resurface. Maybe it's perfect time for him to get in the gear, but yeah,
maybe.
I guess coming into question would be how much mastery he has over other heroes, right? Or how much mastery he has of the game in general. Because we have that saying, every single year that does pass kind of just really does take a toll. It's just science at this point. So I wonder how good he is going to be. How is he going to be able to keep up with the young guns? And if you're talking about young guns, there's so many young guns in Aurora Gaming. I think most of them are like below 25 years old, right? I don't know if I had got that correctly. Despite being years in the scene, a lot of them Aurora Gaming players are actually pretty young.
True. And another young man that was able to make an incredible name for himself in the M6 World Championship, and even most importantly so, MSC 2025, was Tienzi. One of the teams that, if I'm not mistaken, it was Aurora against ADNOC Philippines. Aurora was able to take that in the group stages then of the MSC 2025. And Tienzi really impressed with his individual play. Whether it's being able to hunt down for kills, whether it's able to pressure the map, or straight up just winning retribution battles, he's got that in the bag. So as we look away from the individual lanes and the players, then you now have to look at the inevitable analytical point in MLBB esports today, which is the row mid trio. So we all know Rosa, of course, one of the legendary players of Turkey, who over the years would also show off to be dependable with showing off fighter mid lanes. However, it's been a while since they've been able to do that, and with a pretty incredible pool of mid laners available in the metagame today, should be good. One pick we should look out for, though, that really made Rosa pop off in MSC was that Selena. What are the chances that Selena might show up here and end up in the hands of Rosa for the series?
Honestly, very high. We did see Selena make an appearance in, again, major tournaments previously, like the SEA Games. The win rate is not as good as you thought it would be, but in the hands of Rosa, it's been proven to be very efficient. Now, obviously, the meta has shifted a little bit since the last time we did see them in an international tournament, but I would not be surprised if the mastery actually increased. You know, you're given a lot more time to prepare, a lot more time to practice on the hero. So yeah, Rosa definitely one of the higher tier players on Aurora Gaming. The veteran status, the veteran mindset of that player is, I'm sure not many people will doubt it.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure time has only improved the synergy of that mid trio that we're talking about.
Yeah, again, especially since Pagu just came in for the team and really started fielding the main lineup for Aurora in MTC Season 6. For the longest time, it was Apex 47. The fact that they go undefeated with Pagu means that you really cannot question anymore whether or not there's a synergy deficit or whether or not this row mid trio is going to do good. It's still doing absolutely fantastic. So now we look at Mythic Seal, Boye, Nico, and King Flash. There is also a question there, and the difficult thing is for Mythic Seal, the question is a little bit more answerable, which is unfortunately not that great an answer. Again, after Ken left heading into the Myanmar Season League second season, noticeable dip in performance for Mythic Seal. They miss his veterancy. Ken has been the big brother and has been in part of the team since its inception almost 2.5 years ago. Now this team, it seems like they're rediscovering themselves with King Flash in, but then now they have another veteran presence in Ruby DD.
So yeah, I feel like that the contribution that Ruby DD will bring to this definitely will be on the veterancy. 100%, you have a lot more younger players on your lineup. That's already a given. It might be a struggle to stand out in this lineup specifically of Mythic Seal. But then again, not everyone has to be like super crazy on pressing the buttons, right? I think we saw that in like a podcast somewhere where shout out to Mr. Wolf, who's also casting. I think that was on his podcast, where sometimes you can just throw a guy onto an easy, relatively easier to use hero who relies more on decision making. Something like Faramis, the Estes, the Rafaela, and then just command the game from that position, from that seat. And sometimes you would also get wins out of that. Historically, some of the top tier teams have actually gotten wins out of that. And finally, we're on the draft for game number 1.
All right, welcome to the draft for this one. If we can get anything from maybe Aurora Philippines' performance earlier against Vamos, who, by the way, Aurora Philippines got to sweep Vamos earlier. Some of the picks that were shown off here that are quite unique to me are first EXP lane Khalid that was shown off. Oh wait, no, excuse me. Is it? No. Okay, no. They did whip out on Khalid. I'm gonna have to double check which lane that was. There's one shared pick for Aurora that you need to look out for, and I think that has to be the Guinevere. Guinevere was showed off by Aurora PH, earning him from the playstyle of Apex 47 in MSC 2025, and he's going to be very aggro. Then roamers such as the Cho, the Hilda, the Khalid look good for him.
Yeah, the Khalid is definitely a prime pick. I would not be surprised to see that Cho, honestly. But then again, that's why this game is such a treat for us to watch, right? We're not 100% sure how Aurora Turkey has evolved after that time. It's been like a few months already, right? So I would love to see how they've changed over the course of like the last 5 to 6 months. Did it improve? Did they become better? I'm pretty sure. But their playstyle, is it going to be going that way? Like, will we see Angela going over the Rosa in these games as well to compensate? I don't know. That's why this is so exciting. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's banned out.
Yeah. Juicin now gets taken out, so not going to be an option for Rosa. Frequently banned against Aurora and MTC. And now, though, the Eve might be open here for Aurora for the taking. If they're going to follow the same pattern as Aurora Philippines, an Eve CC makes sense as first 2 picks on the red side. If they're going to be following the overall Aurora pattern, then maybe a Granger might get slotted in, maybe a Harith, but we haven't seen Harith just yet. Not even in Stream A, if I'm not mistaken. So if the gold lane has really shifted to becoming very fighter focused because you want to play against YSS, who is still very much open here, then maybe it's time for us to consistently start seeing the Turkish Triggerman in Sigibum with a different hero. So we mentioned earlier the Hilda as a potential pick for Pagu. So not only is this a block against that pick, this allows Mythic Seal to play in the way that we were talking about earlier. Aggressive, take control. Plus, if ever that's YSS on the side of Aurora locked in here, alongside an Eve, then it might be pressured by the Hilda.
Yeah, the YSS is definitely gonna get pressured by the Hilda. That's why you want to. A lot of teams right now are actually picking the Hilda first. The Eve is also a big prio pick from the past few games, and if this goes Eve CC, definitely Renmar knows exactly how it's gonna happen.
Oh.
But wow, Kalea getting picked first by Aurora.
Yeah, still a really good combo. I think because they see the Hilda already, and it might. Even though there is still a very good chance this still might go into the EXP lane, Rome Hilda means that they lose Revitalize, they lose healing, and Kalea will win that matchup. So Mythic Seal, they're making the right call here if they decide to go for the Kimmy. An Eve would be okay too, but the difficult thing about the Eve is you already see the Kalea and the CC. They will easily be able to just get out of the box, and you're wasting it. I feel like the Kimmy's a little bit safer.
Yeah, the Kimmy feels like it's just the... There you go. That's the easy answer. So, Mythic Seal, they're playing with heroes that really want to go and press well.
Yep.
I don't know if I said that right. But yeah, in the Philippines, we'd say you just pindutan gaming. You just keep pressing stuff and, good things will happen if you press well. And that's what we're seeing right here. The Lunox on the other side, though. A little disappointed. I don't know why, but my heart was hoping.
Yeah, we're not gonna see it on Ruby DD. And as much as I want to think that it is really just because they see Ruby DD and they're going, wait, that's the guy, that's the Lunox player of all time. Let's just not. Let's just not. This is a high chance that this is really just one of the best picks for Rosa. Again, if they're going to be playing towards aggression, even though the Lunox might have some difficulty early on up against being able to lane against the Kimmy, the good thing is, as a Lunox, you can heal through the damage being dished out by the Kimmy early on, and then eventually you're just going to be having significantly more damage in burst compared to the opposing team.
Yeah, your burst is looking good. I guess you don't want to risk the Ruby, the Kimmy getting slotted suddenly in gold and then the Ruby is going mid. So stuff like that, right? Small things like that is really good. Aurora definitely thinking ahead here, not taking any chances. And speaking of not taking any chances, look at that Leomord preemptively getting banned out. I love that. I think they saw the game earlier and they saw the potential, I guess.
Yep.
Or maybe they know something we don't know.
Well, I mean, if we go back in history, that's also one of the pocket picks for Aurora, and even Turkish teams for the longest time. For TNZ specifically, he is a Leomord guy. So, well scouted out possibility there by Mythic Seal. And they take out a Yi Sunshin to boot. So, in terms of the remaining junglers, the Hayabusa, if they're still willing to, but then you see a Hilda. They're not scared though. They're still willing to go with the Hayabusa.
I was half hoping for like a Fanny, because I know Tianzi is so willing. That's what I love about Tianzi. He is so willing to play heroes like the Fanny, even in high pressure situations. Hayabusa very stable, but like you mentioned, a little bit of adjustment being done to that hero. I'm not sure if that's gonna affect it, but we'll probably see.
Okay. High loss now. Okay, that's going to bring the stability they need. So, good call here to not force the Hilda going to the roam. You need to match the little bit of healing provided by the Kalea with a Revitalize. They might go X-Borg Gold lane here. Or X-Borg Gold, Uranus EXP, then roam Hilda, it seems like. Okay, so they're not going to go for the high loss. This is a little bit more Myanmar Super League coded with what they're going for here. I really hope that's not a Mia pick. And there are some questions, but then the thing is, there's already a Lunox on the other side. I think, Aurora is just going to be looking for more damage, because to be fair, the Mythic Sea lineup is very tanky.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Granger makes an appearance here, because I feel like you're absolutely right. And that would make it such a, what do you call this? Such a classic lineup, you know? But no, it's if it was gold Lapu Lapu, I wouldn't be surprised as well. It adds that layer of tankiness that I think Aurora Gaming kind of really needs in this draft.
Yeah. Will it be gold Lapu or a gold CC? We're gonna see once we enter, or maybe once the shuffles are done. Seems like that's gonna be it. It is gonna be a gold CC and an EXP lane Lapu Lapu. Boye will be going Rome Hilda. Kun gets an EXP Uranus, and it is a gold lane X-Borg for Ruby DD. So it seems like the patch that just dropped effectively have taken or changed the metagame that we have been used to for quite some time in the gold lane, and now significantly more fighters are showing up, at least in this group.
Yeah, a lot more fighters. I guess the patch didn't really pivot these players away from just fighting using that double fighter lineup, and in this scenario it feels like there's just no team that had like a straight up advantage on the draft. So I like both teams' drafts so far. Let's see how well they're gonna fare.
This is game number 1, Mythic Seal versus Aurora Gaming. Let's see who's gonna get the better start here. No one's gonna be overly aggressive, just leashing for both of their junglers, except a slightly more mid-prio here for Pagu and Rosa. A little bit of a start for Nico in the purple buff with the Lancelot, just to give him a little bit more up to speed. You see the damage there that can be dealt by a Hilda now, but he also takes a lot from Aurora.
Yeah, it's not easy to actually harass the mid, especially if it's a Lunox. Just has so much sustain with the brilliance, as well as the light pulses. So yeah, not gonna be ideal to stay there as much as you can. I guess Boy is just there just to make sure that the Kimmy doesn't get run over.
Yeah. Okay. Seems like right now, though, for Mythic Seal and Aurora, they are just holding steady at the center of the map. No overly aggressive rotations. Of course, this is what you expect now from 2025, late 2025 MLBB. Just a lot of exchanging at the center of the map.
Yeah, and that's why the mid trios are just so powerful. Like, you always have to note, okay, how does this team's mid trio looking? Right now, it feels like Pagu is getting the short end of the stick here.
Okay, he's going to be able to flicker out just in time, though, from the damage brought out by King of Flash's damage as the Lancelot. Speaking of which, he is going to be getting to the turtle first, but it is quite some time. So, Aurora Gaming will have some time to get into position.
Alright, so getting into position I think will be very crucial. Again, that mid trio just sticking together like glue here for Aurora. Look at that. Man, beautiful dive in from Kun.
Yeah, zone out. They're very tanky. Aurora are getting just bodied out of this turtle pit, but here comes Lunar. Probably going to be the turnaround moment here for Aurora Gaming. They will take the dive and they will take the kill. Boya goes down. Who's going to get the turtle? And goes to TNZ. And just like that, Mythic Seal with all their bodies in positioning now get thrown back as the ultimate from Pagu brings back a member of Mythic Seal. But Aurora Gaming are having this team fight turned around on them. Kun with a double kill.
Yeah, that was huge. Again, this Uranus is making an impact a lot earlier than I thought it would. Just goes to show again the power of the Uranus, why it does get banned out in some games. So we're seeing the power here, and again the Lapu Lapu. It looks cute, right? Like, okay, go ahead, throw your bravest fighter, see what happens.
That might be happening a little bit more, but look at the damage from the shadow kill of TNZ. Takes down Nico just like that in the center. And an early kill there on that Kimmy is not that big of a problem, but if that starts ballooning, then Mythic Seal are going to start missing the Kimmy's presence for damage, considering that it will be, and it is, one of the main damage dealers of this lineup alongside that Lancelot. They cannot afford any more kills for this Kimmy, while TNZ and Aurora have done a good job of putting a lot of pressure in the center of the map.
Yeah, and that center of the map, again, if you have control of that, you usually have a good control of the momentum of the game. That's probably why they're just so focused on making sure that doesn't get away from their grasp. Oh, Tsunami Slam, just like that. Pagu forcing out utilities and forces the kill onto Boya. Another roamer kill, and that's the second death of the Kimmy, not the start that they wanted. A kill for Rosa in the center, and King of Flash gets blasted, forced to go back out of rotation, but Kenzie also took a lot of damage from that exchange. Aurora and Mythic Seal will back off. All right, so I mentioned micro is going to be the biggest factor here in this game. It feels like Mythic Seals is not really getting any major advantages on that regard. That is very interesting. All right, so we'll see later on if there's any changes. But for now, it does feel like Mythic Seal has, they're just going toe-to-toe. No advantages whatsoever. The goalie is also just 1K, less than 1K for Aurora Gaming. So let's see what's going to change here.
Okay, Kuhn. Not the spot you want to be in as a Uranus, but the good thing is you can just really heal up through that with your passive. 2 kills onto him. Here comes the entry. Tsunami Slam finds Boya. The roamer goes down way too quick. Does Mythic Seal have enough bodies to hold this position, to hold for a retribution for their jungler? King Flash still here, but look at the damage from Rosa. But King Flash in the end gets the turtle. The damage from the Lancelot. Kuhn finishes it off. Killing spree for this Uranus and Mythic Seal. What we were talking about, what you brought up about this team earlier, Rockhard. Their willingness and skill to fight the micro. They are showing it off.
Yeah, they're showing it off, man. I literally am standing corrected right here. I mean, wow. All right, Mythic Seal really caught up so much because of that. Huge advantage. Again, it's not like a wipeout or anything. It's like 1 kill and 1 objective. But it will make a night and day difference, especially later on.
Yeah. Imagine, though, I wonder if it's in the back of their head for Aurora, the pressure that their opening game for GOF. What if they lose this? Okay, wait, before we talk a little bit more about that, Kun wait takes way too much damage, but he just gets away just in time from the yo-yo blitz. And curtain call dished out on him by Aurora. So great escape there by the Uranus. As we were getting onto earlier, again, Aurora are going to this undefeated. What happens then to the mental? Are they even thinking about it? Teams usually say they're not affected by it. They don't count their streaks. But the fact that if they drop this game, their winning streak, their undefeated streak from MTC Season 6 suddenly is just gone, and they lose it to a team that didn't even qualify for the upcoming M7 World Championship.
I mean, it feels like they should be ready for that, right? Because, again, MTC is a completely different battlefield, I guess. If you think about it, the level of competition is maybe a little bit not what they're used to anymore after that very flawless run, like you mentioned. So, yeah, I wonder if they're mentally ready for that. But, again, it's not really quite over yet because, again, they are ahead by even just a small amount.
Yeah.
Although, it is a lineup that I feel like shouldn't be ahead. Look at that.
Still very close, but it's the tankiness the Mythic Seal brought out here gonna be enough. Ruby DD still a nuisance, takes a lot of skills just to bring him down even close to 50%. Mythic Steel still have good control. Boya with his own, Kun as well. Ruby DD just standing in front. He takes the brunt of the damage from Aurora. Lunar goes straight to the backing Flash. Wins the retry battle, and he will get that. Lunar takes down Ruby DD. That's one member of Mythic Seal down, and they are out of there real quick. Kienzi tries to go in, tries to find the shadow kill. He will, but will not be able to take Kun or anyone else down. Aurora continue the onslaught despite them losing the turtle. They have their eyes set on the tower in mid. They are happy with that, and they back off.
That is super good. Just when you thought, you know what, Mythic Seal are punching back, Aurora punches his back even harder. Although, again, for some reason, the gold is just getting equalized across the map. And you know and I know, that's actually one of the biggest things here. The gold and the level gap between our junglers, which is, honestly, that's Lancelot is ahead.
Alright. Mythic Seal now trying to just cover the ground that they might potentially lose if they are not careful. Aurora Gaming, though, very happy with what they've gotten. They do have the tower advantage. It'll go well for them. So Mythic Seal now, we're going to be looking towards maybe getting an advantage before the next Lord. If they play out a 50-50 for the next one, it might not go well for them. Best thing that they need to do is an advantage, because when it comes to the team fighting, Aurora will most likely win a 50-50 between these two because they just have a little bit more damage getting pumped out of them. Yes, the Uranus and the X-Board demand a lot of skills to be used, but even if one of them fall, that's already more than enough to make the Mythic Seal lineup crumble. So Mythic Seal are probably going to be looking for an advantage.
Yeah, and the advantage is, the question is, where are you going to get that advantage, right? I feel like the Hayabusa definitely is the biggest target, or the easiest target to chase, ironically, because you have the Hilda. Look at that. Chaduka already used up so early on, and Chenzi with a knockup. Boye actually is the one who's actually going to fall. Shut down with Kun, and it's a mega kill for the Uranus.
Perfect timing by Tianzi to use a shadow kill just in time to make sure he wouldn't eat the brunt of the damage coming out from the Hilda and the Lancelot. He survives, and just like that, they get punished. But Tianzi did eventually go down, so Mythic Sealer really trying to work the issue here because they know there's no opposing jungler to go up against. Seekaboo holding the perfect spot. He avoids the knockup of the Lord. The CC is there. The other members of Aurora as well. By the end of the day, it is Rosa who gets the last hit on the Lord as King Flash went down just in time for Aurora.
That was a miraculous take on that Lord, using the darkening of all skills. Rosa, man, oh man, coming in clutch, especially when Aurora needs it the most. And I think that will net them so much gold here. Kun and Boye up on front. There's a lot of tankiness, but I don't see a lot of firepower with the remaining members of Mythic Seal.
And again, firepower is the question. If Mythic Seal just had a little bit more, they would have been able to take down that Lord fast enough before King Flash eventually fell. But they just did not have the extra second they needed for King Flash to stay alive and be able to retribution the Lord away. Mythic Seal is holding, but Lunar already zoning. Aurora Gaming marching. Tienzi goes in with a shadow kill. Will it be enough to take down? Yes, it is! Nico, just like that, gets slashed and blasted by the Hayabusa of Tienzi.
You're talking about DPS. That's like the major source of DPS of Mythic Seal being removed just like that. Tienzi is such a treat to watch, honestly, on the Hayabusa right now.
Definitely. Still definitely got it since his star-making performances in the MSC 2025. Another Tsunami Slam there. Brilliance for the Lunox. Rosa still staying alive here. Mythic Seal just trying to stop Aurora from continuing their march forward and towards their base. Tienzi has another shadow kill up. He's going to commit it yet again. Ruby DD's armor gets popped. No kills that time for Tienzi, but Aurora Gaming have solidified their spot as being in the lead.
And all said and done, that's 7,000 for Aurora Gaming after just like a few minutes of exchanges. I like what I'm seeing for Aurora. This is exactly how I kind of expected them or pictured them playing in my head.
Yeah.
Coming into this Games of the Future, and they are delivering.
Again, they also knew that the Kimi needed to be taken out as much as possible, and he did. 4 deaths already for Nico. See, Ruby DD's last Insanity just got forced out there single-handedly by Lunar because of the high threat that the other members of Aurora were coming, and they were. The comeback here for Mythic Seal needs to be miraculous. It's pick-off for pick-off, capitalizing on mistakes, but again, this is an Aurora team. You see how Aurora PH play, you'll know how Aurora Gaming from Turkey would also want to play. And again, it's the punishment, it's the basics, the fundamentals. Way too good right now for Aurora.
That's true, isn't it? Like, there's a template that we're seeing. There's literally a DNA for Aurora, and honestly, it works well. It works so well for them. And it's a template that kind of just deals with a lot of the teams that are playing all around the world. They don't need to change up too much, and it works for them. So far, Mythic Seal looking for a way in. It does feel like a pick-off from Tienzi, on Tienzi rather, would be great, but he's the one doing the pick-off here.
Yeah, that's going to be Tienzi going to the back for Kun. Boya almost got taken out there. No more armor here for the X-Borg of Ruby DD as it was forced out single-handedly by Rosa. And just like that, Mythic Seal's hopes in contesting for this Lord have been dashed. And they will have to try as best as they can to hold off the eventual assault. But Aurora decided to reset. They still want to respect the chances that it might get stolen away. Or they're just dragging out a little bit more past 1340. But they're not rushing it. They didn't want to go for the Lord right away. Maybe it's a bait.
Yeah,
maybe it might work. Here comes the entry, the damage, the crowd control. But Nico miraculously gets the Lord. Tienzi or King Flash did not get the last hit.
That was like a moment of hesitation from Aurora. That was heavily punished by Mythic Seal. That was beautiful. But then again, at the cost of 2 members, I wonder how that's going to affect this next set of fights. 12 seconds for Boye.
They're trying their can Aurora to just stop this Lord, and they will, completely blasting it and not even letting it get outside of the base. So Mythic Seal might have gotten the Lord, but might just buy time. Tsunami Slam, they find the Lancelot. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution trying to get on out of there while dealing damage along the way. Looks like he will be able to get away. King Flash, but Kun takes a run of damage. The flicker forward by Rosa. And the Darkening with the Chaos Assault coming in from the Lunox takes down the Uranus.
Alright, so it's not like a game over scenario yet for Mythic Seal, but, you know, it could have been an opening. You're going to try to go and re-engage again. Non-stop team fighting seems to be the template here that we're seeing for both of these teams. Seem to be just banking on the kill gold to get a little bit of a lead, but it is Aurora Gaming. 9,000 on the board, and 2 inhibitors getting taken out for Mythic Seal.
Not over just yet, but the question still remains and it still stands. The damage, where's it going to come from? Where is Mythic Seal going to get that extra oomph that they need to finish things off?
It's definitely going to have to go from these items where definitely 4, on average, 5 completed items here for Aurora Gaming and 4 for Mythic Seal. They're basically an item behind on a man-to-man scenario. This is definitely a huge advantage for Aurora. Now, it's not always about the number of items you have. It's whether or not you can actually use it. I wonder if they can kind of just offset that by making a pick-off happen on TNZ, maybe on Rosa. Again, a bit of a high ask, but that's the best you can do. That's the best scenario that they can find those team fights on, and especially if Ruby DD's Firog armor is actually popped.
TNZ single-handedly was able to remove the armor of that X-board. Here comes Aurora's attempt at trying to take down the turret up top. Nico trying to potentially predict where the other members of Aurora would try to escape from or come from. Will not hit with the traction pulse. The difficult thing about the build path of the Kimi right now is that a lot of the damage that you're banking on comes through Skypiercer stacks. He has no stacks on the Skypiercer at all. His 3rd item, Blood Wings. 4th item, Wind of Nature, which makes a lot of sense. But it's still really lacking the damage that you're looking for from that Kimi. Majority of the damage is going to be coming from that Lancelot. Considering that there is a Lunox that you can chunk down, even the CC will take a fair amount of damage from that Lancelot. Still, it's way too much pressure onto one very specific hero to be able to deal the damage. Mythic Seal, at this point, still do not have enough.
Yeah, considering that Kimi is actually 0 and 4 as well. So, yeah, there might be a bit of a climb that we need to do if you're Mythic Seal. But you know what? Again, around the Lord, anything can happen. Sometimes the Lord just favors a specific team. I don't know why, but I think we saw that a few days ago. Oh, look at that. TNZ again, just so aggressive.
Yeah, Rosa already popped up the Darkening. Might be bad. He will have Brilliance available for him. Now switch on over to the light stacks. Nico might just spot out, but TNZ, but Boye was there. Stun at the right time, saving the Kimi. The Wind of Nature is still going to be active for that hero, but Aurora, again, still have the advantage. Mythic Seal cannot get close enough safely.
Yeah, there's just no way that you can kind of do that, especially with Rosa up on front, as well as knowing that Pagu is close by. So, yeah, they're trying to find an opening. Boye is trying to check these bushes. It's just a lot more difficult than you thought, especially with Rosa up on front. Look at Chenzi, the one on the side. Might make a pick-off happen. Again, the Lancelot also one of the more vulnerable points of this lineup.
Divine Glaive now just built up by Nico. Maybe that will just actually be enough. But Pagu decides to go in with the flicker and the slam, forces out the Purify. Aurora Gaming have lost a big utility and a big combo out of them, but it did force out a Purify from the Kimi. Could be or should be easier to take Nico down now, but what if they can't? Boy with a dominant size. Darkening for Rosa. Chaos Assault already utilized. He's now up to the life stacks for Brilliance. Ruby DD takes way too much damage, and King Flash gets spotted out by Sigi Boom and taken out single-handedly by that CC. Aurora have cracked the formation of Mythic Seal and potentially have already dashed their hopes of winning game number 1. Combo the burst. Way too much to handle. Aurora will take the game.
That was one of the most rubber bandy Lord fights I have ever seen, at least in the past few weeks. Man, it felt like Mythic Seal was just trying to... they were tugging at each other. These are two teams that are literally threading the needle of power on that Lord fight, which was eventually... it snapped so hard. The snapback was insane for Mythic Seal. And once they lost King Flash, that was it, right? There was just no way they were winning that game. It was either Aurora was going to get that Lord, or, again, like we saw, Aurora running down the mid. And that's exactly what you want to see. Effective it is on the team fight. It's Aurora Gaming who still won out on the macro and in the game.
Way too good, showing off why they dominated their region, and they continue that trend. It seems like Mythic Seal are going to have to do a lot going back to the drawing board to try and find a hole to capitalize on, a missing link somewhere, but Aurora just look way too solid. Despite Mythic Seal, I honestly liked how they tried to tackle this game. We got to see Kun get some kills as the Uranus, but the problem was they just could not have enough stopping power to stop TNZ, or even there in the end you saw their Sigiboom or Pagu to try and defend Nico.
So big props to Aurora, man. It was just a work of art. I love what I saw with TNZ, the unmatched aggression. I want to see more of this for Aurora Gaming, 100%.
And we definitely will, because that was only game number 1 of this best of 3 series in Group D. It's Aurora versus Mythic Seal. Game 2 will be back right after the break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
let's see if that was enough time for the Myanmar representatives in Mythic Seal to recalibrate and find a way of how they can just straight up solve the dominance showed off by the Turkish champions Aurora in the first game of this best of 3 series. Welcome back to Games of the Future 2025 here on Stream B. Still Rockhard and Renmark calling the action, and we've also had some time to think about it. Rockhard, what do you think Mythic Seal has to start with here to potentially break the domination that Aurora had on them in game number 1?
That's a bit of a tough question, brother. But yeah, it feels like Mythic Seal. I have to commend them though. They went toe to toe in certain spots in that last game. Yeah. They were going toe to toe, right? I mean, the team fighting was obviously very heavily reliant on the micro for Mythic Seal. It just so that Aurora feels like they controlled more of the map, right? And maybe Mythic Seal can try to do just that with a different set of heroes, maybe more heroes that can give them more vision. YSS priority might be good for them. So let's see if that's going to happen. We are on the draft here for game number 2.
The thing about the drafting earlier from Mythic Seal is that you mentioned the YSS could have been great for them. They decided to lean towards playing for the Lancelot instead. They went for that trade despite the Hayabusa still being open. I think I gotta agree with you at the point where if they could find a way to get more safer vision, might be a good place to start. But this draft is gonna look completely different as Mythic Seal is now on the red side and Aurora in the blue. In game number 1, Mythic Seal decided to priority the Hilda, Kimi, and Lancelot in the first phase. Funnily enough, besides the Hilda, Kimi and Lancelot might actually just be open here for Mythic Seal, because there's a good chance that if it's available for them, Aurora might just sweep and take the Yisun Shin without any hesitation.
Yeah, it works so well, especially since, like we mentioned, they are a team that loves to play on that macro. So having the Yisun Shin on their side, aside from Tianzi, obviously, right? Obviously just being so good on that hero, it feels like it's going to benefit them so much because of the vision, because of the shot calling that Rosa can do. Like, when Rosa says, I want to see where X player is, that can happen anytime, right? So, yeah, 100% Hilda will still probably be highly prioritized, like the Eve. So, let's see.
Yeah. You mentioned the Eve here. I wonder if Aurora are willing to first pick that. I still think they might want to lean towards the Yisun Shin and then just accept that maybe either the Eve or Kimi is going to end up with Mythic Seal, because it seems like that might be the best trade here in the mid lane. Jusin's still available, but we have not seen her yet across any of the streams, if I'm not mistaken. Aurora now has the power of the first choice, but this pick will dictate the trade. If it's not the YSS, maybe Lancelot if they want to.
Yeah, Lancelot still a high prio, or rather high value for most teams. This is very interesting, right? Because Aurora, I think they're trying to preempt the Lancelot or like the Hayabusa, because that's what the Kalei is really good against.
Yeah, those two assassins, the two mid laners on the field. Interestingly enough, this Kalei ended up becoming a very great first pickup. Instead of forcing the decision, they're allowing Mythic Seal to go for the choice. Mythic Seal do pick up the Yisun Shin, but they said, hey, let's pick up one of the best EXP laners that can single-handedly carry the team on its back as a dragon. That is the Yu Zhong locked in for Mythic Seal. So now that makes even a great answer for Mythic Seal, because now it's up to Aurora to decide, wait, are we willing to play the Kimi or the Eve into this Yu Zhong? Are we even willing to play the Farsa? They are.
Oh, okay. It's not often that you see a Yu Zhong and then your coach is like, hey, you want to play Farsa? That's not as common as you think it is, because usually Farsas just hate the Yu Zhong, man. Because the Farsa can easily get cancelled on the Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, 100%. And I think maybe they were a little bit more okay with picking it because they already did ban the Gatot Kacha. If it was a Gatot Kacha and Yu Zhong on the side of Mythic Seal, then a Farsa would have been straight up impossible to play. Or at least you're playing it, you're deciding to give yourself one of the most difficult paths to take in the game. So they said, okay, maybe it's just the Yu Zhong, so we'll be okay with that. Mythic Seal have a lot of options. Ooh, they're hovering a Lilia. If I'm not mistaken, this is a little bit more of a Nico-centered pick. Now we see a Lunox, and now the potential, the potential for us to see Ruby DD with the Lunox is there.
Sheesh. Okay. It's not final yet, guys. Don't get too excited. But yeah, it's been a while, and I'm sure everyone in the comment section is just roaring for this. So I would love to see it. But you're absolutely right. Mid lane Lunox is still the most likely scenario. I'm not sure if Mythic Seal are comfortable with flexing their own heroes in a different role, like going off role, or maybe swap roles. But yeah, it feels like what we talked about earlier is coming true as well. That YSS gonna be high prio, then you can make easier plays with like heroes like the Lunox.
So maybe they're accepting that they might be a little bit of a close range nature, so they take out the Ruby. Could have still been slotted in for Aurora and given the Yu Zhong and the Lunox entries difficulty. So it makes sense. Although, if I'm Aurora, I'm looking towards maybe getting a little bit more basic attack damage in there for the Yu Zhong, or filled in significantly more AoE, so that when he's out of the dragon form, there's a chance, like you have a crowd control window to burst him and lock him down before he can go crazy with the combo, with a tail, with the furious dive and everything.
So that tail, obviously, like so much Shaw essence it's gonna be dependent on like how well you can manage that Shaw essence as well, right? But yeah, in terms of like matchups, Lapu Lapu is still probably the highest you can go in terms of XP lane. But you're right. There's also like other options that can be quite available. The Badang ban really threw me off, honestly. Like, interesting, really.
I'm trying to remember if this is a boy-centered ban. Or maybe this is something that they experience a lot in MTC. Obviously for you and myself, like we did not get to see a lot of Badangs anymore in MPL Philippines Season 16, so it is a bit of a question mark. Let's see, maybe once we get into the last two picks, we'll get an idea of why that really was banned out. Now, the Roam and the potential mid-end gold are not seen yet because of that Lunox is a flex pickup. Good ban of the Grok. Would have been a really great access into the jungle. Now, though, I think Hylos has to be the pick here for Mythic Seal. You need something with Revitalize to match the healing of the Kalea.
Oh, I love that. You also just want a steamroller, right? You want a steamroller this lineup, especially if the Farce is gonna go Feathered Airstrike. Oh no, you're not Feathered Airstriking. Maybe you release a salvo. That's all you can be given. Although it is Rosa.
Esmeralda gets locked in, and I think that half confirms that Hylos will be the last pick later on for Mythic Seal. Esmeralda, though, in the gold lane, are they preempting something here? Were they preempting a Harith pick?
Or are they cooking with maybe mid lane Esme? I don't know, maybe, right? So definitely no marksman in this game except for Yi San Shin, weirdly enough. But yeah, like we mentioned, the Lapu Lapu gonna get shown up here. A spicy roam. Wait, what pick is that? Not okay, never mind. I thought they were gonna swap it out, but yes. Lapu Lapu gold and Uranus XP, I'm assuming.
It might be the other way around. Uranus gold is a little bit more frequent than Lapu gold. But again, that's the tough thing about these two, because you can also make a case, as you mentioned, for the Lapu Lapu gold as well.
Yeah, it's swappable.
Yeah. Actually, no matter where they go, that Esmeralda is happy. It's like, okay, we can just swap it out. Oh, no way.
Oh, hoy!
No way? No way?
Come on.
Yeah.
Stop playing with our hearts, bro.
Give us an Estes. I want to see how good the Estes is now with the changes to it. Mathilda actually would be more than decent.
That would be bonkers, true. But yeah, Hylos feels like it's just so good. It just helps everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone here needs move speed.
Yeah, exactly. I actually forgot about that thought too. The slow as well would be fantastic. Oh, but they lock in the Kaja. They want to go for a pickoff. That means that Lunox is going to be going to the mid. And it is a gold lane Yu Zhong. No swaps. And a gold lane Lapu Lapu, as you called it.
All right. So again, you can kind of just swap out, right? You're absolutely right. These teams, they can just swap out in between each other, and they will be fine. They should be fine. But yeah, I'm not sure 100% about this Kaja. It feels like not the best. Not the best in this lineup. But if you want to make pickoffs happen early on, Kaja's the way to go. It just feels like a Hylos would have been a lot better. Like, speed up a lineup that's almost all close range. I'm not sure, bro. But yeah, Aurora Gaming still feels like they got ahead in this one.
Let's see if they'll be able to end it out here on a sweep, or if Mythic Seal can force a game number 3. It will really have to depend a lot on the interactions with the mid trio, the roam, mid, and jungle of each team. Whether or not the pickoff from Mythic Seal or Aurora will be stronger. The damage, they both have it in spades. Should be an interesting interaction. The more I think about it, I think it might just lead towards a little bit more whoever gets to execute better, as cliche as it sounds. Ouch! Yo, Lunar, chill.
Oh man, I can hear, I can tell. That is just really, really good damage. And this Uranus might not have as fun of a time as most Uranuses do in our current patch, just because of this matchup.
Nah. No overly aggressive start for either. No clear lead, although Boy does have a bit of a... Oh, wait, no. Force out the flicker. That is the lead for Aurora now in the center of the map. There's a chance before the next turtle that they could bring Boy down even lower once he comes back from the base to heal up.
Okay, so Rosa obviously gonna try to slow down this Esmeralda as much as they can. So I'm not gonna be surprised if they just keep rotating from mid to bot to mid to bot. Maybe hunt down King Flash.
Yeah.
But so far, in terms of like scaling, King Flash is a little bit ahead of the curve, which you kind of expect with the Lancelot, you know, trying to catch up on the bottom side of the map. So this might be a fight on the mid. Let's see.
Ooh. King Flash brings Rosa down really low. Good start there for Mythic Seal actually for this turtle. That's a little bit of an advantage for them, but Boye still not able to hit level 3 just yet. He had to go recall back to base. Mythic Seal will start things off in the turtle. Lunar is here, but he's also taking a brunt of damage from the YSS and the Lunok. This seems like a really good scenario for Mythic Seal to take this turtle, but Nico gets blasted immediately by Rosa. TNZ gets the retribution in the turtle just when we thought it looked great for Mythic Seal. It looked even better for TNZ.
That's right. I mean, it was a good try for Mythic Seal. They tried to burst down Lunar ASAP, right? Like, they want to make sure that Lunar can't join the team fight. But in doing so, I feel like they threw away too much resources in trying to chase him down. But the rest of Aurora Gaming actually found an opening. And again, that veteran experience that you know and love from Aurora, one of the reasons why they just went on that undefeated streak. We're seeing it here, Renmar. You can really feel it.
For sure. Mythic Seal now, their jungle is starting to feel really small because that's an entry tsunami slam. King Flash picked off. And that will be early to mid-game, locked in already for Aurora. If Mythic Seal cannot find a mythical pickoff to turn the tides in their favor, Aurora are slowly taking over control in this game, only 3 minutes in.
Which is a lot faster than I thought they would, right? Like, this lineup, you kind of think, oh, you know what? We have to wait for our Uranus to kind of scale up, be more tanky. I don't think we can be aggressive against like a Yuzhong or an Esmeralda, but no, they're doing it. They're doing everything by the book. And honestly, Aurora are way a little bit ahead of the curve, especially on the top side. Again, it should be the Yuzhong doing the bullying, not the other way around.
Perfect rotation by Rosa. And just like that, Ruby DD caught at the wrong spot. He was overly focused on trying to dominate the lane. And eventually he'll be the one getting picked off by the Farsa and the Lapu Lapu together. Mythic Seal now have to accept that they will be waiting for the latter portions of the game to put up a great fight against Aurora, who will be taking control for the next 6 to 8 minutes.
I guess I don't want to blame Mythic Seal too much, especially Ruby DD, because who would have expected like an Aurora will go straight on a head, you know, face first into a into Yuzhong that early on. So I guess. Oh, wait a sec. Whoa, the last hit by Kun. Just when you thought you didn't need to retry, it also forced a bit of a purify there. But bro, what was that?
Yeah, and just like that, Ruby DD and King Flash worked together to pick off Lunar up top. So, just like that, actually, now Mythic Seal has changed the story of this game. Just when we thought it was all gloom and doom. Aurora is still getting towers, but Mythic Seal have brought this game a little bit more level towards them. And now there's a chance they might be able to stack these wins for an even bigger one if Aurora lose control. And if they get picked off like that yet again, what a steal by Kun!
Not bad at all. It's Mythic Seal playing the long game here. Apparently, they're trying to not be too. They're not as aggressive as Game 1, that's for sure, right? Despite having a Kaja, which I thought they'd be non-stop using, the moment you get the Divine Judgment, they're playing a lot more conservatively, Renmar.
No,
and I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Entry, Tsunami Slam, Kun, punished. A little bit of revenge from Aurora for him taking away their turtle. And just like that, Aurora have turned everything towards their favor yet again. Mythic Seal have yet to put a scratch on the towers. Aurora have already broken 2 and are slowly pressuring the jungle. King Flash forced to use the Traceless to get away from Pagu. TNZ's here, but he's not able to steal it away. King Flash still gets his purple buff. Aurora will not force anything in the center.
That's right. This Aurora being very conservative as well, considering their, what they have right now with the Uranus. Like, it's not in a very good spot. But if they're together like this, like as a trio like this, it does feel like they can kind of take out any single or 2 members of Mythic Seal. So that confidence. Oh!
Another pick off by Pagu, and Ruby DD gets eliminated. Boy, it goes down with him. And that could be another one, but the Brilliance saves the Lunox. Kun goes in with a Falling Star move to try and buy time. King Flash enters, but it might be too risky for him. He avoids some stuns, but Lunar flickers forward with the Ionic Edge, taking down the Yisun Shin.
Man, this Uranus can really, like, catch you by surprise, yeah? Sometimes you don't expect that much of damage to come through. But then again, flickers straight to your face and then just Ionic edges you like for the third time that you didn't notice. And items-wise, definitely Aurora Gaming looking a lot better this time around.
Once Yasuo stacks on you, that Uranus is not going to be afraid to commit the flicker to get the kill. As there is a high chance that the Uranus, time and time again, will be able to get out of there. Probably take some scratches along the way, but he should be fine. And Aurora are looking more than fine right now. Mythic Seal are just desperate, trying to find any angle that they could get a win through. Kun goes in with the Falling Star Moon, takes a lot of health out of Rosa, but Rosa is good. Aurora in control. Mythic Seal will have to try and dig deep to find an answer. Whether it's trading a Lord for more tower pushes, that might be their next best bet. They need some towers down if they want a bit more room.
Yeah, these towers are definitely going to help out in making sure that they have even more control, though. So, watch again, Nico, watch out. You kind of ate a few Ionic Edge hits there. And there you go, is tower number 2 on mid. Oh, just inhibs remaining.
King Flash gets blasted. Boya with the Divine Judgment with not enough damage. King Flash was spotted out by TNZ. Initial damage from the Lancelot. He was able to Traceless away, but Pagu went in with the flicker. The Tsunami Slam, the Tidal Strike, the full combo to close the gap. And it was perfect. Speaking of perfect, Aurora looking to continue their perfect streak as the next Lord March should mean victory for them, or at least a big devastating push to take down all of Mythic Seal's towers.
And that is a big influx of gold. Look at the gold for Aurora Gaming. And again, the amount of ground they cover is insane. Mythic Seal, they're really gonna have to dig deep here. You know, dig deep in the seal for something. I don't know what they're gonna find, but they need to use that Kaja, man. I haven't seen the Kaja be as stonks as I think, again, a Hylos would be. I'm not gonna stop saying that. It feels like the Hylos is so good. But yeah, they're gonna try to go for it. Maybe make something happen. Boya didn't even get in time to reach it. Luckily, Aurora actually backed off on the Lord before anything happened, so they didn't lose out too much because of that.
Yeah, just a reset. Even, look, when Aurora are deciding to commit these movements and rotations, are the perfect time where the minion waves don't look that healthy for Mythic Seal. As expected, they give up the Lord, so just so that they can get a tower down bottom. Kun needs to back off. At this point, you're not going to get anything anymore. If you give away this kill, that's going to be really bad for your team. Good thing he does get away. And now Mythic Seal have a little bit more of an opening. At the end, that was like the best thing that they can do. The only thing that they can do, actually.
All right, the only the openings that they have, again, kind of just rely so much on the Kaja that I'm not even finding anything else. Like a Falling Star Moon is kind of telegraphed, especially a Black Dragon form. It's hard to miss.
Yeah.
Item check. So, well, most core items seem to be locked in. Definitely looking good. Yeah, Queen's Wings even on that Yu Zhong. And here comes the Lord on mid.
Lord marching in, Boya could see. Oh, but they all get stunned up and knocked up by the tidal strike of Pagu. Perfect. Boya gets taken out. King Flash and the rest of Mythic Seal had to back off immediately. Boom with the damage. The Lord finally goes down here, but Aurora is still in control. They are juggling the tower to take down Kun, who is holding on, but eventually the Esmeralda falls. One tower left in base. There are 5 members of Aurora against Mythic Seal's 3. Will it be enough? Tendencies lead to the answer of no, but they are trying. The Yu Zhong Black Dragon form interrupts. There goes the Divine Judgment, but Lunar, that was the Uranus, who is way too tanky at this point to just get bursted down easily. Aurora are still here, looking to end it. Will they have the minions? They will not, and Aurora will slowly back away.
Okay, that looks good for Aurora. Just make sure that you don't get anyone picked off, which is, again, the strength of this lineup should be that you can pick off anyone, suppress one hero with Divine Judgment. Even a Lapu Lapu should be able to walk on out of that one. But again, how do you do that when Aurora are sticking together like glue, like 4-5 men usually? It's so hard to actually isolate the target, despite, again, one of them being a Lancelot.
Yeah, every engagement here, again, with a lineup so heavily centered around the mid trio, heavily centered around getting great Divine Judgments and it getting punished by the Lunox. I mean, if you look at it like layer to layer, if Yu Zhong the Kaja Lunox decides to go for a pull, right? I mean, the Falling Star Moon, the Black Dragon form, the entry with the Fierce Dive, and the Petrify from the Yu Zhong. In terms of that layering, it looks like they should have enough, right? But then that would have worked better if they were up against a lineup that had a marksman. They're up against a Lapu Lapu and Uranus who are more than happy to take that damage. Add to that, they have the Surge of Life healing from the Kalea. Again, it's such demanding execution that you need from this lineup of Mythic Seal that they couldn't even take their condition in the early to mid game.
Just speaking about it kind of just makes you exasperated, doesn't it? It kind of makes your brain tired. So I kind of get why you're going that route. So you're absolutely right. There's just a high ceiling for execution for the Mythic Seal lineup right now. And especially that your opponent is 10,000 gold ahead, by the way. And can kind of just eliminate you with one go just like that. But luckily, he had to Purify. And they will be giving over the Lord, at least for now. You're going to have to make some cross-map plays. If you can't execute and go for a pick-off, you're going to have to make it cross-map, right?
Yeah. They couldn't get a push at the bottom lane, of course, because of the tower advantage. No more base stars for Mythic Seal. So even if King Flash wanted to clear, he said, nah, I need to get out of here. He showed up in bot, only to be seen by the minions. Didn't even get time to deal a substantial amount of damage. Rockhart, is there a chance, or is this it?
This actually might be it. They have very limited wave clear if they're gonna get isolated. If they get divided into two, right? If this Mythic Seal gets divided into two, that might be game.
Let's see if it will be. Concealed Boy trying to find an angle, but it's once again Pagu with the title strike. Did not even come with the flicker. Boy is still alive. The stun coming in by Boom is perfect. He gets pulled back, but the Kaja falls. Boom goes down again. Another knockup by the title strike, and Aurora are locked in the base. It's another sweep for this day.
And that's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. If you're Aurora Gaming, you're very happy with that result. I think every single player in that lineup really played it to its maximum potential. So, Aurora Gaming, congratulations. Apex 47 right there. You see it on the jersey. Very happy with the team's performance. I don't think they need to nitpick on that too much. Man, Mythic Seal, though. Big opportunity lost with that one. I really feel like, again, this is like the nth time I'm going to saying this. Come on, Hylos, bro. With a lineup that wants to run down your opponents, pick a Hylos up. Because that Kaja was not Stonks. Like the opposite of Stonks. I don't know what the opposite of Stonks is. But whatever it is, that's it.
Yeah. They just really couldn't get the game plan that they wanted around it. That was 2 games in a row where Nico was just could not get any sort of momentum going whatsoever. His Kimmy was one of the main focuses in game number 1, just couldn't get it. Now this game number 2, couldn't get it.
Yeah. And again, that's Aurora Gaming. Yeah, we were honest. That was like a David and Goliath matchup. That was like a big mountain to climb. So I guess it's not a little surprising. Congratulations to Aurora Gaming.
We still have 2 more series today, but that is the first 2 done, both ending in dominant sweeps for the favorite teams. Let's see if that trend will continue when Games of the Future 2025 comes back after the break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. I'm Rockhart, and I've got Renmar Santa Cruz with me, and we are on to our third series here in Stream B. So hopefully all you guys are getting settled in, whatever part of the world you are. It's always nice to watch MLBB with snacks and friends, so y'all get ready. We're about to go into DFYG versus Influence Range.
Seems like the common trend for a lot of the games that we're seeing for this group is underdogs versus best in their region. Influence Rage, though, they do have some great experience under their belt. However, they've been solidified as the second best team in Latin America this year as they went back-to-back second place finishes in MPL Latam. While Yanfeng Yao Guai, for a considerable amount of time now, has been the best team from China.
Love how you were getting into that pronunciation game. I could not pronounce it that well, despite being half Chinese. So yes, it's long. Definitely the guy that you really are looking forward to watching in. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna pronounce it in pronunciation wise. I'm not gonna get it right. Obviously, he is like the big brother of the team, and a recent change to this lineup is, of course, the change on their explainer. Our very own KLVJ, I think, is starting to get fielded onto a different team. So one of the things I'm actually excited about in this team is how well are they going to play without KLVJ.
Yep, it's been some considerable time, though, since they shifted out KLVJ. Veldora, formerly of EVOS, now just goes by Vel, usually in the FYG, has been part of the team for a few months now. So considering that they were the champions of tournaments such as the China Masters, the China Professional Invitational, I think they pretty much answered it that it should be good, considering that there are now two Indonesians in the team. So it's him and Super Ken, EXP and Jungle, paired up with the three members of the team who are Chinese.
When was the last time Super Ken was in BTR? Was that like 3 months ago? Or...
Yeah, it's been a considerable amount of time since Super Ken was last seen playing. Yeah, he was already there in the MSC 2025 lineup, so it's been some time.
So yeah, definitely this lineup is a one to watch out for, honestly. Influence Rage, what was the specialty of Influence Rage, if I remember correctly from way back then? It's like literal influencers, right? This is a team of like literal influencers from the region.
Yep, they are very out there in the social media space, and they're very well known, all very popular. Of course, Paquito, Fury, Jotun, Chino, very familiar names. Syndrak as well. Syndra at one point played for the Bigatron Brazilian team when they competed here in the M5 World Championship.
Yeah. We can forget BTR, who again very famously expanded all the way to Brazil. Right? So fun stuff. And I'm just like in the previous matches, Renmar. Feels like this is a big David and Goliath match. If we're talking like pure experience, if we're talking like straight up power levels, FYG should be the team to beat here, right?
Yeah. Influence Rage really gonna have their work cut out for them. However, I think little by little, because of the consistent, heartbreaking results in international tournaments, Latin American teams, I feel like, have been hungrier even more so to prove to the rest of the world that they deserve that spotlight. They've had an MPL for the longest time. Not a lot of other regions, like even China, Turkey, EACA, they don't have usual like MPL branded leagues. MPL, it was once MPL Brazil, now it's MPL Latam. So for Influence Rage, hopefully they show up better here. We do have two very familiar faces here. Of course, Coach Blackjacks from Spain, actually, of Spanish descent, as their head coach. And Coach G, former coach of RSG Philippines, is the assistant coach / analyst as well for Influence Rage. So a lot of Filipino influence there. And hoping to see them put on a good showing against Dianfeng Yaoguai, because DFYG have just consistently, like, I feel like they've gotten better and better. However, if there's something that we have to look out for here, it's the DFYG tendency to be overly systematic. They are way too systematic to a fault, while Influence Rage, they're the complete opposite of that. There is a system, yes. However, Latin America has always shined with surprising, sudden individual plays, or two members of the team suddenly performing as if they are absolute just gods of the game. From out of nowhere, they'll commit plays that you wouldn't think anyone would commit, but then would do really well and execute really well.
Yeah, so on the draft, I feel like we're talking draft, but we should get started soon, right? We'll probably see similar to what we've been seeing earlier. If there's like a player or there's like a team that is gonna go and maybe experiment a little bit more. I don't want to say experiment, but try something, be more bolder. It does feel like Influence Rage is going to be the team to do it.
Yeah. However, we also have to acknowledge, for the majority of the lifespan of the top competitive scene in over in China, it's just recently where they really started introducing playing in the global servers, especially in the top end of their tournaments. I am trying to recall whether it was either the China Masters or the China Professional Invitational, where in the second half of the tournament near the end, there's stage 2 and the playoffs of China Masters. It was played in the global server. So I feel like it's the thing hanging over their heads about whether or not they can adapt to playing at the global server. I feel like once we head into M7, and I think here we're going to get a glimpse of that no longer being as much as a thing to really look into, because we know that they're going to be set. My question is if they're going to bring back an old favorite that they used to play a lot, considering that she just got buffed up. I think Freya might actually suddenly show up here for DFYG.
That's right. Freya, again, has made an appearance in our first series. Maybe have a Zetian in the in the mid. Just kidding. That's just something that you might want to play again. Just recently buffed, like you talked about. Stuff like that you might want to add into your lineup, and it might be a great signature hero for the FYG. Just saying.
Yep. I mean, when it first came out, Zetian really dominated the Chinese MLBB space. So maybe they might consider bringing it back if they're feeling it. Definitely, I'm going to be looking towards the performance of Long. That's my Chinese GOAT. Love the performance of Long, and has had some stellar play, especially with the signature Moskov and even Bruno. So he does very, very well. Now, I'm waiting to see here if whether or not we're actually gonna see some unique picks coming in, maybe from DFYG. If you're leaning towards Influence Rage actually showing up with the unique picks, for me, I'm leaning a little bit more towards DFYG. I feel like this is unique in the first picking a Grok, although I like it. I feel like the Grok priority has sort of fallen out. Yet I also really appreciate when it comes up, because there was a time when it would come out and then the opposing team struggles to go up against it because of how much control it would take in the center of the map.
In fairness, the Grok first pick is very rare, at least in this whole GOF for now. Which surprised me, because we've talked about in the first series, we thought, oh, you know what, Grok is going to be such a powerful first pick. But it really wasn't as contested as I thought it would be, which is interesting. Now it's going to face off against the Selena, or the Selena is going into it, which is very interesting. Not a lot of people will do that.
Yeah, we started seeing it a little bit more, because then teams realized that, okay, just the value of having the abyssal traps on the floor just to get a really good read of where the Grok and his teammates could be is just worth way more any potential risk that might bring you going in with your combo and then just getting punished by the Grok. Like, the Selena might, in most cases, just generally too fast to really get interrupted by the Grok for the entry. So you really want to lean into putting the traps down so you get vision, which we did get to see a good amount of in the Southeast Asian games. So with the Lancelot now, Super Ken will get a comfort. Of course, one of the two Indonesian players they have in the squad, and I am really heavily leaning towards just him locking in Assassins all series long. While I like this, that we finally get to see Juicin in action. Again, the change to her is that, to repeat, again, it is a new patch. After she gets to fully mark someone and lift them up, put them up in the air, once you slam them down, you cannot put any new marks after 4 seconds. However, to balance that out, they did increase her damage during that time, which after the Juicin game I got to play earlier, definitely felt it.
I gotta say, yes, exactly. That's a long time to not be able to do crowd control as a Zushin, where before you could just like slam someone up or slam someone, then build up those stacks immediately. This is actually a massive change to Zushin. So I'm not really 100% sure if the FYG has already taken that into consideration. Probably, right? Probably you did. But playing Zushin now is definitely going to be way different. It's going to feel so much different.
Yeah, you really have to accept you're not going to be able to crowd control people as much, but you will hurt them more with the increased damage, and which is definitely felt. So Influence Rage will take out the Arlot. Great against, though, with Final Slash, some people might think might be too difficult to land on mobile heroes such as Selena and Hayabusa. You're also looking at it as a great initiation, wherein you see the Selena, see the Hayabusa, and the CC. Final Slash would just be really good to get any one of them or start things off. Plus, combined with the Flicker, is a terrific surprise start, and it's just a menace in the lane. Gatakachi getting removed, and I actually like the decisions here for Dianfang Yaguai to take out some of the best roamers that Influence Rage could go for. They take away 2 strong healing or revitalized roamers. Would not be too surprised if they actually double down on that thought and decide to ban out the high loss. But they also could have just banned out the Gatakacha because it's just a great combo with the Selena and especially the CC.
Yeah, 100%. It's like a classic, right? That's like the classic combo.
Yeah.
Gatakacha plus CC. Lock in 2 people, they will not be able to exit, and then the Selena can just do whatever they want. So yeah, beautiful drafting here so far for Yanfeng Yao Guai. I would say that you want to ban another solid XP laner, because this CC might actually just go gold here. Gives you the option of a Lapu Lapu as well.
Yeah, that is a very strong possibility. So they decided to take out Lapu. Oh, they also take out a Cho. So that could have gone gold. That also is just a great roam pickup. Yep. And very safe. Could be. It's one of the favored picks, if not the favored pick of their roamer Paquito. So it's a respect ban in itself. Now that since they didn't take out the Lapu Lapu that you mentioned, they can pick it up. They can also decide to pick up the Uranus, any of those flex options. But they go for the glue instead, and they will put the CC in the gold, and the glue is going to be an EXP. Right now, Jianfeng Yaguai does not have the right damage to deal with this glue. They're going to need to lock in something like a carry, which should be okay now considering they reduced the vengeance damage reflected by the battle spell. So even if the CC jumps you, you should be okay.
Yeah, it's like 35 to 25%. Pretty big, if you think about it. So the glue might actually just stick to Flicker here, right? But no, not the carry, but they will go with the marksman, it seems. Let's see. Reynes is pretty good. Not so sure about the Brody. Because if you look at the line...
Alright.
Yeah, there you go. Might be better for a bit more range. This whole lineup of Influence Rage feels like it just wants to take down one target at a time, right? You go with the stick, you get stuns, you go for the shadow kill. That's pure pick off on one target.
Okay, so we saw eye to eye with DFYG about going for more basic attack. I wanted the carry because at least you get to deal true damage, burst damage, something that you need to deal with the glue. But then they decided to go for the Moskov, which is the specialty of Long, and has shown off heroics with this hero. This is his longtime favorite. It's Moskov and Bruno that he's had some of the best plays shown up in China. So I understand why they decide to go for this instead of the carry, just through sheer understanding of the hero alone. And as you predicted, the Lapu... Wait, what? No.
What?
Where?
Whoa.
Is this a... No. Okay. That makes more sense. I was wondering, are they actually going to put this glue in Rome? Kind of iffy. I've seen it, but it is still very iffy to me. But this is a much better choice.
So either way, is the glue going Rome? It is, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
It is going Rome regardless. What?
Yeah, it is a Rome glue.
Influence Rage has a different way of approaching this game. Not a lot of teams will put glue on Rome. What the disadvantage obviously is it's going to be squishier because it's going to get less farm, but you get, I guess, more utility on the hero.
Yeah, I think now would be the best time to actually pick up a Rome glue considering they just changed Juicin. If this was the old Juicin and then they decided to still go for the Rome glue, I'd be so worried for them.
Good point.
That's not gonna be fun for you. You're not gonna handle the mid lane at all. But considering now you have a window to get away from the Juicin, you will still eat damage though. But you won't be lifted up into the air as you could have been if it was the old Juicin before the patch today.
Yeah, that's insane. That's actually a good way to think about it. This glue might not have to worry about too much about that non-stop aggression from the Lantern Flare, right? So you're right. This could be a good pick. Again, can kind of just sustain against players like heroes like the Lancelot, more sustained, right? And you can kind of make the Lancelot's life a living hell if you get in the right position. It might be the game plan. They might just send the glue out to just harass the Lancelot non-stop. Just chase him all over the jungle.
Yeah. I also realized why they decided to put the glue as well into the into the Rome instead. Because I just remembered it's not a fun time to be a glue when you're up against a Uranus. In the lane, like glue XP just gets bodied by the Uranus because glue needs to do like a little bit more extra steps to be able to deal damage. Uranus just stands on top of him. Well, glue still has to like manage the little gluelet he puts on the ground, walking over that, or things like that. So could be tough. However, yeah, because of the changes, should be good. I'm still very iffy about a Rome glue though.
Yeah.
Because I've been seeing it a lot more, don't get me wrong. And there have been times where I've seen it in my ranked games and it worked tremendously. Maybe it's just because I'm not used to seeing it in this level of competition that my head is asking more questions or is more skeptical about it than I'd want to be. Because as much as I'd want to find good things, right now I'm just a little bit more, really?
You're absolutely right. I'm also, there's just so many unanswered facets of this glue. on Rome, I'm also thinking, you know what? Is there like a possibility? I didn't see the swaps right away. I kind of forgot the swaps. Is there a possibility that in order to catch up, the glue might just stick mid and give the Rome boots to Selena? I didn't see the full swap, but I'm thinking if that's possible. I don't know, because a farmless glue or a Rome glue feels like it's so thin. It's like paper thin. So
Yeah.
you know, an option.
I mean,
might be an option.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see it in practice once we're in.
But it is Paquito. Okay. And
All right.
yeah.
The Selena for Syndrak, though, I mean, it is a comfort, and you might be right. I think they actually put the Rome boots on the Selena because Paquito is experienced ahead of Syndrak.
I would love to see the boots or the items just to confirm that. That's huge, right? Can we see that on the item check? I don't know. But yeah, you're right. He just hit level 2. And this is exactly the trend we're seeing with Rome. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I guess they're trying to build a tanky glue from mid, non-stop clear, and then just get into action like what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, great catch there. That they were actually able to just move the Rome boots onto the Selena instead. Or maybe they're juggling it around. We'll get to see once the items are up later on, but it seems like for the initial trade, they were able to give a little bit more EXP for that glue, unless maybe they both just didn't pack up Rome boots just yet, but then that doesn't really explain why the Selena was in the lead. No, okay, so I think they just managed it well enough so that the initial bits of EXP would actually go into the glue and then the Selena, and then now it just balances out. So they're both level 3. All right, okay. I like their approach, that they wanted to get a little bit more onto the glue beforehand. That way it's not going to be as difficult to catch up in terms of the farm, and great control in the center.
Ooh, look at that. ZZZ has to run out. Syndrak, though, is in trouble. That's first blood going over to Super Ken. All Super Ken was doing was waiting for that level 4, and he just really wanted to use that attack into the Selena. Very spicy or very crunchy target for a Lancelot. So now, it's going to be a bit more tampering that they're going to have to do. Jotun, though, with a great steal onto that turtle, is now going to get away with an objective under his belt. Great comeback here from Influence Rage.
Yeah, really tough there that Dianfang Yaoguai just didn't have enough damage to rush the take of that turtle. Supercan eventually got pressured there by Chino, who decided to lock him in with a curtain call. Even though we got to see Paquito doing a great job of stopping E1, it was way too much pressure on the Lancelot, and they were not able to cover all the bases, and eventually Supercan just got taken down.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a better team fight here coming in from Influence Rage. Surprisingly, right? Like, how well are they managing this? Most of it is definitely coming off of the arrows of Syndrak here.
Yeah.
Sure. And again, good usage of the Shadow Kill.
Yeah. I think it doesn't seem like DFYG is also completely ready there for the threat of this glue. And I like how Paquito didn't hesitate at all to use the ultimate. Grab right away onto the Grok. And Zed was just caught. And it seems like that seems to be the trend. It's just complete lockdown on the Grok.
Yeah, they're not letting the Grok breathe at all. So Zed gonna go down. Yoon was not able to actually dodge out of the Abyssal Arrow. My goodness. Man, things are starting to fall apart really quickly here for DFYG.
Yeah, I think we're really starting to see now the brilliance of putting the glue and Selena together in the center. Non-stop control. And it's stopping the Grok in every step of the way. Getting spotted, getting grabbed, getting arrowed. And when the Grok struggles, when the Rome struggles, the Juicin will struggle. Yi1 will have a hard time.
I mean, it's already struggling, right? With the difficulty of picking people up with the Lantern Flare, so additional layer after layer. So DFYG said, you know what, let's speed it up a little bit. Let's go ahead and get this turtle as fast as possible before the Lancelot can arrive, and he will get the turtle here, but to the detriment here of Yon. He's gonna get taken out. Vale just has enough regen from the passive to regen off of harm's way. That's a kill being given over. DFYG, they're starting to slowly creep back up.
Wow. CC, Glue, Selena together. Almost a steal there by Fury, but Super Ken still gets his purple buff. Everything just sets up perfectly for the Hayabusa. The threat of the burst, the Abyssal Arrow, the Curtain Call, and the full-on Yo-Yo Blitz coming in from the CC. Shadow Kill. DFYG's lineup right now is just out-controlled and out-damaged by Influence Rage across the board.
Yeah, 100%. So we're really seeing the perks of having the glue on Roam here.
Yeah.
Again, the Grok does have ways to deal with it. Despite, you know, bit of a change on the Grok, by the way. You guys did read the patch notes. He's no longer crowd control immune. It's just during the tech charge, right? So, not like before when you're charging up your crowd control immune. So that's major, I guess.
Yes, really major. I think that's one of the things catching Zed off guard. So when he decides to use his skill without the control immunity anymore, it's actually just easier for the glue to lock in. And maybe that's what they were thinking about. The moment Influence Rage saw the Grok, they realized, wait, we could just play it this way. Let's just, you know, stop the Mighty Swing, like getting charged up.
Yeah, I think the change there was specifically the Mighty Swing can't be interrupted, but Grok is not crowd controlling him anymore. So that's the change.
Yeah.
And it is major. It really is catching Zed off guard in some of these scenarios where normally you wouldn't mind crowd control. You can catch these arrows nonstop. But you know what? Syndrak knows that's not a thing anymore.
Zed, so much difficulty here for him to zone. However, Paquito taking a lot more damage here. The glue needs to be careful, but the good thing is once you go split, you are fine. Spread. The FYG, they still have a really good shot at actually being able to contest this healthily, considering that they have the Moskov pushing down bot. They can turn it around with a great entry with the Spear of Destruction, although there's a grab.
Oh, big grab here coming in from the glue. Paquito, although there is just literally no follow-up, he is trying to zone up 3 members here. DFYG, Super Ken close by, make that 4. Might be a bit of a race against time for Jotun, but he will still be able to get that turtle. It will not be a trigger on the Spear of Destruction, at least for now. Looks like it's a big pivot into the mid lane here for DFYG. Has some decent damage, but despite the nerf on the Rhapsody, looks like the Granger is going to be able to clear out that wave and stop the push on mid.
I think little by little we're starting to see even more the overly systematic nature of DFYG here. You see Influence Rage members splitting away even more. Of course, it's the benefit that you get when you have a Hayabusa in your team. If it looks like you're already good with the team fight, just make him go away with the Shadow, split push a side lane, apply more pressure there. CC's mobile as well, even though with the changes of her, she runs out of the stacks of her passive significantly faster. They don't stay. Still, you can rotate around the map much quicker as a CC. So Influence Rage is just making the most out of everything that they have and the things that are lacking on the lineup of DFYG. Though this is still very close and there's a chance that you're just waiting for that one big team fight to turn towards DFYG's way. That's something you always have to wait for when you are playing with a Moskov on your squad. But Super Ken needs to start winning some retro battles as well up against Jotun. The one they were able to win, the turtle they were able to win was just a free one for them. But even in the center, he's getting threatened right now by everything Influence Rage has.
Yeah. Speaking of threat, Jotun, of course, will be threatened here. And I love what you said. You know what? Waiting is absolutely what they need to do. But while they're waiting, they also could just get randomly hit by an arrow. So, wait a second. It's Vale on the back line. I think he got a hold of Fury here for a while. Well, look at that. Crimson Beacon already used up by Yon. And the Super Ken, pretty easy pick off there for Fury. Just has nowhere to go but out. And now it's going to be the chase on the Chino here. So at least losing one, that seems like the best case scenario already for Influence Rage. They're getting punished pretty hard. Except there is a split push on the bottom being done by Jotun. While all of this is happening, look at the mid lane. Just non-stop aggression here coming in from Dianfang Yao Guai. Mid lane turret will go down.
But you hear the threat again. Influence Rangers covering way too much ground through their Hayabusa. Jotun's playing the map incredibly well. See there now the effect, the shadow significantly shorter range. Seems like Jotun might actually be stuck. He's already used all his shadows.
Oh boy, that's a lot of shadows already used up. Shadow kill as well. Nice try from Zed to try to catch him, maybe with the tech charge, but no one was home. And here comes that Spear of Destruction, getting ready to get popped any moment. But again, that's just going to be the split push threat removed here from Influence Rage. They know the fight they're getting into. There's no Moskov nearby, but somehow they just don't take the fights that they should. The survivability of that Zushin is still very much apparent despite the nerfs.
Yeah, similar as well to Syndrak. So able to eat a full combo from Super Ken, and Super Ken did not do as much damage as I thought he would. So still trying to catch up with the items. Although still, again, very close game. Yanfang Yaguai also has been already able to take down 2 turrets. They got the first turret down in mid. But again, that fact that there's 2 turrets down in one of their side lanes is going to be problematic for them. Because Influence Rage is defending their center very well.
Yeah.
Oh!
Woo! Paquito getting picked up here by Yon. Look at the backline as well. There's some multiple fights going on in this one, although they are still pretty much healthy. Got 5 members of Yanfang Yaoguai going on a chase. Jotun very low. Might want to make a run for the hills. Get some shade into the grass. And that actually will just fizzle out into just Paquito going down. Everyone just still wants to go for this Lord.
Yeah. Good contention angle here. DFYG might actually be able to take this. Seems like Influence Rage is a little bit more at risk here. Again, the threat of the Moskov. That top lane needs to be answered by the Hayabusa. I think they need to pull the trigger on the fight here. At least force something while the Hayabusa's up top. But they're playing a little bit too careful for my taste.
I think they already have that info, right? They should have that info. Trying to go for it still. The blitz is going on, but the team fight is actually being initiated by Yanfang Yaoguai. Feels like a trap here. Fury on the side, Syndrak as well, trying to burst as much artillery as they can. But look at that. The damage is real coming in from Jotun. He really split that up with the shadow kill. Here comes the hero play of Long. He's doing as much as he can, but I think he ran out of steam just at the very end. Able to dodge out. Look at Super Kendo. Great intro from the back. And now they are the one who are doing the hunting. Super Ken with a kill on Syndrak. That's a double for the Lancelot.
Long and Super Ken keeping the sequence alive for DFYG. I thought Long would get taken down. Good thing he was able to sidestep the Abyssal Arrow, and good thing Super Ken was able to rejoin the sequence, finishing off the kill, being able to take down Fury. Long is now deathless. He is stacked on items, and Fury's catching up. There's a 1.2k gold lead in favor of the Moskov, who now has the Wind of Nature.
Oh, you got to commend how well Long is actually doing this. You know what? Your initial analysis of this was right. Long really is becoming the hero of this lineup. Obviously flanked by Yon. Zed doing the play they need, and they're picking off the essential people here. Yon being handled by Bell as well. Nearly missing out on the SOD. So we've got a pretty easy Lord going over the Yanfang Yaoguai. Now they are on the run. Influence Rage are just reeling from the hits non-stop coming in from DFYG.
That's why they go for this Moskov. You don't need the carry. Just get Long on his Moskov and he's going to show up. 2-0 and 3. And of course, Yanfang Yaoguai covering really good ground, controlling the river. I like this 2-2-1 split that they go on. Long will be able to get the tower down bottom. If ever they need a little bit more help for the Lord up top, they can go there. If ever Influence Rage aren't careful in mid, they might lose their tower there as well. Good map control by DFYG. Although Influence Rage, they do have a comeback potential because they still have the raw damage that they can pump. Even though Fury is not completely caught up in the items, they still have the CC, Selena, and the Hayabusa together. So DFYG need to watch out for any turnaround play, because if they get caught by that CC, there's going to be trouble.
Yeah, big trouble for sure. Look at Paquito getting thrown around there. I think the value of the glue just going down further and further the longer this game is progressing. Look at Bell just absorbing all these hits. He's on the verge of death, but that is a Uranus, so I'm not going to be too convinced. And that just might be the trap that you're looking for. Look at Paquito getting trapped here. Again, just falling for it. Non-stop damage coming from the backline. Super Ken as well, just making work happen. Jotun going down. That's 3v5 with some minion waves in the bottom and the mid part of the map. And now that Base is within range, and Long on a mega kill. My goodness, the domination, you can feel it. Janfeng Yao Guai takes game number 1.
They just needed the time and they got it. They played the patient game, influence rage, set the tempo, but DFYG matched it and exceeded it. And what a sweet play as well there in the end by Zed to eventually land the massive tectonic charge with a flicker to really seal the deal. Fantastic win there for DFYG. Long showing up with his Moskov, the heroics, Super Ken covering him. And, though eventually, and even though Zed and U1 struggled, eventually once they had the control, now you see the threat coming in from the duo in the center of the map. Though it was an uphill battle, Influence Rage definitely made DFYG work for it, but I think things really started to go wrong when they lost the tower in the mid, though they were getting significant progress on the side lanes. Losing the mid lane tower just gave a little bit more room for DFYG to work with, to find some interesting angles, and that made Influence Rage think twice about the angle through the mid lane. You could see it sometimes in their positioning, and DFYG capitalized.
Yeah, and the capitalization is when they did it, actually, is the biggest impact as well. They knew they couldn't face off against Influence Rage when this glue was going crazy. So overall, it just felt the right move to try to wait and play it out. In the end, they won.
Yeah, interested to see how Influence Rage will answer. I like their ideas with the drafts. Though we were skeptical in the beginning, we saw the strength of the Selena, Glue, and the CC, plus the Hayabusa all in the early to the mid game. They were able to shine. They were able to pop off in that way. However, they just couldn't get significant progress enough onto Fury's Granger. Long was way too comfortable. They definitely could have pressured him a little bit more. But yeah, terrific.
That was terrific. Look at that. Super Ken 7-1 in a game that has a glue. That's no joke. It's not that easy to get away, especially when there are a lot of stuns, so much crowd control on the side of Influence Rage. So he's actually our sleeper player here for this game. I mean, as much as our focus is going to be on Long for a majority of that, he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, Super Ken did start capping off the kills. Long set up for the team. Eventually, he was able to... Yeah, it was actually really difficult for him to win Retribution battles because of everything that Influence Rage had up their sleeve. But I think he really kept the tempo alive for DFYG and was a great win.
Yeah, great win. And of course, that was only game number 1. We've got more in store for you guys in Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi. Srenmar and Rodcart still at you here in Group B. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 2.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
That was a long break. We are back here for game number 2. Very highly anticipated here for Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi 2025. Brockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz is here with me. And we're really itching to find out what's going to happen here in game number 2, because that last one did not go as expected, despite a very good start for Influence Rage.
Yeah, they eventually just ran out of time. They weren't able to stop the Moskov enough. They lost their tower in the mid first, despite them getting a lot of wins. I think eventually the very systematic nature of the FYG went towards their favor, because that's how we all eventually just end up in the mid to the late game. And then once they hit their power spike, and they even expedited the process of Long being able to get his items, being able to get his gold up, lots of double laning all across the map, leaving him to manage quickly, just farm, back to join the fight, farm over and over again. It meant that Influence Rage lost the window that they needed. Even though they had the Granger with them, the problem was they just couldn't get enough farm fast enough for the Granger. So I like, again, how we got to see the best of both teams. In the beginning, we got to see the very micro-focused, scrappy nature of Influence Rage shine. You mentioned heading into the draft that they are most likely the team to show up a unique strategy here, and they did. They brought out the glue in the roam, paired it up with Selena, Cici, Hayabusa, Granger, and it worked out until eventually the lineup that we're a little bit more used to seeing. Finally, we get to see a win for a marksman today in this stream. Feels like it's just been fighters all day long. So good on Long and good for DFYG.
Yeah, that's what I like about DFYG as well. Like, they don't mind. You know, everyone's so into this trend. Go double fighter. Nah, we know how to play. We have a gameplay that we know how to do, execute, implement, and we're gonna stick with that. So, going to the draft for game number 2, still pretty much the same. I'm expecting a very classic lineup. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, DFYG knows how to play. I'm pretty sure, right? I'm pretty sure DFYG knows how to play those double fighters. But yeah, using that Long. And using that Long, of course, obviously for the super hyper carry style of gold laner, It is a real treat to watch.
Yeah, I think now for Influence Rage on the blue side, I wouldn't mind if they decide to go commit on the Grok right away, or maybe even surprise and get a Yuzhong first. If they want to take away some of the best heroes that DFYG want to go for, maybe take out the YSS, even though you'll still have to worry about the Lance or Hayabusa on the side of DFYG. If you're willing to give the YSS, and definitely you want the heroes that can easily access the backline gone, because DFYG really, the tendency in the region is to play front to back in the team fighting, and Alice, Yuzhong, Grok are some of the best and most contested picks in that region because of how well they can just easily break formations and then immediately access the backlines. I want to see Influence Rage go for either Grok or Yuzhong as their first pick, but it will be understandable if they just go for the usual first priorities in the jungle, like the Hayabusa, YSS, and Lancelot.
Actually, Lancelot was super key earlier. I mean, no pun intended, it was super Ken, but it feels so good, right? It just feels so smooth. And very few junglers can actually keep up with Lancelot right now. Maybe save for like a Yi Sun Shin. Some players have really tried to use the Hayabusa to catch ups, but most of the time, more often than not, Lancelot will be a great first pick priority. And let's see if that's going to be on the docket here for Influence Rage. Selena feels like it was a little bit hit or miss earlier. Not sure if I was reading that correctly, but yeah, looks like they're going to go the Zushin way here this time around.
Yeah, still really good too. One of the best heroes to deal with front-to-back compositions anyways. So if they're not going to go the roam route, then the Juice is the safe bet here. I think the FIG would want to. Okay, there you go, Lancelot. Already locked in for Super Ken. They don't necessarily need to go Hayabusa for their jungle. Influence Rage. Ooh, okay, I actually like the Lapu Lapu deciding to get locked in significantly earlier. They get a power pick right away in the EXP. That was floated by Rage earlier, though they didn't lock it in. But I think you still have to worry about the CC somewhere here.
And maybe the Esmeralda. Obviously, Lapu Lapu can't just go ham against an Esmeralda, so
I mean,
there's always going to be... Oh, he's banned out! Yeah, right on top there. Right. Didn't see that. Very odd to see that in that scenario, but I like it. I like how the Lapu Lapu can actually go crazy, and I guess that's one of the reasons why it's so easy for the FYG to just insta-lock, almost insta-lock this Lapu Lapu here.
Oh, this time they're going to go for a Hilda. Lots of pressure towards the jungle side. Of course, very powerful burst. They're not going to wait for the second phase anymore. They're like, you know what? We're going to steal away your Moscow. We're not going to allow Long to get it right away. And as expected, the nature that they want to go for, they're probably not going to go for the Fredrin. There's no more room for the Fredrin to get in. So Cho would be good if it's going to be a Cho and Hilda seeing each other in the roam. Gacha is also still open if they want to go for that, but maybe there's a little bit too much mobility in the lineup of Influence Rage that it might not work out very well for them. Like, they might not be able to land the AOG as much as they would want to. And I would understand if they decide to go for a Cho. But they go for a Harith. Classic matchup, Harith Moskov.
And again, it's so easy to just pick up a Harith immediately since Esmeralda is banned out. Love what the FYG is playing with here. And the Moskov is... Honestly, I can't even remember the last time I've seen a Moscow Harith in a high profile tournament. Interesting. I like it. I like what I'm seeing here for the FYG. Obviously, the damage profile is very balanced. Decent. I think the only problem with this lineup is they might need a bit of a better range on their mid laner. So I think Farsa might be a good one.
Yeah. It's either they're going to go for range or consistent DPS. I like the Farsa, but I would also see why they might make a case for a Kimi later on for E1. Because they're too cooldown and burst based right now in their damage that if you miss, it's really going to hurt. If Influence Range survives your initial burst, they'll be able to clap back instantly. So I like the Farsa. Kimi also might be the other thing that they'll go for in the center of the map.
That's true. I was actually thinking Farsa because of the range, but you know what? Kimi's got decent range as well, so why not? Love that. The Gatot is obviously going to get removed here. XP lane picks are probably on the docket here. CC is a pretty good ban, I guess. But we have seen instances where the Hilda actually gets thrown to the top side of the map on the XP lane, right? So, see, interesting on the Fredrin ban.
Yeah. Okay. I think high loss for DFYG might be good, so it might get banned out here by Influence Rage. Oh, there you go. They banned out the Kimi.
Oh, they saw that.
Yeah. The terrific ban. I think this is now just going to be a Farsa most likely for E1. Or you mentioned the Zetian. They fixed her scaling a little bit. She should deal more damage now in the later portion, but I like what you mentioned earlier with the Farsa. I lean a bit towards more that. I think this Valentina is still a blind pick. So you go for the actual blind hero in the game in Farsa, which is better.
There's no way that you're going to lock in Valentina without, like, expecting any major sources of ultimates coming in, right? So you're absolutely right. Farsa is the better fit for this one. So, XP lane picks, CC seems like the way to go. What do you think?
I think Alice will be good. CC, I think also ties up very well with the Juicin and the Moskov. So either the CC or the Alice will be great picks. Oh right, Arlot's still open. Okay. Yeah, okay, this I like. They don't really have the lockdown.
Yeah. Yeah, this might be the pick you want if you want to go a bit more aggressive than the CC, or go fast. Go hard faster. You know, earlier.
Definitely. Arlot Haya, very physical based though, and their roam is a Hilda. If they decide to go high loss here, well, that's sort of offsetted by the Arlot. The Grok would be solid too, yeah.
Okay. There it is. Again, you just want to be able to do something if the Arlot does decide to go hard on the engage with the final slash. You want to be able to have an on-demand counter, which is, I think, exact reason why they picked up the Grok. Not to mention, obviously, Zed would love to play that. I think he played that exact same hero in the last game as well. So his hands are going to be a little bit more calibrated. Because earlier we did see a few missteps. You remember? on that the rock. Maybe that was because it was facing off against Selena. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it is dangerous grass, so the Hilda will definitely benefit from this. Of course, a change with her passive. She no longer gets the enhanced basic attack with her first skill. It's when she enters bushes. There is still a cooldown on there, so it's sort of like, instead of activating it, it's now just a passive. Plus the extra movement speed and shield that she gets with her first skill. Might be enough, but still needs to be careful, because there's a risk here for Influence Rage that by minute 4, minute 5, they're already down like 3 to 4,000 gold, which is if everything aligns perfectly for Jianfeng Yaoguai. But the thing is, it's not even hard to make that happen. That's like a 60% possibility that it will happen based on the compositions.
More like 70, depending on how aggressive you want to go. What? That was crazy there for Yon. A little bit too hot on the trigger finger there.
Yeah,
but yeah, you know what? That's fine.
You did not need to commit the flicker there, but you know what? Better safe than sorry, I guess. Actually, no, better you still have your flicker than being too safe, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. especially if like there is like a hidden Hayabusa there somewhere. You never know. You don't have that vision right away, right? Very early on. All fine, but you will not have it ready for this one. Super Ken is trying to dash on and dance around this. That's 4 members of Influence Rage facing off against each other, and that tower won't even be able to get the kill on Paquito. That's gonna be first blood going over to Influence Rage.
Yeah, miscalculated there by the FYG. I also think that the flicker being gone there for the Farsa eventually came back to hurt them, because U1 couldn't get closer to try and deal a little bit more damage to help the Lancelot out. Because if U1 had the flicker, he could have gone a little bit more forward, still continue taking hits from Paquito, flicker away, then fly away. But without the flicker, he was just forced to stay way too back. You saw Zed was also trapped between, oh, do I protect my Farsa or do I protect Super Ken? Eventually, Super Ken goes down. And now the risk that we mentioned earlier about DFYG potentially going on a 3 to 5k gold lead early on, that's already gone. Influence Rage has made sure that that will not happen.
Yeah, they lost out a lot, especially on that early fight. I guess the loss of the flicker on the Farsa actually just affected on this one. Now Super Ken has to kind of catch up here. Lapu though. Oh my goodness, that was a beautiful engagement. I think Bell just caught him by surprise. Here comes that feathered airstrike, which will be threatened here by Chino and Syndrak. And long close by means that Rage might not take this fight.
Yep, Jotun's still here. Won't have the ultimate, won't have the shadow back in time just yet. So yeah, DFYG takes its turtle. Final slash.
Gonna be used up here. Super Ken still solid on the retribution. Will be able to secure that turtle. Yoden didn't even try, I think, at that point. So good job here for DFYG. And even the cross-map play, Fury did not pull the trigger on the SOD.
I think it would have been too risky. Oh no, Long needs to get out of here. Way too many members
man.
Influence Rage.
4 members here, even with the Zaman Force getting used up. Nice catch on the Zed, catching some of those shadow kill hits. Saved him just in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was a smart rotation too by Rage to immediately try and find Long up top, because they already saw the map, saw the members of the FYG. Good thing Long was able to read the situation alongside Zed. Vel also earlier, great aggression there to be able to lead them to getting the turtle without a problem since Paquito got taken down. Already up to a Dreadnought armor for Zed. Should help with the physical damage being brought out by the Hilda, Hayabusa, and the Arlot. War Axe for Vel built already.
Oh, look at that.
Forces out the flicker from Chino too. Vel is winning the lane.
100%. He's like low-key MVP so far for this matchup here. For the FYG, just making sure the momentum is used up. No flicker. Might be trouble here for Chino, but he does have a lot of minions that he can use to dash on with Vengeance stack. So all good in the hood, but again, that is good pressure being built up on the XP lane.
Yeah. Right now, though, trying to see when Influence Rage will eventually go down to help out their Arlot, because okay, now finally the help is arriving.
There's help, and it's a free V2. Flicker already gonna be used up. This time it's IR. forcing the flicker here on the Vel. That
Ken?
might even out this fight, but look at that. Ken is going to have the Phantom execute to at least make it out in the nick of time. But that means he is going to be super duper low.
Ooh.
First back off.
Topside Fury takes a lot of damage from the feathered airstrike. And the Synchro Vision coming in from the Harith. Yi won. Great rotation. Great rotations overall for DFYG. Influence Rage is starting to lag behind.
Yeah, it is happening slowly but surely here, especially with the power of this Lapu Lapu. You kind of forget how powerful a Lapu is. Look at that Land Shaker stunning up both Paquito and Syndrak, even isolating them with the Earthen Rampart. Man, Dianfeng Yao Guai knows they have the advantage and they are not afraid to use it.
I definitely agree now with your statement earlier that Vel is a low-key MVP. Look at this man!
Man, this guy needs a mask because somebody needs to stop him, man. Vel going loco. And again, he can just afford to keep doing this while the rest of his teammates are actually cross-map, going ham onto Paquito as well, going into the jungle and just making it hard. Jotun, that's purple, stolen by Supercan. Don't know if they want to take that engagement, even if the SOD did hit.
2-level gap now. So the potential risk that we thought would be coming at around 3 to 5 minutes in happened 5 minutes onwards. Instead of it being a quick runaway for DFYG, they had to work for just a little bit, and now it's getting close to, or it actually is a 4,000 gold lead in favor of DFYG 5 minutes in, which is a worse spot because you're getting to the point where the 20 to 23,000 power spike for DFYG is about to hit. Well, Rage is way too far from that right now. The lead continues to climb. DFYG might just run away with it before minute 14.
That's true. This is starting to feel like a very fast-paced game, which we have seen in a few games here. Especially if you get like a super early lead. Look at that 5k at 7 minutes. That's a good indicator, and Mars. Things are gonna get dicey here. Even Zed, Earthen Rampart isolates Chino. Don't forget, Chino already has the flicker, so but will not even get the chance to use it.
Oh, that was nasty. Vel spots out Jotun there in the bot. And it has completely slipped out of the hands of Rage. It's all DFYG.
Oh boy. And again, while all this is happening, look at that. That was actually fair. Force a flicker out. Yon is low. Oh, look at that. Paquito does not have the flicker to go for that kill. I mean, I would have probably done that. Straight in, but look at that. They all have so much to worry about. That Lapu Lapu is just... You can't face up against it. It's almost unstoppable here at this point.
One of the biggest problems is that Chino just straight up lost lane against Vel. So the value of the Arlot pick completely fell out of the window. It's just gone now. Rage will have to play it similar to how DFIG played it earlier. They have to be patient. They have to turn their attention towards Fury. They can't allow him to just lag behind as he did as the Granger earlier. This is your comeback and your win condition. Increase the farm of this Moskov. Oh! I thought
look at that!
I thought the SOD will hit.
Man, they are just blowing up, man. That Long is just going nuts on Vaharif. There's just no one that actually can deal with him straight up. And especially when that Zaman Force is down. And now they're getting as much CC as they can. They're trying to get some poke damage on the belt. Maybe they can make something happen here. But that's starting to look harder and harder. Look at Bell going 1v4 and even taking down 2. Make that free. What the heck is happening? This guy is just... Oh my goodness. He's just a beast. I'm running out of stuff to say about him. I'm running out of superlatives, man. This guy is just bananas.
Oh, what the hell, bro? He is going nuts. 5-1-1. Chino forced to flicker out. Supercan with a recall spam. DFYG know they have this in the bag. They just need to finish it.
Oh, look at that. Zaman Force. They're just throwing skills willy-nilly. I don't even know if they're calculating it because they know they can afford it. Yon close by. Long as well. Just playing around. This Tilda is gone.
And DFYG advantage yet again. Concealed Lord marching up top. Rage, the comeback is nigh impossible at this point. Another feathered airstrike. Yi1 with a clear. Look at Super Ken just dashing. Oh, he got Fury!
Oh boy, that just might be it. No other source of crowd control, no other source of damage rather, that's gonna be available. Fury's down for the count. They did clean up a lot of these minions, so that's a big pro here for Influence Rage, but I think they're only holding off the inevitable.
One tower left in the center. An 11,000 gold lead. The comeback, how can they make it? DFYG wants to end it.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very close to the end here. Genshino, we're waiting for a big final slash. It did not arrive at all. Yonup trying to clear it up. Nice dodge on the dash here. That's just icing on top of the cake. They're holding on, but only barely. And I think this is tower lockable. There's no way for them to answer. And even with a bit of a sacrifice here on the back line. Oh, wait a second. They're clearing up the minions. They're actually holding on, but only for a moment. And then there you go. The defenders have fallen, and the game is set. It's DFYG with a 2-0 sweep.
Dominant this time for DFYG. They were not able to get the start exactly that they wanted, but in the end, they got the win that they desired. A sweep win over Rage. And this was half expected with the lineup that they brought up. They just couldn't get any semblance of a really good roll going. Playing around the Hilda Rome was tough. They needed the Arlot to win lane. It didn't win lane. And with that, the Lapu-Lapu just went nuts on the team. But overall, I mean, you would expect this. We did pose the possibility earlier. 3 to 5 minutes, it could already be a really big lead. I thought it would happen in that window, but the Rage got the first kill to make sure that it wouldn't happen. They were able to take Super Ken down. But then eventually, DFIG were able to stick with their guns. They found the eventual spike that they wanted, and the lead that we thought would happen in the first 3 to 5 minutes happened a little bit after 5 minutes. Well-deserved highlight here for Vel. We saw how he dominated lane against Chino on the Arlot. His Lapu-Lapu, knowing he knew that he had the lead. He knew he had the advantage, so he just kept up the aggression. And I like to see that from a Lapu player, because that doesn't only show how skilled you are individually as the hero, it shows your trust with the team. Because the times where it got hairy for Vel, he was able to buy time, and eventually Zed shows up, Yi1 shows up. So I like what the FYG showed here as a team, despite the very worthy spotlight of the performance of Vel, or along that worthy spotlight, you could make a case for each member of the team going, hey, great job, great job, great job. You got to do exactly what you needed to do for us to win.
Yeah, and even going 1v4 earlier on the bottom of the map, I was like, bro, what can you not do? Right? But again, that is only the reason. That only happens if you are really ahead on your lane. I think he did very well in that, so congratulations. That was a 10-minute and 49-second game. Still relatively quickly, despite, Influence Rage trying their very best to hold on.
Yeah, very fast game here. You saw a quick look at the bracket there. If you want a little bit more of an update, well, we got more later on.
Yeah, we got more for you. Obviously, we have one more series here to give to you guys. This is still Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Rockhart and Renmar coming back to you in the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
And just like that, we are back here for Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. I'm Rockhart, and we got Renmar alongside me. And we are up to our last series for the day. And we've got one last series to give you. Look at that. What do you think about the standings so far, Renmar?
Yeah, I think in terms of the results, pretty in line with a lot of the expectations of everyone. Onyx versus Yanfang Yagua should be a big test. Of course, Homeboys and Influence Rage, we got to see go down earlier. I was honestly surprised, though, by results in Group C, where RQ Hoshi got the sweep. Team Spirit, I was hoping that Team Spirit would be coming into this significantly hotter. However, RQ Hoshi, good win for the Kingdom to be able to get a little bit of revenge as well against Team Spirit, of course, with what happened in the M6 World Championship. Aurora Gaming getting the win earlier. That's Aurora from Turkey against Mythic Seal. While we did just get to see Verso Time dominate E7, and they will be going up against Aurora PH.
That's probably why I heard a little bit of like an earthquake earlier. Maybe the Indonesian fans are just going crazy. You know, the whole kingdom is probably stomping on the ground with that win. And yeah, we've got another series for you. Team Max versus Zeta Division. This is it's gonna be fun. I think we were talking about this off stream, right?
Oh yeah.
And we're saying this feels like the biggest wild card, at least for Stream B here.
Definitely. Of course, ever since it was announced that Japan would start getting qualifiers again for internationals, for MSC, for M7 as well, we did get to see a little bit of a Zeta Division in MSC. They were able to get a win there. But before we talk a little bit about them, we have to talk more about Team Max. They are the 4th place team in MPL Cambodia at the end of Season 9. Although, in terms of the standings for the regular season, I believe they were also somewhere around the middle of the table. And I feel like for Team Max, considering MPL Cambodia is already in their 9th season, what I like about them is they like to keep all the strategies available open for them. Sakzu isn't just known as an assassin guy. He has Akai and Fredrin options for them. And even though Team Max did eventually fall 4th in the standings in the playoffs, all of their series in the playoffs went to 5 games. They took all the teams that they went up against to the limit. Even the teams that would eventually make it to the grand finals, they forced 5 games out of them, or had to fight 5 games out of them. So I think with the experience under their belt, Cambodia has always been a region to watch out for in Southeast Asia and globally in MLBB. I think Team Max, honestly, I feel like it's either going to be a rude awakening or a very good test of the capabilities of a Zeta Division, who are much newer to the global MLBB esports scene.
And yes, newer, but definitely one of the teams that are probably the players are most excited about, our viewers are most excited about. Like, wow, what's Japan MLBB feeling like, right? Like, how are they approaching the meta, because for the longest time, Japan MLBB has actually been one of the most secluded, the most low key.
Yep.
But this time around, they're gonna get a huge face off and showdown with a very solid team as well.
Yeah, Zeta Division, again, going back to their journey in the last international, we saw them in an MSC. They lost to Influence Rage 2-1 in the group brackets. Zeta Division then eventually went through the lower bracket finals to go 2-1 against Nightmare. They had a rematch against Influence Rage, however, got swept there. What I like about Zeta Division as a team is that looking at their games, especially in their qualification for M7, I feel like they have a very overall solid understanding of the fundamentals, but there's obviously still need a lot to work on. Being a young squad, being a squad from region that is only just now recently getting more exposure to the global scene, being able to go up against other international teams in major tournaments. So their man marking, positioning, and objectives need work, but they actually can be very aggressive and very high tempo. But I think that maybe that's a little bit more because they know they are the best team in Japan and really just want to play nonstop, like dominate, don't stop. We know we're better than them. Let's just keep going. And that can easily overheat. That can easily be counterable. So going up against an experienced team like Team Max from Cambodia should be a good experience to see whether or not they can level that out a bit and not be overly dependent on just sheer aggression alone.
That's right. Especially considering, Team Max's, I guess, their playstyle or the way that they approach the game is very similar to like what high-level teams, like, for example, teams like Myanmar, right? Indonesia, are going to play against. So if Zeta Division, they didn't face off against an Indonesian team, like a top 3 MLBB region team in this group stage, this is a pretty good benchmark as well on where they are and how they can probably fare against them if they're able to manage to climb higher into the ladder. So yeah, Zeta Division, they're the young guns. But you know what? With young guns, you know what they say. You know what the old people like me say. The young guns, yeah, they got the really good spirit. And I don't know why I'm talking like that.
Old
but yes,
people say that in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, they say it like this. Oh, yeah, you.
My father's nearing 70, or he's past 70. I've never heard my dad say that.
Yeah, your dad's pretty young soul. I've met your dad. He's a very young soul. But yes,
he's not.
I think
you are just a built diff old, and you ain't old, bro. I don't want to consider you as old.
I'm just saying. Because then you'd also be a little bit older. Hey.
Yeah, that's
why. So yeah, Team Max is it's like literally that, right? Like a mid 20, approaching 30s, like as an analogy, like someone who's already like pretty tenured in the office, and then comes in some interns who are trying to see what they're made of, seeing if they can actually measure up in real life. That's exactly the feeling of this matchup.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that's a good analogy to look at it. Not to say that the members of Team Max are old, but again, they've just been in the scene significantly longer in an MPL region, in a very competitive region such as Cambodia. There are a lot of 5-game full series in the last playoffs they had for MPL Cambodia Season 9. They were involved in 3 of them, as we mentioned earlier. And the standings for their regular season were relatively quite close. Although there was a significant gap between like the first top 2 teams. They definitely just one or maybe 2 to 3 results difference, and they could have made it into the top 2. So this is why this is my wildcard game, because now on one side you have a team that clearly are fearless. They've gotten wins internationally. They've gotten games. They got a series against Nightmare. They got games away from Influence Rage. That I feel like this is going to be a team that will very quickly rise up the ranks. It's just whether or not they can actually get more competition outside of Japan consistently in their scrims. And tournaments like this is, again, a good gauge of where they are and a good spot to see what else they need to improve on so that they continue climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, that ladder is, if your Zeta Division feels like it's There's like some rusty nails on the sides. This feels like it's gonna be very difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they want to get a chance against a team like, for example, RQ, who's been in here for literally almost a decade, they need to get started here. And for Team Max, obviously, you also have to kind of prove to the people who are watching that we are very worthy to be an MPL region, and that we have what it takes to be the best as well. So obviously a big proving ground here for Team Max, obviously compared to like regions like Indo or like Philippines, obviously is younger. So technically they are like they are younger, just like a little bit more of a senpai in this scenario.
Yeah. For Team Max, the players I'm really going to be looking out for is BMO the key. So the Kimi is their favored pick to go for, and if they can, they will go ahead and pick it. They played 15 games in the playoffs. 9 of those games were Kimi games for BMO the key. So you're going to have to watch out for that. As we mentioned, Sakzu, he's very versatile jungler, can play the Kai, can play the Fredrin, beyond the Lancelot, Hayabusa, and the Yi Sun Shin. The thing with Cambodian teams is that they do, similarly to Zeta Division, they want to find the aggressive plays, but I feel like with the matches I got to watch from Team Max, they aren't the type to like overheat so much in that opportunity. I feel like they're like 4 is a solid spot for them, because I think when you think about 4th place teams or middle of the table teams, it's like they're balanced. That's one way that I would describe the playstyle of Team Max. When you're a team that relies a lot on the Kimi, that just shows how balanced you are. Because either you're gonna be winning early on, or your Kimi dies early, but then you find your spike in the mid to the late game if you don't find it the early. And I think that perfectly encapsulates the type of team Team Max are. They're just great balance. They can slot in whatever they want in the draft in terms of what kind of condition they're going for, what they need at that time. Really just built like a veteran MPL team who like know what they want, know when they want it, and when they can get it.
Yeah. Oh wow. I think they kind of just had to redo the whole thing. So yeah, absolutely. They're not like overly, I don't think they're going to be like overly aggressive like what we saw in Myanmar earlier. Like it was a little crazy. So yeah, 100%. Seeing if what's going to happen here is going to be one of your interests, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to go back into this very interesting matchup. Again, our last series for the day. This is still Games of the Future. We'll be back in a bit.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
And we are back for Games of the Future 2025, again live in Abu Dhabi. I'm Rockhart, and we got Renmar Santa Cruz here on the line. Just kidding,
yes,
not
sir.
DJ. And we are gonna see, obviously, the last series of the day, at least for Stream B. I'm not sure what's happening in Stream A. If you want, you can actually, as viewers, you can have 2 tabs open and just switch in between back and forth. Maybe you can let us know in the comment section what's going on there, because of course we'd also love to see and hear from you guys. So we're going to the draft here for game number 1 of Team Max versus Zeta Division.
All right. So one thing we have to look out for the Zeta Division drafts is that, first off, whatever Kanye and Katsu end up with, they like to be crafty with their heroes. They have great skill timings and decision making to disrupt their opponents. So picks that can shine with that. If they're great with a Grok, they can also get crafty with Farsas and Eve. So we need to watch out for that from them. But most importantly, for Zeta Division, is that I feel like Team Max can... Zeta Division, they love the powerful EXP laners and roam picks that feed off of being hyper aggressive with great damage, and equally so, Team Max can draft that way. Pick up a Hilda, pick up a Grok, pick up the Yuzhong. Something that will tell Zeta Division, hey, not gonna allow you to play your game. They don't think that Hilda is something that they want a priority pick right away, so it makes sense to take that away from Zeta Division. While Zeta, as we mentioned, Grok could be something that could really counter their playstyle, gets banned out by them.
I love that literally almost all the heroes you mentioned got banned out right away.
Yes, sir.
That's just how it is, right? Which is a very good indicator for me that Zeta Division has actually probably scrimmed against teams of this caliber before. Because these are picks that can really steamroller you. They caught by surprise.
I like that they even consider the Angela. Though I'm not the biggest fan of Angela getting taken out of the first phase of the draft, because I feel like you're going to be giving up so much. At the same time, knowing that what kind of team that Zeta Division is, well, it makes sense why they'd want to take that out. They're a much younger team. They don't like going up against a fast tempo scaling opponents. That's why they want to go safe. They pick up a Baksha. Very Japanese. If you go back to the M1 World Championship, it was the Baksha pick that the Japanese team at that time utilized against a squad called ADNOC Philippines in the heyday of the VY's tandem, and it was countered. The healing that they love to pick up for Venus was countered by a Baksha pickup, and Zeta Division continues the legacy of that hero for the region. So Team Max, as we mentioned, or for Zeta Division, they like to get crafty around their roam mid duo. I think we're actually seeing a Baksha roam here, but this could still get flexed into the jungle, while the craftiness that we talked about for Katsu is there. So I like that immediately, even just in the first phase, they already showed a Cho for Team Max, because that allows them to be aggressive in terms of getting vision, and now you have someone who can force out the Purify away from the Farsa.
Katsu, man, just making me hungry today right now.
Same.
11:52. Bro, I want some Katsu right now. The food, not the player. But yes, 100%. This lineup feels like it can really take a beating. But what's the main damage source for a lineup like this? You gotta go traditional marksman, right?
Shred would be really great here. Interestingly enough, Granger can go well for both of them, but I'd like to see Granger more for Zeta and like typical Shred for Team Max. I think Zeta also should not sleep on potentially banning out the Lunox on their side, or maybe even... Oh no, CC's gone. Oh, so Lunox is already gone. Okay, so they don't have to worry about that. Esma's already gone, so I think Carry is going to be an alright ban here for Zeta, but they might not even think about that, considering that there's a Farsa. They might even consider more of like a Moskov ban if they're not planning to get it for Red 4, because you don't see their gold laner just yet. And that's something that they like to play, wherein if they're not going to win the early, Zeta Division are more than willing to play aggressive 4-1 split, leaving Muy Minette alone to farm up and catch up, while the 4 members of the team are just controlling their opponents to try and minimize the lead and draw attention away from the split pushing gold laner. I think Moskov would be great for them.
Yeah, Moskov, 100%. And I think the Moskov is great just because you could also do a split push. You brought that up, right? But maybe for an earlier to mid, more dominant phasing or laning or team fighting, maybe Zeta Division would like that Ranger and could possibly get banned out here. So that might force them into a more off-meta gold lane marksman. So let's see if they're going to do that. Team Max obviously has more to take care of, not just the gold lane, and decides to block out the Gatot Gacha. Interesting.
Yeah. If they got that Gacha's banned out, there's a chance that the Harith might be the option here for Max. They're playing very close range, but they're fine with it, I guess. Considering that they're playing around the Eve, and then the Zaman Force can be brought down under the real-world manipulation. Stack those up two together for devastating impact up against Zeta Division's lineup. Although, I would like to see more usual basic attack damage from them. They're hovering a Popol and Koopa, but it's not going to get picked. Here comes a Fanny in the jungle for 10. And let's see if he can have a perfect 10 performance for it. But they're willing to play the Fanny despite seeing the Cho already. They could get messed up here if Max decides to surprise and then bring in a high loss also. Maybe even a Badang. Put the Cho in a different spot if they can. But if not, then the Cho should be more than enough problems to pose for it.
You know what? They're going fighter anyway. They're doing a fighter gold. I'm not even super convinced that this is gonna go gold. This could actually go roam still and swap it out, right?
Yeah. Still though, this is so aggro. Team Max, though, we don't see like a clear marksman for them. They're playing. Their goal is to just straight up bully Zeta Division right now. This Fanny's not going to have an easy time. The Uranus doesn't have crowd control. 1-1 is a pick that they showed off in their own M7 qualifiers. But yeah, I think it might be best to go fighter. X-Borg would be perfect here. You counter the Ruby. You have access to the formation of the Eve. But they still go for the 1-1.
Whoa.
This could be a really, really tough game for Zeta Division. But if Team Max are a little bit too hell-bent and like disrupting Zeta, showing them that, you know, they're the more experienced team, just trying to bullet them in the game, there is a chance Zeta could turn it around, but it's going to be a slow turnaround. It's not going to be sudden unless we see a star-making performance from 10 that will just garner a lot of clips.
I know one content creator has a little bit of an extra Z in the middle in the end, so maybe that can get some clips. But yes, this time around, you're absolutely right, Renmar. This is such a late game comp that'll take a long time to actually get going. And in the interim, while they're trying to do that, it leaves so much opening to get caught by surprise. So whatever Zeta Division's planning here, they better do it quick, because right now we are going to game number 1 here for Team Max and Zeta Division. Again, just has so many options to go around it. The Cho is going on the roam, which is, again, not surprising, but they did have the option to flex it around.
Yeah, and also we're seeing a double revitalize from Zeta Division, which is really interesting. So you have a revitalize on the Baksha roam, you have a revitalize on the Uranus roam, which, okay, in theory, actually might be a very decent answer or a way to mitigate what could be some really insane aggression coming in here from Team Max. Because, right, when we look at the lineup of Team Max, we see a lineup that there is a possibility that from the beginning, they're just going to be very aggressive. We also have to really closely look at the matchup of the Arlot and the Uranus. If the Arlot can somehow find a way to just straight up win against the Uranus and lane. The Revitalize, the extra healing getting brought out, mitigates a lot of that. So I'll be interested to see if they'll be able to make that work, because now you have a Uranus that wants to all in. It can't flicker away. It doesn't have vengeance. It didn't pack a purify. It is revitalized. It wants to stand there and it wants to fight. So we asked for your patience, y'all. We are in the middle of a technical pause right now. As you can see, our marshals are helping out the members of Zeta Division, ensuring that, of course, everything is in an even playing field and that everyone's playing experience is smooth.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we are on an even playing field here, so bear with us. Because, yes, the Uranus is just not the usual Uranus that we've been seeing, right? Aren't we? most of it is definitely going to be flickers for that little bit of a surprise factor, a little bit of spice. And, Indonesians, Malaysians, they love their spice. Even Filipinos. Very iconic Uranus player in the last season was it was like a really big Freeman Uranus flicker play, which people, even casters, didn't expect.
Lancer from Twisted Minds, his his sudden flicker as the Uranus. So with the flicker not being available for him, it begs the question of how he's gonna play it. How he's also gonna item build this Uranus. Is it gonna be an Oracle Rush, so you make the most out of the two revitalizers you have and your own inherent shield and health gain, the regen that you'll get. So if they decide to go for the Oracle here, it might be good, like looking at it individually, but you're forgoing a bit of the utility that you need as a team. You're forgoing being able to build significant progress on the dominance ice that your team will need. There's a lot of spell vamp that you're going to want to reduce a little bit of the healing, a little bit of on the side of Team Max. If you delay your Dreadnought armor and your anti-cuirass, there's a lot of physical skill damage as well on the side of Team Max that you'd want to reduce. So if you go Oracle right away on the Uranus, you're making the most out of the healing. You're staying alive, but you're missing a lot of the utility that actually negates the effectiveness of the hero kits of your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you're debating on whether or not you can get more value, because it's always like a bit of a paradox here in MLBB. Like sometimes it's even better to go chop suey build, like you're trying to min max with individual items instead of like a full item, like the base components. Sometimes they would do that, and then you also kind of weigh it with the tempo of how fast the game is going. And sometimes, more often than not, obviously, a lot of our pro players recently have been trying to kit out as fast as possible. Except maybe if you have like a build that wants to go Sky Piercer. Again, the timing of a Sky Piercer as well, right? Stuff like that. Those are just small nuances that I really hope that Zeta Division is also prepared for. So far, at least in the draft, it does feel like Zeta Division are ready to deal with it.
Yeah.
But other than that, like Team Max, they will know how to deal with that like 2 times over. For me, at least for me, I'm expecting that, right? More experience for Team Max. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to pull off this lineup.
Yeah, that's how you really have to look. Like, first now, going to Team Max's look, you look at how well the Rome's going to be able to rotate with the Cho, if they're going to be able to make the most out of the real-world manipulation. It might not be easy for 10 to find a pick-off right away to start things off to take down BMO the Key. If anyone has enough confidence to put the Key in their IGN, you'd probably want to take them down first. That just goes to show that they know the value that they bring for the team, right? So, like, if the guy goes, it's like saying, BMO, I'm the target because I'm really good and important to this team. If the IGN can fit that, that's like the long version of BMO the Key. So try to target BMO the Key first if you can. But then there's so many bodies around him. He's going to have a Cho, a Ruby, an Arlot. That, again, the big risk here is that if Zeta Division cannot slow down what is most likely going to be a very aggressive tempo from Team Max through winning from team fights and objectives, getting multiple kills there, and then leaking on over to stealing jungle camps, it's not gonna go well. Zeta Division needs to find a way to stop that. And if I'm seeing this right, I think we could be getting a re-lobby for this game. It seems like we saw the win animation there, so we're gonna have to redo this. Just gonna do a quick re-lobby for the players.
Yep. Quick re-lobby. There might have been something that was missed out, so we'll get back to the lobby very, very soon. And so far, I would say I don't think they can change that, right? That 1-1 is staying. So 100%. It still feels like the sore point, or like the sore spot in that draft for me, because you've already got like the big range advantage with the Forza, right? And you can get a really good advantage in terms of like burst and sustain damage with the Granger. But you decide to focus on having a good team fight with the 1-1. And I'm going to be real. of all the teams that are playing here in GOF, especially on their debut games, Japan was the last team. Zeta Division was the last team that I expected to bring out that Fanny. So I thought they were like just gonna play it a little bit more conservative, and I thought maybe a team like Indonesia would bring it out, like from RRQ, maybe from Onyx. But man, Zeta Division on the Fanny. I wonder what's up.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like the potential Fanny games that we got to see earlier, she was banned out. I think maybe from Team Max, they also just didn't expect that a Fanny would be coming out here. I'm really guessing that they picked up the Cho for the tempo, for the aggression, not thinking that they could counter the Fanny. Because even for us, Zeta Division picking the Fanny into that Cho was a surprise. Not to say that you should never pick Fanny when you see the Cho. It's just that more often than not, teams would rather not pick up that hero when they see the Cho on the other side. But it just goes to show like the confidence that the Zeta Division is playing in, that they know their strengths, they know their tendencies, they know their capabilities, that instead of just playing it overly conservatively, they just want to play how they usually play when they're in their own server, when they're in their own lobbies.
Yeah, and that comfort is something that really you can't really like replace too much. For me, if I was a division, right, I would rather play the way I usually play all the way back home than try to adapt to like what meta everyone's like running here overseas. Like if that were me, right? And if they're comfortable with that and they're happy to play and they can play the Fanny at a high level, be my guest. I would love to see that. In general, I just want to see them play at their best. I don't want them to to feel like they're getting forced into this meta that everyone's running. And to be fair, right, the double fighter meta is like how old? Like how many months old? It's just so recent that we've been using this. Like not even a year, right?
Yeah. Ever since we got that patch right before the playoffs of MPL Philippines, seems like that just really became the case. So it's been around like 2 months, because it was around October that we really started seeing that spike of double fighters. Although we started to see it a little bit more near the end of MPL Philippines season 16. It's only really in the playoffs that it exploded, and then the rest of the world also showed like, it wasn't just a Philippines thing. It's really, this is the global thing right now to go for the double fighters. So
is that confirmed? Like, did this thing really come from the Philippines? Did it get
no. I didn't say that.
I remember it's like
came from the Philippines.
Like it just got like super mainstream here, right? But it didn't really.
Well, because of the scheduling, like our playoffs was first. That's why we got.
We did have a choice,
more
right?
Often. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's like we started, but we got to see it like leading up to it, because even when Bane Gold Lane became a thing, the first one that really popped off with that, if I'm not mistaken, was Innocent in Malaysia. So
right.
We already got a precedence for it heading into the playoffs. And plus, even historically, in the previous metas before, that used to be the usual thing. You have, it's a little bit back to the funnel strategy that we thought up of, where everyone just wants to funnel resources into the jungle in terms of like how they play. Although it's evolved from that, the idea is still there. The times when you'd put a marksman in the jungle, whether it was YSS, Brody, Claude even, and then you'd have just two fighters or two very solid presences in the side lanes that can hold lane, that don't need too much time to farm up. There is precedence for it in history.
Yeah, that's true. And again, it's spicy stuff. Good times there. I would love to go back to the times when we all went the gold lane. When you're a gold laner, you're supposed to be a marksman. I miss those times, because I'm not really good with fighter gold lanes, personally. But yeah, it really is. Every single team definitely has adapted to that. Obviously, Zeta Division might be just happy, or they're just better, or they play better with a ranged gold laner, and that's absolutely fine. Again, it would have been great for me if it was a Granger. I mean, this lineup would have made more sense, because you could do a combo with the Farsa and the Granger, snipe someone from a distance. But then again, the comfort is the bigger factor here, right? Like, you can't really play your Optimum if it's not your comfort pick.
Yeah, I think he was also just looking at, well, considering that there is a built-in purifier already with the needles and flowers for the Wan. We all know how she works with her basic attacks. She moves every time. So maybe they were just thinking about it's going to be a little bit more difficult to actually take down compared to if you packed up the Granger, because the Granger would have been either like Flicker or Purified dependent. But then there's Lancelot, there's Arlott, there's Ruby. You also have to worry about the real world manipulation of the Eve. That maybe they just decided to lean towards the Wan, thinking, you know what, she might have a little bit more mobility and even that built-in Purify for us to be able to survive. So for everyone wondering right now what's going on, again, as you see, our marshals and our team right now on site are working very hard to ensure that it seems like it's a little bit of a hiccup on the side of Zeta Division that they're trying to sort out. Team Mats looks like they're all sorted and ready. And yeah, we haven't received word that there would be a redraft or anything. It seems like the drafts that we saw were good. It's just that it's once we entered the game is when there was a little problem on the side of Zeta Division.
That's all good. So don't worry. We're going to go on a quick break and make sure that they are ready to go once we are back in so that you guys don't have to wait too long. So please go ahead and grab a drink. We're going to be back in in a few minutes. We'll be updating you on the timer, so see you in a bit.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Here we go. We are back here. Games of the Future 2025 live in Abu Dhabi. So Rockhart and Renmar on the mic. And we're going to go ahead and get this game started. So Team Max on the blue side and Zay Division on the red side.
Nope. Trying to see here how aggressive they're going to take the limit here of this Cho and even the center. Considering they're up against a Farsa. Already forced out their Revitalize. And exactly how we expected it to start. Of course, that's just the center of the river, so let's see if that'll translate later on at around maybe post Turtle 1, if Cypher will then turn his attention towards rotating into the jungle of Zeta Division.
That's true, and rotating to that one might be tricky as well, because of course, you do have... You're gonna face a Baksha, right? So that's gonna be crazy. And that Baksha right now is getting pummeled quite heavily. And I think we're seeing the exact reason, yeah? why the Eve is such a high priority hero, especially in the past few weeks.
Yeah, hotly contested. Although we don't get to see a lot of it banned out or even picked in the Philippines. In the rest of the world, everyone else just makes really good use of the E. Void Blast, especially with how quickly the cooldown is, or how quick the cooldown is, excuse me. And the fact that it does get more shields, a little bit more sustainable as well. Eve is just a really, really great pick. In other regions, especially in Indonesia, very first pick worthy. So no surprise, as you mentioned as well, the Baksha is having difficulty there. In terms of the damage output getting dished out in over a period of time, Eve will trump the Farsa in this portion of the game.
Yeah, and speaking of the Farsa, look at that. Being hunted down by Cypher kind of forces a response here from 10, which will be cut into half with just one formed rose. Beautifully placed there by Sakzu. Yeah. Now, this might be a bit of a harder contest here. Now, even his purple buff getting friends. Cypher is doing a lot of work. Even forcing out the feathered airstrike. That's a little crazy. Here comes Bimo the key. He's laying down the real world and it's helping Sakzu rather, get that turtle. And now, it's going to be June looking to make something happen, but it's a no-go. It's going to be Team Max ahead in that exchange.
Yeah, just as what we expected, Team Max utilizing the Cho Roam as a means to really stop any tempo at whatsoever for Zeta Division to be brought out. June 1 is going to be able to survive this, even though the final slash was forced and June 1 took a hit from the turret. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Uranus at this portion of the game. Arlott in the early game is not going to be able to take that out yet, but Kani gets kicked.
Oh boy, look at that. Another one being forced on the feathered airstrike that with targets not even within range. And again, another beautiful pickoff being done here by Cypher. And mind you, that wasn't even the perfect angle, right? That was like a lateral angle, I don't know, horizontal angle, and they still got the kill.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest approach, but they were still able to get it. 10... If he just had a little bit more items, I know it's like 3.5 minutes into the game, he definitely could have gotten like a solid double kill under the turret in the mid, but he doesn't have the items just yet. It is going to take quite some time. Right now, one of the saving graces for Zeta Division is that Team Max has put so much focus in the center of the map, in the river, in the jungle of 10, that yes, they're stopping the Fanny, but they're not really doing anything to stop the progress of Moiminet's 1-1. And again, we mentioned earlier in our own personal scouting report, Zeta Division, they're more than willing to split attention away from Moiminet just so that he can farm up and then suddenly be the win condition that was left unchecked by their opponents. The good thing for Team Max is, though, that they can still keep this up maybe like 4 or 5 minutes even of just continuous invading the jungle, that at that point, the 1-1 would have already lost the turret. If Team Max rotated, see, even with a full blast combo, Lei brought Moiminet down really quickly.
Again, forcing so many of these skills. There you go. That is a lot better there. Cypher, easy pick up on the Katsu. And here we go with 10 trying to get stuff done. Finally gets that kill onto Ares there. But only be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, good call that he didn't commit the cutthroat to try and finish off the kill onto Cypher. Would have gotten the kill, but would have lost himself. And at this point, they need objectives. They need this turtle to expedite the gold process for them a little bit more, because Team Max is slowly climbing up, or has climbed up already to like a 2,000 gold lead. And if the gap doesn't get closed, it's going to be bad for them. Good use of the burst onto Bimo.
Yeah, huge burst. Look at that. Cypher's just going non-stop, even catching it up. Oh, almost taking out the Fanny as well. I think just misses out on one more swing of a lance there by the Arlaw. It looks so good.
I thought the final slash would connect, but it was just slightly out of range. So see, despite Team Max being aggressive here, they're not being overly aggressive. You could still see the semblance of really just trying to control the minion waves, making sure that they aren't forgetting their management of the lanes. And Zeta Division, right now, it's not so easy for them to find an opening for a turnaround.
Yeah, this is massive respect being given by Team Max for sure. They're not going overly ham, knowing that, you know what, we can just take it, just pinch out some damage, one pick off here and there. We'll still have a pretty good advantage. Again, they are not taking out Moiminet, but I think they're still going the right direction.
Sadly, I think that Feathered Airstrike by Katsu could have done more damage, but he decided to use it a little bit more far back than I thought he would. I thought he'd take a few more steps forward, use the Feathered Airstrike. There could have been 2, maybe even 3 pops to secure the kill, but he decided to play it safe.
Playing it safe, I guess, is what they're trying to do, trying to prolong the game as much as they can. But Moyminet, the main target here for Team Max, finally falls. Connie gonna get caught up in the real world and just so hard to move, especially with a Ruby in front of you. Good maximization. Is that a thing? Maximizing of Team Max here with the use of the real world, but the re-engage doesn't look as clean. But taking out 10s actually is the big bonus they were all looking for, and now they can actually run up on the mid.
So everything that we talked about for Team Max, their conditions, it did eventually happen, although I don't know what Moyminet was doing there at the center. I know he wanted to get some hits, maybe get a few minions down, but at this point, you cannot afford to go down. And the fact that you went down so easily there, seems like there was a miscommunication in terms of whether or not they were ready for that Moyminet would be staying forward, whether he himself underestimated what Team Max can do to him, thinking, oh, I'll be safe because I have needles and flowers. It wasn't. He was not safe.
Yeah, really was not safe. Now, even with all that, I feel like they still have some bite, right? Like, I mean, the Zeta Division still got some bite here, despite being losing out on a few skirmishes. Although they are behind by almost 4,000 here, so that's not a good sign to be in. And now they're gonna get invaded. All of Team Max are deciding to go full throttle, and they're gonna go ahead and invade around this, and just massive AoE compressed targets are actually gonna get demolished here for Zeta Division. Team Max with a wipeout.
As we expected from this kind of lineup from Team Max, aggression, the lead, the confidence, the absolute brutality of their combo under the real-world manipulation of the Eve, with the I'm Offended, with the final slash of the Arlot, so much displacement, and Zaxu has been left undisturbed that he single-handedly bursted Katsu down, who was under his second turret, well behind the purple buff, yet he still got popped.
Yeah, you're getting popped here at the same time as well, so here we go with another big re-engage. Zeta Division said, you know what, maybe they might be in recovery mode. Let's try to take advantage, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But look at the sustain coming in from Lei. Just so hard to deal with this guy right now. And again, the big pull-in, and just there's just nowhere to go for them. Man, this is a huge stonks. No one even fell on Team Max's side. And Lei 8-0 on the Ruby is just going crazy right now.
Perfect Ruby game. Everything is lined up perfectly for them. It's so easy to punish all of the engagements Zeta Division wants and Team Max wants to end.
Yeah, there's just no way that they can end right now. Maybe with the Feathered Airstrike, but they are target locked and they are roaring and itching to finish it. One more hit could have taken it, but the minions are just not there and they're gone. But also is Katsu, so that might be the clear that was needed by Zeta Division. Gone out the window. No. King Ares misses with the flourish on the flicker final slash, and for some reason, it's just prolonging the game for just a few more seconds. It's Team Max with game number 1.
Well, Zeta Division were holding the minions from outside of the range of the base turret there in the end very well. You even see a little bit of laughs there from the side of Team Max pointing towards King Ares. Like, yeah, we saw that. We saw the flicker final slash, bro. But at the end of the day, they got the job done. And just as we expected with the lineup that they decided to field, really high chance of a very aggressive bully style of MLBB to show up when you pick up a roam Cho like that. Again, picking up the Fanny into the Cho just was not it. They did not have the time that they could have bought in for their 1-1. Moyminet going down in mid incredibly could have been avoided. It was so unnecessary that he got his first death in that fashion in the mid when they were keeping things relatively close. And then, well, the Farsa was just left open a lot of the times. They were lacking the control. They decided to play the double revitalize, and all that healing is not going to be enough if the opposing team just got the snowball very quickly. The gold lane Ruby had 11 kills, 0 deaths, 7 assists, and ended it with 9,500 in gold. So everything just went along perfectly for Team Max, playing around their aggression in the center of the map. And it's no surprise that that was the result that we saw.
Beautiful. I mean, people were dropping left, right, and center. Most of them were collateral damage, to be honest. So
yeah,
it was a very fun match to see.
Yeah, we got to see some great combinations coming in from Team Max. And again, I appreciate that it is a unique idea, but they made it work and they layered everything perfectly.
And we've got another one coming in for you. Can Zeta Division actually give us our first free game series for today? We'll find out in game number 2. We'll be back.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
And we are back here for Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. And we are going to go into Game 2 very, very soon. This is still Team Max versus Zeta Division. Rockhart and Renmar here at your service for this possible last game of the series. And yeah, I don't know if you guys think this is going to extend any further. But so far, Team Max was dominant in game number 1.
Yeah, it really looks like they're well on their way to just being able to sweep the series. We didn't get to see a lot of the great qualities the Zeta Division has showed off in the past in MSC 2025 and even in their own regional qualifiers for the M7 in Japan.
For more updates.
Yeah. So Team Max and Zeta Division is still ongoing, and now I'm really just wondering if whether or not Zeta Division is really going to have to change up a lot of what they've done in the draft, because I feel like based on what we saw from game number 1, we really didn't get to see, well, a lot of them. Not a biggest fan of playing the Fanny into the show. I wouldn't mind putting up the... I'm actually... I don't have a lot of problems with like picking up the Basha, but that could have been different. I think after what we saw in game number 1, Zeta Division definitely have a great idea of how Team Max want to play, and that's aggressive. They want to bully them. They want to really just take control of the game. If not right away in the first 3-4 minutes, they're looking for their power spike by Turtle 2 or by Turtle 3. It's just completely, everything's going to be going to Team Max's way. So they have to keep that with that in mind in draft a lineup that maybe can scale up a little bit faster. I have no problems with the Baksha Farsa. That's great for wanting to set up the tempo, but even more so, I think with the things that we pointed out earlier heading into the draft, that the Zeta Division needs to spend a lot more time really improving in their positioning. We definitely felt that in game number 1.
100%. Positioning was so key. I think the most sore positioning issues there were around the mid lane, where Katsu couldn't really pull off any major feathered airstrike salvos, even at the very end, right? Like, it was so hard for Katsu to position properly, because every time he will, it was either gonna get met with an Eve, or she couldn't really couldn't really handle the damage that was coming out of either the void crystals, or maybe the ruby would just go straight into you, and the Cho was also just knocking it up non-stop, which again, maybe if you think about it, those were decisions that were forced, right? You have a Farsa, it's easy to force it to cancel on the feathered airstrike, even without the major ones like the Gatot Kacha, even without the Yuzhong. There's so many ways to force a Farsa out of position.
Yeah. Right now, we're just attempting to get into the game right now. Just waiting a little bit. Thank you all for your patience as we talk about what happened in game number 1 and what the Zeta Division could do for this game number 2. Yeah, it was just not the game that I really envisioned the Zeta Division would have. I thought that Kani and Katsu would do a significantly better job of taking care of the center of the map. They couldn't get that. I think, again, it boils down to the problem of, like, they were up against a really good Cho. Say what you will about the performance of Zeta Division. I'd like to think that a lot of their problems, taking it out of just looking at the draft, is that we have to put some respect on the name of the roamer of Team Max. I believe it was Sakzu, if I'm not mistaken. No, excuse me, Cypher on the Cho, who did an incredible job of just controlling everything. And it made BMO the Key's life easy. He literally just stood there and was like, cool, I'll put down my ult right now because I have so many displacements in my team that I know they'll be able to make the most out of my Starfield.
Yeah. And I really love that Eve. Like, we were talking about it off stream. Like, bro, easiest, chillest. It's not the easiest. It's the most chill Eve game you've ever seen in a while.
Yep. It's like literally like everything just lined up perfectly, because you had a lot of hero abilities that would just line things up perfectly for your team, with the final slash, with the I'm offended. So yeah, it was a chillest experience for that Eve. I think Lei also did tremendous, great timings. But I think it's just because it's such a high synergy lineup that even a mistake by any member of Team Max is just way easily covered up by any other member of the team, right? Like any other ability. I think Zeta was missing a lot of their control, their crowd control. Their Baksha and the stuns coming out of Farsa were really the main sources of crowd control they had going up against a Cho, Arlot, Ruby. So I think them leaning in towards the Uranus pick actually ended up hurting them. Maybe they could have picked up like the Ruby or the Arlot for themselves. Would have been great. They already have revealed that if they pick up a Baksha early on, that is most likely going to be going into the roam. I still really wish that even though the Baksha as a jungler would have struggled up against the Arlot, Ruby, and Eve, like it would be almost impossible to take the objective, like take the turtle away. I feel like they could have found a way to make it work, even though it would have been tough.
Yeah, they had the picks, right? Like those are usually very, very powerful picks. I guess the combo of them was just a little bit off, maybe, right? Yeah. So again, Baksha I would put Baksha anywhere. I would normally put Baksha anywhere. And the Uranus is usually just a very, very sturdy frontliner as well. But then again, it is kind of, I don't know, maybe in the Uranus, that's a side where they might be trying to do exactly what the other teams are doing, but might not be like too prevalent for them. Like might not be like 100% mastery for them. So let's see if they can kind of just go around that. Then, and I also just had to pinpoint the 1-1 was just not the key there. That was not the carry that you wanted to put in that team. If you wanted to make a carry, I maybe would have preferred the Kimmy in that role, to be honest. Just because of the range, right? Just because of the range. But Granger was the prime pick.
Yeah. I think now, before we talk about any other pick, any other strat that they could go for, they really have to work on their execution of the center. How to make things easy for them. No problem with the picks. Maybe the difficult thing right now for Zeta Division is they have like a long list of heroes that you could just easily slot into the roam and then make this all work again. I get why they take out the Alice. They did not have the right damage to take down an Alice. The Lapu Lapu maybe could have dealt with, but still really painful. Yet they ended up giving two really great picks. 100% Team Max and their coaching staff had a tremendous draft against Zeta Division that it seems like no matter what you slot in that second phase, whether it's in the pick and the bans, they lose. Team Max closed out the draft perfectly. And I think it stems from the fact that they leaned in a little bit too hard onto putting the Baksha right away. If they wanted to pick up the Baksha, I thought that maybe it would be better if they actually prioritize the Eve first. Yeah, they're up against a Lancelot. They still pick the Farsa into the lands, but the Baksha and Eve together are just much more synergistic. The Baksha and the Farsa rotates fast, yes, but now that you already know what you could potentially be giving up, having the Baksha and Eve together adds that extra little bit of control, and you change the formations. You force your opponents to play the other way. Well, when you're up against a Farsa, you know where the feathered airstrike is coming from, so you know where exactly to just straight make a beeline for. You don't need to get fancy with your footwork. You don't need to try to like go loop around sideways. No, you know where the feathered airstrike center is. That's where you go for right away. Whereas if it was the real world manipulation, you have to avoid it. You have to go around. You might get slowed down if you step in the star field, whether going in or getting out. You'll get that little bit of immobilization. So if I would have switched up a priority, maybe you put in the Eve instead of the Baksha.
Yeah, that's like the
instead
real
of the Farsa, excuse me. Yeah.
That's a real big paradox between the Farsa and the Eve, right? Obviously the star field got lower, or that got smaller, like almost by half or something. I don't know. Like it's by a big margin, right? But it still feels like the more powerful field, or the more powerful like land based ultimate. I don't know how to describe it. It's a circle and a square. The smaller square is still more potent. For some, like if you think about it, as much as they were trying to do, as much as it looks like they're even, getting away from the square is just a lot harder. So, a big kudos again to our Eve. Eve users are gonna be just increasing, I think, in the next few weeks or months because of that. Like when people are realizing, you know what, the damage output of the Eve is crazy. If you combo with like maximum control, like a Cho, people, the Ruby, especially the Ruby, by the way. I think the Ruby was just maximizing the Starfield so much.
Yeah, and it's not like this is a new combination. Eve and Ruby together were one of the strongest combos in Season 9, Season 10. Actually, for a good amount of the life of Eve, the Ruby was not that far off if the Ruby can be slot into the meta at that time. So it's just a great combo. Add an R-lot there. So if we're going to sum up like a lot of the things that we talked about, it seems like for Zeta Division, now you have to watch out for, again, all the aggressive roamers, the Cho, the Hilda, the Khalid. Maybe Team Max is even crazy enough to go for an assassin type roamer. I'm not the biggest fan of the Hellcurt, but I could see them making a case for, hey coach, I think we can pull off Hellcurt roam here. Something that we've seen in other leagues and all throughout the world. Even though I'm not the biggest fan, I can see it happening, and I'm gonna have to respect that. I have full faith that Zeta Division knew exactly what went wrong in that previous game and in the draft. Of course, as you all can see on your screens right now, we are doing our best to finally get into the thick of things in the lobby and in the draft. Our marshals and the team on ground working very hard to make sure that we could get in there. So thank you all for your patience, and hopefully this all starts soon, because I'm really excited to see how this is going to turn out. Again, this could go potentially 3 games. Who knows? Zeta Division might suddenly pop off in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm waiting for like a possible Zeta Division pop off, like their most famous animes, like Dragon Ball. Come on, Super Saiyan, anyone? That might be that happens. We've seen it happen throughout our careers for sure. You've seen so many things where the day doesn't go as expected. Because earlier, we were kind of expecting at least one free game series. We were thinking this was going to be it. But with the way that game 1 ran, it's an uphill. It's an uphill 100%. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Zeta Division to give us a surprise, give us some Japanese flair, give us that the homegrown like spiciness, maybe some umami or something. Again, I'm just very hungry for Japanese food right now.
I'm hungry to see the draft. I'm hungry to see this all finally played out, and of course you can see our players, and I'm pretty sure everyone on ground as well, ready to get this going. But we're gonna have to wait out just a little bit longer, y'all. Any predictions in the comments whatsoever? We are just as hungrily waiting for this as you are. No, we don't have a magical button as shoutcasters to just start the game ourselves. We are waiting, just like all of you. So, again, shout out to everyone on ground right now, just working very hard. You can see them. Team Max is good. It seems like a lot of the issues are on the side of Zeta Division right now, but our fine crew on the ground are working very hard to make sure that we can finally get this game going.
Yeah, speaking of that, by the way, I've just been noticing people are starting to realize that slowly but surely. Like whenever I read comment sections on live streams, like I think most people, it used to be like everyone would be just saying, you know what, yo, casters, start the game. But as time is progressing, the more that we say it, the more people realize we don't actually hold the start button for the game. I love it. And again, slowly, I know there's still some outliers that we'll see later on that kind of think.
Spoken by someone who has been doing this for almost 10 years now? You've been casting?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been casting for almost 10 years. And that is just 10 years worth of frustration and relief finally being let out. The fact that you can finally say that.
Yes, slowly, right? I think maybe 5% at this point. 5 to 10%. The rest are just patiently waiting. They're wondering what's going on inside. And again, all of them, I appreciate it, right? I appreciate how passionate everyone is, especially with watching their favorite players on the stage. But because we might need some time, we will be going on a quick break. So when we come back, all of you are very excited to see whether there's going to be a Super Saiyan moment here in game number 2 for Zeta Division, or maybe Team Max goes out on top non-stop and end the day early. We'll have to wait and see. There's still games of the future in Abu Dhabi. We'll be back in a bit.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
best win.
There you go, back at it again for Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. It's still Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz on the mic, and we are going into game number 2 draft. Zeta Division and Team Max.
Finally! I'm happy. I'm happy that we're finally in the draft, okay? So, Lunox, they got the gacha. Seems like they're a little bit too heavily invested on taking this Lunox out. That was also a priority ban for Zeta Division in game number 1 of the red side. Lancelot, CC. It seems like CC is one of the heroes that Team Max really just don't want to go up against, which I think then now should tell something about how they like to play. With them packing so much crowd control, maybe the flip side of that is they are not comfortable also dealing with scenarios like that. So if I'm Zeta Division, I'm looking towards crowd control. I almost said Grok control, but I think if they can, just go ahead and pick up the Grok.
Yeah, the Grok is cooking, as they like to say. And the Grok will cook in this game specifically, or in most games rather, specifically in the high-level gameplay. So, you know what? They would not be surprised by that. This, again, this is all despite the nerfs, right? So, yeah, I would say that's a nerf. Some people say that's adjustment, but I really think that's like a big nerf. Removing like the crowd control immunity makes it a little bit harder to use, but I still think that the engage potential is huge for that hero.
Yeah, either the Grok or the Yusun Shin, I think, is what I'm eyeing out here for Zeta Division. They need more crowd control, and again, we saw that Juicin doesn't deliver that much anymore in that regard, but it's still really good. This is still honestly also really good. Very strong utility, great initiation, the surprise with the title strike flicker that you could enter. So if they weren't going to go for the Grok and they went for the Kalea, I'm fine with this. But I think now Team Max needs to lock in the Yi-Sun Shin if they can, and maybe even just go for the Eve. It worked out so well for them that why not?
The Eve is just really good, and they heard you. Oh, okay. Don't want to make a bit of, don't want to be too loco on the clickies there, but yes, Grok is perfect with the Eve. That's beautiful for Team Max.
Yeah, and this is why also I was thinking that Zeta would want to pick up the Grok, because if the Grok ended up in Zeta, then if they want to match aggression, it's either just going to be the Cho or Hilda again for Max later on in the draft. They would have picked up Yi-Sun Shin first and then pick up the Cho or the Hilda in the third slot on the red side. But since the Grok was given away to Max, it's an easy pick for them. I don't want to see this Franco here. It's a little bit too 50-50 and too dependent on landing the hooks and the bites. They get the Farsa instead, although that could have been a really good Valentina pick actually, because it's not a blind blind Valentina pick anymore. You see the tech charge, you see the real world manipulation, yet they still settle in on the Farsa, and they're still pushing the issue here with this Uranus that I feel like could have been Yuzhong, could have been Lapu Lapu, even an Arlot would have been fantastic for them.
Yeah, and in this scenario, it feels like they're the ones who might get Arlot fed. I'm not sure.
Yes.
But yeah, it feels so good, right? Like, if you don't have a Ruby, you don't need to run a Ruby, you don't need the tankiness that much. Arlot is the option to go maximum damage, to maximum crowd control, and it combos so well with the Eve too.
Yeah, the difficult thing about this is, now as expected, Yi Sun-shin goes to Max. What are you going to play for the Assassin? Team Max just bans out the, there you go, the Hayabusa. And then it's done. You're out of your pool. You're not going to go Ling up against a Grok. You're stuck with either forcing yourself to play an Akai or a Fredrin in the jungle. But even the Fredrin already seeing the Eve. And it's not backed up by something like a Kimmy. And you don't have a lot of crowd control. Or you don't have crowd control at all on your EXP laner in the Uranus. That Zeta Division might have shot themselves in the foot with picking up the Uranus in the third slot. They easily could have just picked up either the Hayabusa or the Yi Sun-shin, but now they're going to be forced to play fighter. If they're going to go for a surprising fighter jungle pick, depending on if you already see the fourth pick, maybe an X-Borg jungle could slot in, a Barretts could slot in, but definitely the ones that we're more used to in the Fredrin and the Akai are still options.
Yeah, and again, Akai, I think you were very much in agreement there. Very underutilized. Obviously, still a very, very good jungle pick. And can kind of deal with the Yi Sun-shin to some extent. Or to a massive extent, honestly. Fredrin, I really wonder how well they actually have that. And I hope they know that it's definitely one of those picks that is way up there. If we're talking about, like, the way to deal with a Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah, actually they hovered something that can also still show up. The Suyo for Zeta Division might be okay. But them picking up the Phoveus here sort of softly blocks that. Again, the problem is there's just really not enough crowd control right now for Zeta Division. That their crowd control might be coming from the jungle unless they surprise and put the Uranus in the jungle instead. And then they show up with a different EXP laner. But then some of the best ones are gone. If this goes Phoveus, and Arlot would be very meh. So they go Arlot instead. I think you... now that I think about it. Uranus jungle, XP Phoveus. Hey, X-Borg, cool. Showed up. And the Suyo, cool.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, if they run out of jungle options, all the spicy ones are taken. Suyo is definitely starting to get up there in terms of usage, and it doesn't hurt that it has a really cool Sasuke skin as well.
Yeah. Fighter gold, and yep, that's gonna be Ruby.
Ooh,
and then into an X-Borg. So it's Team Max against the X-Borg. I think that's why it was hovered as well by Zeta. They were trying to pick between the Ruby and the X-Borg, and they chose the Ruby when the X-Borg is open. And the Ruby is playing into an Eve. Ruby, very good against Eve.
That's true.
Against
it is
Eve,
so good.
Not the best time of your life here. I'm leaning towards Team Max in the draft. But if I will say this. If Zeta Division get a win with this, bro, they deserve all the praise because it would be a difficult one.
True. Even more veteran teams than Zeta Division will, if they play this lineup, oh my goodness, I swear it is just an uphill battle. Again, that's putting it lightly, right? Almost nigh impossible. But they do have a very solid front line. I'm not gonna lie, it might be super skill dependent on the Suyo. If maybe they can dominate early on, see if that's gonna happen here in game number 2.
It'll really depend a lot on Kani and Katsu to carry the team here. Take control of it early on. King Ares already had to experience a cut from the Uranus, as expected. I like it. You go for the cut right away. Very fast. You take control. You'll be able to leash for this Golem. So I like the initial rotation for Zeta Division, wanting to be aggressive. Let's see if they'll be able to take it away. And they do. Here comes King Carries for the assist. And Team Max will back off. They're not going to be able to get this Little Wanderer.
Slowly but surely, probably using or maximizing the Uranus here. But that's going to be first blood going over to Connie with the help of Katsu there on the mid. And that's going to slow down the Yi Sun-shin very, very much.
Yeah, interesting because Sakuzu already saw where Zeta Division was, and it just makes a lot of sense that Katsu and Kani would have gone down to the Golem to stop him from being able to steal, because they know that he needed to equalize with the Golem steal that happened in his own jungle by taking one of his own, but he already saw where Kani and Katsu was, so why he still decided to commit an invade to me is quite perplexing.
Guess maybe the confidence is starting to get into Team Max here. That was definitely an overplay, and man, looking for another way in is gonna be June. Look at June, man. He just has so much vision of everything. This whole mid lane area that will give Zeta Division a lot more confidence to go ahead and take this turtle down, which is of course the big one. Gonna get reset by the Grog. That's what you get. And there you go with that real-world manipulation. Huge knock-up inside of it. But looks like Turtle gonna get stolen here by Sakuzu. And look at the big team fight with that last insanity. They were not ready to deal with that. They did not see that coming. That's gonna be Team Max with a few kills and a turtle in their pockets.
Massive final slash. Team Max trying to go for an invade here, but they're gonna be able to defend this purple buff. Delayed a little bit, and 10 will be able to get into the purple buff in time to secure it for himself. Great counter by Team Max, but Sakuzu in trouble.
Big trouble on top side, Sakuzu. Oh man, he's got the pretty good estimations.
10?
Maybe trying to bait out some movements on the June, but 10 was actually there on the intercept, ready to take him down, and that's 2 down for Team Max. Cypher just a little bit too late to the party to contribute anything, and that's going to be them pushing them back.
Yeah, great exchange back and forth. Very good exchange and back and forth between these two. I like how Zeta Division isn't just like falling behind in their own jungle to try and get 10 back through like, yo, just focus on getting your orange buff after the purple. Great call for 10 to go cut behind the first turret, secure the kill there onto Sakuzu, and now it evens things out. And I think we're already, of course, witnessing an even far more interesting game compared to game number 1, and I like how competitive it has been for this one so far.
Yeah, it's not as dominant as a movement or a performance here for Team Max compared to game 1. Look at that gold lead. It's only at 800. Definitely as good as Zeta Division has gotten here. You know, they got some gold for that outer turret energy shield on top side as well, so definitely kind of evens out the scales a lot. And now Cypher, alongside BMO the key, around the mid lane, will be forcing a rotation from some of these other players. That's 5 members, or 4 members rather, for Zeta around the mid. Big cut by Lei on the bot side. Maybe we'll try to get some attention, but you know what? It's a different story. Zeta Division wants to go for the 5-man.
Okay, Ruby's gonna get here first before the X-Borg. They have to track the X-Borg's entry in this fight.
Oh. Yep, there's a Mountain Shocker. This is very, very much visible here for Team Max.
Ooh.
And they're going to take out Connie very early on. Again, fighting inside the real world. Not the ideal scenario, but you know what? Zeta Division says we don't care. We've got a very beefy lineup, and we are not afraid to use him. That's a triple kill for 10 on the Suyo, and the biggest advantage that Zeta Division has had in his whole game so far.
Yeah, we're really seeing 10 shine this time. Look at him! Cutting behind the first turret, bring Lei and BMO the key down. So despite our skepticism, Zeta Division were able to make the right moves, and the burst from Katsu takes down Lei.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? Like, we can kind of suggest any hero here to Zeta Division, but it all boils down to how comfortable they are on one, and that does feel like the case here for the Suyo.
Yeah, Suyo looks really good on that 10. I meant to say 10 looks really good on that Suyo. It's a 10 out of 10 performance for the Suyo so far, despite the early death he suffered. How he's been rotating and controlling the map has been stellar.
Oh, speed control, look at that. The huge tech charge into Earthen Rampart. Flanked, of course, by the real world. Still going to be a great knock-up here for Connie. Cypher goes down. Killing spree for Katsu. And Lei actually might be next on the chopping board. Taken down by June. And a big miss on the final slash just might mean Zeta Division has a big license to go for some more invades.
Yeah, the surge of life is coming in big time right now for Zeta Division. I thought Connie would go down, but he survived through his own passive, keeping himself alive. Team Max, Zachzu, since he had a much more difficult game this time around, and he is just slightly behind 10, we're not seeing the same snowball roll that we saw from Team Max in game number 1. Zeta Division has been taking it to the fight of Team Max with great counter rotations that now, despite Team Max being able to get a great layer of setups, Zeta Division are fighting good.
Yeah, great fighting right now. Popping that Firaga armor, there's just no way for Lei to get... Oh, actually, Flicker is going to be activated. Here's coming Team Ares. They're comboing it up as much as they can, but it's going to be 10 getting away with the turtle. Do give up Katsu for the exchange. Cypher with the Flicker as well. And so far, it does feel like Team Max is just trying to catch up in the gold. And they're not trying to take these fights at all. Trying to go for disengage. King Ares with a re-engage. And the final slash going to be missing out. Great knockup. And that actually might mean that Team Max will have to run for the hills on this one. King Ares is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Unlimited vengeance on the 4. Not going to be enough to take him down. And there you go. So far, so good. 1,000 goal lead for Zeta Division here in Game 2.
Hopefully Team Max decided to take that fight as a means to keep the split push open for Lei, but wait.
Oh, they use up so much there. That is a feathered airstrike alongside the Tsunami Slam. Gonna be used up and burned out. For Zeta Division, that might be some breathing room here, but siege is still happening on the bottom side. 10 is up on front. No minions means there's no push. Actually, there's still a big tank left alone here. I forgot about that. Last Insanity is here. Earthen Rampart just barely enough to block the way, but the real world is here to stay. Tendo with a huge damage on the Suyo forces him to cancel, but the team fight looks like it's still going to be favoring Team Max at the end. The only guy that they can't take down is 10, and he's just going to have to make a run for it, but that's 4 for 2.
Yeah, 10 still trying to run away from Zachzu. King Ares and Cypher finally gets away from them, but Cypher will check him out in his purple buff, knowing that he'll be there. And again, the biggest effect of just fighting under the real-world manipulation, even though Zeta Division can deal a lot of damage, a lot of the crowd control layered together by Team Max actually overextends and delays a lot of the abilities that Zeta Division want to bring out. So even though 10 was able to get a quick look onto BMO the key there, eventually all of the layering just got to Zeta Division. Cypher gets to cancel out the Tsunami Slam from Kani. Feathered Airstrike in the center of the map. Zeta Division, they look competitive here. I think this could go to anyone at this point. It's a huge 50-50, but Team Max's minion waves look good up top, while Zeta Division's minion waves look good down bottom.
That's true. They're also waiting for the ultimate. So far, it's just Moiminet with the I'm Offended ready to use here. Katsu already used up that big Feathered Airstrike. This could be the opening that Team Max is looking for. So far, they're just not sure where all the members of Zeta are. And Zeta going for the offensive. Cypher is the first one to target. Still going to be able to make it out. Waiting for Sakzu to make a play here. And there goes that Tsunami Slam. Big salvos being dropped as well. They can't go near the real-world manipulation. But looks like Zeta Division actually got the upper hand in that team fight.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to rush this Lord down. Cypher on the way, running back, didn't get to full heal. While Saksu got his orange buff first, but now he's going to rejoin the fight. No big ultimates just yet available for Team Max except for the tech charge.
And there you go, it's used up. Ares is going to go down. No. And the last Insanity does some decent damage. But in the end of the day, 10 and June is just starting to become unstoppable here. Katsuo the chase as well. That's Cypher going down and Lei getting destroyed. And that is going to be 2 members remaining to defend for Team Max. Zeta Division were able to really turn that one around.
10 is showing off real damn well with that Suyo. What a performance by the young man. 7-1-4. A 10 out of 10 performance definitely for the Suyo. Maximizing the damage, maximizing the mobility, and in the end winning out the retribution for this crucial Lord. Still a very close game though. But now one of the problems for Team Max is that they cannot take the Uranus down fast enough. But at the end of the day, with how close it is, it really will boil down to who can get the key pickoffs, the key damage off first. But with Katsu now having a Divine Glaive, this is not going to be an easy time for Team Max. Lane needs to spend a little bit more time waiting for the other members of Team Max to get the vision first. I know the damage of the X-Borg hurts, but he cannot be the one standing in front and initiating things. They need him to be able to freely apply the heat stacks for as long as he could before using the last Insanity.
And he's using it right now, although it does look like it's a better angle with the separation as well for the Earthen Rampart. Looks like they're able to do some pretty good damage. But here comes 10. He's trying to go and find King Ares, and he finds him! Takes him out with one fell swoop, and that's a 4v5. That's going to make it a lot easier for Zeta Division to actually split up and clear this map.
Kani and Muiminet got to use their flickers perfectly, saving that battle spell. And of course, 10 still continuing the trend with his Suyo. Just unstoppable right now with all the mobility and damage that he can dish out. You can see the confidence oozing out of him through your screens. And now Team Max will have to play significantly from behind. The gold's still relatively close, but Queen's Wings built up there for 10. While there is a fleeting time now for Kani. Quicker access to the Tsunami Slam.
Yep, and he's going to use it right here, right now. No way to cancel that out for Cypher. 4-man tech charge and following it up with that last Insanity. He actually did the trick here. Zeta Division is split up. Here comes Zatsu for the cleanup. He's gonna find Katsu and as well as June 1. Kani falls. It's all up to 10. This might not be defendable, and that is gonna be a triple kill for Team Max here. Beautiful play by Zatsu, and finally he arrives just in time to take out the last remaining members of Zeta Division. They will take so much gold from that exchange.
You can't even fault Zeta Division for trying that. That was a good call to try and go for Cypher. But everything just lined up perfectly yet again for Team Max. The tech charge, perfect. BMO the key being there alongside Cypher was just as important to bring down the real world manipulation, to stop the attempt on chasing down Cypher. And because Zeta Division used that or committed that play so close to the base of Team Max, the other members were able to follow up. What a counter by Team Max. But again, you cannot fault Zeta Division for trying to make that play. They just got outplayed.
100% outplayed, man. I mean, gotta give props to Cypher there. I really thought he was just gonna go down without a fight, but that oh my goodness. That was just beautiful use of the tech charge. Tonic charge really just, the knockup is real, especially with 4 or more. And you can tell it's going to be a bit of a difficult defense here with a 4K goal lead suddenly for Team Max, although they do have the feathered airstrike. And here comes that re-engage with a real world. BMO doing phenomenal work, zoning out Zeta Division, stopping them from defending against that Lord. But here comes that big one, that Tsunami Slam. Kani gonna get taken down though, and Cypher gonna be the answer. But 10, he's finally doing it. He is going on a roll here. He's steamrolling Team Max right now with beautiful usage of that Suyo. Here comes Katsu rather, just to go ahead and clean it up. But look at this guy. What? Maximum stacks of that last Insanity. 2 remaining members of Team Max are actually quite low. They might just go down here depending on how June and Katsu plays this out. And looks like King Ares buying just enough time. Vengeance and the stun going down here. Wow, this is so much time honestly being bought by King Ares. He might actually be able to take out Katsu as well, but it's just way too late on that final slash. June 1 finishes the job.
What an exchange! Kani suddenly going in from within the base with a tidal strike. He initially got Sakzu. That's why he went down to a very low health in the red very, very quickly. Zeta Division got to layer everything, but Sakzu was able to get away. And here comes Sakzu again. June1 got caught by him. And BMO the key. What a game number 2 that we're seeing.
That is insane, bro. That caught me by surprise. I don't know what June1 was thinking there. They actually were gonna... That was a potential pivoting moment for them. But man, now... They're going to have to fight off and zone out without the Uranus. It's going to be hard to clear these bushes.
Team Max, though, they've got some really good hold right now in the bush. It's only Kani. I guess I could send Moiminat maybe to check, but a counterplay from the Ruby. But then if you pull the Grok, there's a chance the tech charge might actually damage your team more. So yeah, they definitely need June1 back, and he is back just in time. Muminet now built up with the Oracle, so should be surviving a little bit longer. Now up to a Ice Queen Wand for the X-Borg, so that slow is going to be massive. You see the damage actually coming in from this X-Borg. Already committed the last Insanity.
Oh boy, that X-Borg is actually surviving a lot more than I thought he would. And going to be forcing a lot of movements as well, coming in from Zeta Division. And now they're going to get a little bit more spread out. Katsu not going to be able to provide artillery, but... Look at 10. He is trying to do the work. He is hunting down BMO, and he is slashing him down into oblivion with a triple kill on that Suyo. Just might mean that it will be a 3-for-1 in favor of Zeta Division.
Yeah, a lot of damage by the minion waves, but this is it. Heroics from 10. They'll be able to get down this Lord, and it will boil down to the next Lord defense, whether or not Team Max can weather the storm. Still a very close game for both. Sakzu will not be able to get close enough to even try and steal it away. 10 again. 13, 3, and 5. But also add Katsu to the mix, who's 5, 3, and 12. Despite the perfect entry by Cypher with a tech charge, the real-world manipulation on point. It's the Suyo that's just left unchecked.
That Suyo really is just... He is just starting to pop off so hard. The Super Saiyan moment that we were waiting for, Renmar. It's finally here, and 10 is doing it. Absolutely phenomenal performance. And again, he is looking for the exact targets he needs to deal with.
Team Max, they actually both have the tools to defend and end the game. Both of these two teams is just who can execute better. That's the question. Slower minion wave push. There's going to be another second batch coming in. Mid lane minion wave, they delayed it just a little bit. They allowed the one siege minion of Team Max to hold it just a little bit longer. Zeta Division trying to find an opening. King Ares with the final slash.
Yeah, they used up that Tsunami Slam. Kani is low, but here comes that last Insanity used up by Lei. Again, a little bit too early maybe for my taste, but look at them. They're able to push back Zeta Division just a little bit more, but he does not have Virago armor. That might be a problem. Because of this, Zeta Division will actually be leading in gold for the next few seconds here. 18 minutes on the clock, 19 minutes on the clock, and it feels like it's even Stevens.
Yeah, Team Max really need to look at the making sure they have at least one minion wave pushed out, because Zeta Division will always have the bottom minion wave as the advantage that they have there. So Team Max needs to balance it out with their own constant push coming in through the top. So there was one thing that we saw in the big winning team fight there for Zeta Division before the Lord, is that there was a significant amount of damage dealt by the minion waves coming in from the top lane from Team Max, because Zeta Division just overlooked it. They decided to full commit into a big team fight that they, for a moment, just forgot the minion waves. They decided to make that, not forget, but they decided to make that as a sacrifice. So as you see, naturally, the minion waves up top will be winning it out against Zeta Divisions. So they can let that naturally flow. But if they can manipulate the waves in such a way that maybe they'll have a wave advantage, have one member off there to just clear out one minion wave. So by the time you're deciding to full commit for the Lord, wait, late.
Oh my goodness, that is huge. Actually, Last Insanity not going to be available for this team fight. If Zeta Division pushes this, is going to be just massive. It's a possible ticket, but
yeah,
you know what? They said, we don't need to force it. We've got Lord coming in 10 seconds. No need to risk it. Zeta Division, that's good. That's good. What do you call it? Trigger finger discipline.
Yeah. It's back very quickly, so they don't need to worry about the last insanity going away. So now they're gonna show Sakzu up top, which means Team Max would want to start this Lord. They'll try to delay as quickly as they can, but Zeta Division might just call for the trigger, and they do.
Yep, they go for the trigger here. And this time around, it's Katsu with a pretty good salvo, but look at that real-world manipulation combo as well. 10 goes down. That's going to be the jungler of Zeta Division destroyed and removed from the map. It's all up to June 1 and Moiminet, but that might just be it.
Yeah,
I don't know how they're going to be able to defend this properly. If they want to clear, they need to be up close and personal. And Moiminet, with the I'm Offended, trying to see if he can get him down low enough, but instead sacrifices his life just so that he can clear the minion wave. And that might be the massive game-defining play here. If that buys enough time, but 20 seconds on the clock for the rest of the members feels like it's impossible. And just like that, just when you thought Zeta Division had it, Team Max pulls it under the rug, and it's going to be them on game 2.
A terrific game by both teams. And you see Team Max here, they all have the look of, whew, okay, we didn't expect that to be that tough. Congratulations to Team Max for winning the series with the sweep. Zeta Division, though, hopefully they keep their heads up high. We definitely saw a lot more of the potential there of Zeta Division in that game number 2. We saw them pop off. Suyo on 10. He looks so good in that hero. But in the end, the hero for Team Max was BMO the key. The fact that even Cypher was able to get away with the tech charge, he was able to rejoin the fight. But it was the Starfield, the ultimate of the Eve, coming in from the mid laner that changed things up.
Yeah, that was massive. Honestly, I really thought they would not have an advantage just because, right? Just because it might take some time for Last Insanity to actually get into it. But, man, oh man, it was just a perfect set. It was just a perfect time where when you have to use the real-world manipulation. That for sure must have been heartbreaking. It felt like victory was within arm's reach here for Zeta Division. They're going to have to try again. And, beautiful execution here. And the clutch factor coming in from Team Max.
Sakzu, of course, the highlight here. 9-4 and 11 on this Yi Sun Shin. Great use of the Traceless. I just got word we will also be getting a bit of a look onto the numbers that 10%ed here, but Saksu definitely, this was a great showcase by both of these junglers. Saksu and 10 were absolutely insane in this series. In that last fight, actually, I went back into it, I tracked Saksu's moments, he came back and showed up just in time. Final slash from Ares actually is what caught 10 off guard and what just put him in the danger zone. He already took a big brunt of damage coming in from the real-world manipulation and even the damage from the charging up of the Last Insanity, but it was the final slash of King Ares that displaced 10 and took him down. Kani and Kazu just took too much from everyone else. Moiminet had to flicker on out of there. We saw him try to defend with June and they fall down. They were just caught off guard by King Ares with his final slash, and even Saksu was able to make the most out of his turtle ship throw to get a stun in. It was also massive. It was the turtle ship throw, all the crowd control, the final slash that took down 10 and ensured that Team Max would get the win.
Yeah, man, Team Max. I can tell. You could really tell that they were... That was a big sigh of relief at the very end there. They knew that they could have easily lost that game. Then again, that clutch gene is definitely on the side of Team Max, at least for this series. And they come out with a sweep. So we had a full day of sweeps, ladies and gents. Have a look at that bracket. And gotta say, a lot of them are pretty much on par with what we were expecting.
Yeah, we're only waiting for the result of one more matchup. That's Team Falcons versus the Mongols that just went into game number 3. Team Falcons winning game number 2, so stopping any potential sweep from the Mongols. The winner of that matchup will go up against Araki Hoshi, with the loser going up against Team Spirit. To revisit what we saw earlier on in the day, make sure to check out the brackets and of course go through the GOF website to get more info. But now here's the schedule for tomorrow, Rockhard. We got a lot of games.
Yeah, we got lots of games here. And obviously, we are still going to be separated into 2 streams. That's Stream A and Stream B. You'll still probably see us here on Stream B. So take note of those. And a lot of them are really fun, man. This is getting spicier. Look at that. Aurora Gaming versus Team Max is probably going to be our last matchup for tomorrow, which might be something that a lot of our viewers are going to be looking forward to as well.
Huh? So again, as Rockhart mentioned, don't forget we are still split into 2 streams. It's so easy to like watch in double window mode right now. So whatever device that you're watching, go ahead, watch, support both of the streams, and support all of the teams that you watch. And great MLBB. I didn't expect it to end in such a pretty blockbuster of a game, even though it ended up in a sweep, and we still ended up getting a sweep day for Stream B. It was a great ending.
Yeah, and it's been a pleasure having you guys here, Renmar, Santa Cruz, and Rockhart. We are very happy to give you the games here and games of the future, Abu Dhabi 2025. Don't forget to stay tuned tomorrow for our day number 2 of the group stages. See you then.
We're here to win. Let the best win.